28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it. 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France. I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon. 28 days. I said I'd do it. And it looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Thank you. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, there we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and it looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice, it's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this, da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. So we're here. Welcome to the show. Is this a show? I don't know. I suppose it is. I'm going to be running starting at 5 minutes. It's at 12 noon on the dot. That's 12 noon London time when we're starting. We are celebrating Nicosia in Cyprus today. It's marathon 6. I've done 5 marathons in 5 days, and I've done 5 shows afterwards. And that is... And right now I can talk okay, because my talking capacities are still there, and my legs, feel stiff, but once I get going, I do find that all this sort of confidence and bonhomie just drops away. So we shall have to see. I forgot to have my porridge. If you're doing something long like this, you need to take a bit of carb loading about an hour before. So I've got it right today, but I missed it yesterday because our Wi-Fi was down.
4 minutes.
So we should see. There's 4 minutes to go. There's Ian up in the voice in the ceiling. He lives in the ceiling and never leaves there. But we never see him. We're not allowed to because myself and Sarah Johnson are in the bubble. We're going to lift up the windows.
Yeah, I'll lift up the blinds now.
Yeah. Me and Sarah Johnson, we're in a safety bubble. Obviously, it's in hellish COVID situations. We have been tested, we have been separated, but us two are working together in this support bubble. So that's how that works. So yes, and I'm running with Zwift runners today. If you have the Zwift app, you can run along on a treadmill. You might be able to run without a treadmill. If anyone's got one of those pod things, you could put it onto their foot, and I'm just waving to people outside. On the back, because we're down at the Riverside Studios, because you're still allowed to go out for exercise, I do believe. 3 minutes. As long as everyone stays COVID safe, that's okay. What have we got? 3 minutes to go. Yes, we have indeed. What else? So we're going to do this. We're going to be talking to people all day, and that's going to be good. And we're going to chat to them. I'm going to be running. I'm going to be talking. If talking is my lifeline, I must say. Talking is my lifeline. Keeps me going. Gets me out of my head. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So yes, that's what we're going to be doing. Yeah. So I'm going to be running along, and talking to people from around the world. That's it. So you can donate on eddieizzard.com. You can now donate in dollars, in euros, or in pounds.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes to blast off, which is great. Well, it's great. It's good in a way. So, yeah. that's what I'm going to be doing. So yes, talking to people, finding out stuff. We're going to have some facts about Cyprus, still a divided country, island. Unfortunately, there's a UN buffer zone in there. I did run on this. It's day 6, so it's the 6th marathon, the 6th of January and the 6th of February last year. I ran through Nicosia and went right up to the UN buffer zone. So, and there's loads of Zwift people. Sarah, do you want to tell us where they're from, the different countries?
Yeah, I'll jump on if you're off.
Yeah. Oh yes, I've got to come off, haven't I? Yes, you go for that. So
have a look.
Yes, so yes, and you can donate at eddieizard.com. If you're in the UK, your phone will link to a donate thing that's on the screen, 70810, 10 or 20 pounds. You have to just write it in letters, and then off that goes. People find it easier. It's now working again, the little beep beep thing down at the Riverside Studios. Stay COVID safe and socially distanced, but you can use your credit card or your smartphone to make things go boop boop at the thing. And oh yes, and then we will be in a good place. Now, oh come on.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Phone's mucking
Just
about.
reading out some of the guys on Zwift who are nearby. We've got Tom Johnson, Tracy Willis, Anita Richardson, Valerie Williams, Chris Matt, Doug Johnson, Joaquin Perez, Barbara
15
Leyland,
seconds.
Thomas Matuzuk, Ginny Ganaway, Norm Lining, Michael Voss, Pip, Thanawit, Gordon
5
Kessler,
seconds. 4, 3, 2,
and lots of others.
1.
And they're off on the 6th marathon in 6 days. People have been running along with me. Thank you for doing that. I'm going to go up to 7.5 kilometers an hour, which in pace, when I've worked out why pace was such a big thing for runners, it's because in the old days they had a stopwatch, and they could say you did that 100 meters or 100 yards, maybe it was, in that time. So you're doing a 6 minute, 2 minute kilometer, 2 minute mile. Not many people doing that. There I go running for a small bit, and already the legs are going, what is going on? Now the first 10 marathons are the toughest, and so that's what's going to happen. So yes, there were more people that we
So we have it all jumps around. So sorry if I repeat anyone. Jason Mitchell, Estuardo Aguirre, George Joswick, sorry, from Germany. My German's not great, sorry if that is wrong. BJ Hamancooley, Park Edwards, Sonia Reyes, Tom Meany, Rich Hayes, Aaron Ginn, Ryan Conan. So we've got 26 Zwifters nearby. We've got people from the USA, from Great Britain, from Canada, from Germany, from Poland, from Spain, from Ireland,
I think Thailand's in there,
from Mexico, from South Korea. Yeah, it's jumping around a little bit. It jumps depending on who's close, and then people dip away and people come in. But yeah, lots of people.
The red line on top and the blue line in the middle with white separating horizontally. I think that's Thailand.
Ah yes, Thailand. Yep.
So, okay, I'm knackered now. You've got to go open the doors.
Oh yeah, I need to open the doors. And we've got quite a lot of guests coming up today as well, I think.
We'll be talking to 12:30 Clear Rockers, 1 p.m. Jonathan Wilson, 1:30 Darren Vandit, 2:15 TalkSport interview, 2:30 p.m. questions from Facebook, 3 p.m. So yes, questions from Facebook at 2:30 p.m. Go to Facebook, put your questions on there, and I'll answer them. 3 p.m. That's Shulk from South Africa.
Yes, Skulk, yes.
Skulk, so I just hit the C harder. Yeah?
Yes, that's right, yes.
A hard C, Skulk.
Yes, Skulk.
Bez, it's obviously a Dutch name. Bezuidenhout.
Bezuidenhout.
There you go, Bezuidenhout.
I hope that I'm right.
Skulk, Bezuidenhout. That's at 3 p.m. Now, Questions from YouTube will be at 3:30 p.m. You can put questions now via YouTube. 4 p.m. interview with Sarah O'Connell. 4:30. Hayley Featherstone, one of my lighting designers from America, has British parents who now have dual citizenship, but she's American, grown up with British parents in Chicago. And Rachel Lindley at 5 o'clock. I'll talk with physio Tim Cruise Drew, Olympic level physio, who gratefully deems to spend his knowledge, or impart his knowledge to me. So that's going to be happening. Yeah, so, and Sarah can come on to, this is arranged so that Sarah can now be on Wi-Fi, yeah?
Yeah, I think now I can be on
Zoom,
whatever.
On the social chat. What are you calling this without advertising?
Yeah, I don't know. What is it?
Ian. What on conference call on Zoom?
Conference call, yes. Ian, do you know what should we call it if it's not a branded name? Conference call. I guess it's a conference call. Web chat.
Are you there, Ian?
It's not web chat.
Still with us, Ian? We've lost Ian.
Dave's here today.
Sorry?
Dave's here.
Oh, hello, Dave.
Hey, Dave's there.
Are you on today? Is Ian off?
Yes, I am.
Oh, right. Sorry, we thought it was.
I have Ian here as well.
Oh, right. Okay. In your safety bubble. So what was can Sarah come up on? Oh, you're going to be right in that light now.
Oh, I might be. Look at the sunshine. We've got sunshine for a second.
You've got very cold weather. It's sunshine. So.
Oh, there I am. There you go.
There you go.
I've got my sunglasses on. I mean, for a second, I'm going to be enjoying sunglasses before it all goes away again.
It's a bit bonkers. And as usually happens, I start running within 5 minutes. I want to go pee. And if I do go pee, I probably won't be much to pee. But there is this feeling. There must be something. I'll have to talk to physio Tim later on about why that is. Oh, a South African right on there. South African thumbs up.
Oh, great. Actually, should I come out of this now so you can go back in?
Go back into what?
Zwift.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can see it on my...
I'll stay in. I'll stay in so I can see everyone.
Oh, God. It's weird. What are we, 7 minutes in? And I feel as knackered as I was last night. That is not nice. It's not a nice feeling. You start off feeling, okay, this is not too bad today, but very quickly it goes away. So I can ask people to do questions, can't I?
Yeah.
Because we've got these questions at 2:30. Do we have to do that so much later? Because surely if we do them earlier, we could stretch them out. Oh,
yeah,
we want to do it in a...
I
Well, we'll
think
do a
if we
concert.
focus on one
Yes, I see.
platform, yeah. But whenever, I think, if we want to do something now, I'll fire it up.
Well, just say to anyone on anything if you want to ask questions.
Should we could do Facebook now. If we could ask everyone to go onto Facebook.
If we're... I'm not sure about this thing. If you're watching at home, we're working this out. So we're turning this run into a kind of podcasty TV broadcast show.
Yeah.
But it's better to do things at a certain time.
I'll have a look on Facebook.
Yeah.
If anyone's on the
Just gonna
Facebook
walk.
live stream, I'll have a look.
Sorry, I have to walk really early. Just lying down because I've got an itch.
So I have a new camera now, which means if I physically look at you, it actually looks like I'm looking at you, which is quite nice.
Okay, does that work for you?
Yeah, no, I think that's sort of, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have a look at Facebook. Oh, here's Karen. Actually, Karen says question for later, but I'm going to do it now. Karen Lindale was asking. Oh no, she's dropped off. Hang on, I think there's lots coming in now. So here we go. was saying how good your leggings are. Do you have, what kind of fabric are they, and do you have lots of different running kits?
Not sure what kind of leggings they are, Karen, what they're made out of, but Mizuno, one of these sponsored us, one of our sponsors, along with Zwift and iProhydrate, and what they do is give us stuff and things and some money support, financial support, so we can pay for our existing setup as minimal as we've made it, because you might think we've got an amazing thing, but we're just loaning these running machines, so there's a spare one there, and you know, it's a single camera, you have to hire the space, but it's basically me, Sarah and Ian up in the gods pulling levers and Dave pulling levers. So we're trying to keep that minimal, but if they do the sponsoring, then donations go straight through and out to the people who need it. And so I am Mizuno'd up. That's their logo, and that's what these are, and the shoes. So yes, they're red and with a mottle effect, which is very good, I found, for women in leggings. A lot of women, a lot of people, maybe men as well, maybe. I'm a trans woman, so it's good for me because I feel my legs are too, you know, like a bit tree trunky, and the mottled effect, as opposed to the plain colour, breaks it up. And I've seen a great big development, or a lot more of these out and available. Mizuno, I believe, is coming to the end of a line, and it's got a new line in the spring, a new season. So certain things, less things are available, less sizes. So, which is you might find a little tricky, but then they'll come into a new season, new line. And they're from Osaka. So we have Osaka, Japan, second city of Japan. So, and a company from East Asia is sponsoring me. I was born in West Asia. You may not know this. I was born in Aden, the city of Aden in Yemen, which the British called Aden, but it's in fact the Arabic Aden. And that's how I wish to say it, because it's their city. We borrowed it for a while in the old imperialist way, but now unfortunately it's embroiled in a proxy civil war, which is not good for people having a tough time. A salute to anyone in Aden and Sana'a, the big city up north in Yemen. Yes, so I think that covers that question.
So in other words, Steve Parker was asking what your recovery schedule is between marathons.
Okay, recovery schedule. So after this marathon, I have a recovery drink, which is full of, what is it, protein? Okay.
Yes, I'd say yes. It is. Yes.
I don't think you have to lean in so much. I think.
Yes. No. Sorry. I was putting my my headset back on. So.
You're doing that thing, and the award goes.
I know. I am, aren't I?
Which everyone leans in. They don't need to lean in.
It is. I'm leaning into a mic stand. Yes.
Oh.
I'll sort this out.
So it's a protein shake, yeah, at the end of.
I think it is. I was only slightly hesitant, but no, I think it is. No, it's the Rego recovery shake you have at the end of the day. Yeah. It's not a carb thing. So I have a protein shake then, and then I have nothing until I eat after my show. My show is from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. London time, and so after that, then I have a decent meal to refuel, and that is carbohydrates and proteins. That's my big carbs. The body responds well to that, and then we drive home about. I get home at about. What do we finish at? So finish at 8. Get home about 9:30. Is it? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think about that.
And then it's just relaxing a bit and then go to bed. So I try to go to bed 10:30, 11. Yeah, I think up to 11 because I have to wash my kit every night and then make sure it's drying. So it's out of the washing machine and drying, which I do myself to make sure that it's warm and dry in the morning and clean. and then up at 8, breakfast at 9, and then we leave at 10, me and Sarah, to come here for 10:30, about an hour and a half, trying to get the things we have to do when we get here sorted out. And there are interviews coming in and stuff, so I'm going to do an interview tomorrow on ITV in the morning for Lorraine. I think about 9:10 in the morning, something like that. Talked to Lorraine, who's just a very supportive human being. She definitely helps make humanity great, so that's wonderful. Good talking to her again, because she was there. Sorry, you were saying I talked to Lorraine on the 2009
Yes,
run,
yeah.
which is 11 years ago.
11 years ago, yeah. Yeah, nearly coming up to 12, well, 11 and a half years ago, yeah. Yeah. So that's it, and then I'm back around 12, and I have porridge and some blueberries and some honey at 11 a.m. London time before setting off at 12 London time. And I'm saying London time, you notice I'll say New York time or LA time or Paris time. It seems a bit easier, or you can use BST or GMT and Pacific Standard Time, and I think everyone gets a little confused on those, but if you just say the time in the city, then people get the hang of it. And Mumbai time, which is half an hour out from that. And there are some places, some cities, some parts of the world where the time is a quarter of an hour out, or 3/4. Well, yeah. It's I didn't know that. I thought there was half-hour ones. I didn't know 3/4
Yeah.
or a quarter. Okay.
yeah. If you search all through them, I don't know. I think you have to list all of them. Just track down with your finger. You do an online search, and you'll come up with it.
I think I remember at one point, I think it's an island that was close to the international date line. I think switched days. I think one New Year. I can't remember who that was.
wow.
But yeah.
Oh, I do know that. How is it? It's North Brisbane. I think Brisbane doesn't go into summertime in. Is it Queensland in Australia? Is
Yes,
it
I think so. I'm going to check. Everyone from Australia
it's-
says this.
Yes. Forgive me, Australia, if I'm getting states wrong here, but I think you're up in Queensland, on the Gold Coast, so definitely. So Brisbane, and I think you don't change time. Melbourne and Sydney are the same and flip in the summer, and Adelaide is half an hour behind Melbourne and Sydney, so it stays close, even though they're much further west. And if you look on a map, you see Adelaide is a lot further west, but Brisbane stays there, and that way it's the other cities are going behind it, and then parity with it, and then behind it. And I think Adelaide jumps up in front of it, and then behind it, and in front of it. Anyway, it's a little bit complex, but they're making that work in the 21st century. And shout out to Yassine Bellows. Just sent me a text. I'm not sure if he's watching. Oh yes, maybe. So thanks, Yassine. Yassine, very good, funny stand-up. Do watch Histoire avec les chaussettes. History avec les chaussettes. I think it's Histoire avec les chaussettes on YouTube. And they do very funny stuff in English, in French, but they're starting doing it in English. I think the subtitles, my brother, Mark, has done for them, so you can switch on the subtitles. But it's great puppet stuff, good comedy out there. And we'll be talking to him, no doubt, when I get to Paris on the 28th, because my gig will be in French. Oh, I've got to practice German for the 12th.
Oh yes, that's coming up.
It's only 7 days away. Oh. Guten Abend. Alles auf Deutschland und Österreich. Everyone in Germany and Austria. And and then Trier, a part of Schweiz, of Switzerland. You are German speakers. The Zurich part. So, still haven't done a German gig in Zurich, so I have to do that. But ein Show alles auf Deutsch, es ist gut für mich zu machen. Es ist gut für meinen Kopf, brain, meinen Hirn. I can't remember what brain is in German, but it's good for my brain to be doing gigs in different languages. Yeah, because as we know, dementia later on, well, dementia can kick in ridiculously early, so bear that in mind. But if your mind is active and working on things, puzzles, Sudokus, crosswords, learning new languages, speaking new languages, that's deemed to be helpful. Oh.
So maybe this actually seems we have a few flags in front of you. Here's a question from Elada Eva. Asks, how did the line about the cunning use of the flag come from in terms of colonialism?
Well, I think actual lines just come into my head. I wanted to talk, it's from the Dress to Kill show that I did. And the double Emmy winning Dress to Kill, which was nice of them. And merci Yassine, another message from Yassine there coming. And yeah, so I thought, let's talk about imperialism. And imperialism was, if you think about it, if you track it all the way back, imperialism was done by any country who had enough power to do it in the olden days. By the time America got to it, with Roosevelt going into Harry Truman, and then Eisenhower, who was Republican, but a sensible Republican, in the sense of not extreme right wing, where things are happening today in America, all about the fight for the soul of American democracy, and hopefully that President Biden, we just got to go in. He's got to be president, and the attempted stealing of the election by Trump. That is what is happening. You can try and be very balanced and equitable. He's trying to steal. He's trying to persuade people to be with him in stealing the election. But we hope that doesn't happen. But yeah, it's talking about imperialism, and America, sort of post-Second World War, was more having spheres of influence, rather than what we used to do in Europe, which is just invade and say, right, now we run your country. And with India, it was 100,000 British people running about a country of about 100 million. And running, in Bunny Road is it was something that had to stop, and something, we must say, Churchill was very much against stop it. It was the Labour Party that pushed that through, and Churchill was dead against it. He did love his being imperial. That was the source of friction between him and Roosevelt. But yeah, so I was going to talk about that. So I was talking about it, and the cutting use of flags just came into my head, as I do, as the lines come out of my head as you're talking away, because I leave it open. I leave my mind open to come up with. So I just noticed, I started talking about the flag, and I realized in the early days some countries didn't have a flag, but we did, so we stuck it in there and said, no, this is ours now. We stuck a flag in there. Is it good? Is it working? Thanks. People donating down here at Riverside. People in the COVID-safe bubbles. Just doing daily exercise or daily walk. And yeah, so that's how that happened.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of people on Facebook just asking about what is Zwift. So I want it would be good to tell everyone quite what that is.
So Zwift, if you go to the apps, it should be in whatever smart tablet, smartphone you have, you can download a Zwift app, Zwift. They're one of our sponsors, along with Mizuno, Hydrate, and they make this all happen. Anyway, what they do is they've got an app for virtual running. So you need a treadmill, I think, or you might be able to do it without, but everyone's basically talking about treadmills. So if you don't have a treadmill, that's tricky, but I suppose with deliveries happening these days, you might be able to get one. But if you haven't got the money, then I'm sorry about that situation, because obviously it's a financial thing there. You have to get one of these, but if you do that, you can make it sync up. You need to get a sensor or a foot pod you strap onto your laces of one of your shoes, or there's a sensor that can tell the belt, and these Woodway machines I'm on. This one has got a built-in link that the Zwift app can pick up what sensor you're using. It says as you load things up, you sort of register yourself, put yourself on there, and then you can go out and anywhere in the world. This is the beautiful thing. Anywhere in the world, you can okay, it's slightly tricky, but you have to get a second app, which has also got a big Z on it, but it's blue, not the orange one, but the blue one. So you need both the orange and the blue. The Zwift companion app, and then you can go on and search for me, follow me, and then you can find me and run with me at any time of the day. Come and run and join. So that's the interesting thing. So even if I've started running, you can come and join. But you need something to show the app that your belt is turning, and I suppose the easiest thing is a stride pod, is a foot pod. I think Zwift do a cheap one. If you look online, you'll find these running foot pods that link up, and I think the Zwift do one. That's probably extra. But once you're there, you can come and join. You can choose how you look, your avatar. And my avatar, she's out there, got a short ponytail. My ponytail is a bit longer, but they keep adding things, so maybe I'll get a long ponytail at a certain point. And she's in a blue top, I'm in a blue top. She's in pink shorts, I'm in red leggings, so it's as close as I can get at the moment. And then you can send messages online, and you can do a thumbs up, and all sorts of stuff like that. So that's what Zwift is. It's essentially running. It's also good. It's more known for cycling. So they started with cycling, and they were doing it a lot, linking in. I think they did sponsorship of the Tour de France during last year's COVID 2020 situation, but now we're working together, and they have a One Zwift for All policy, very positive, inclusive, make humanity great again. They like the sound of that. So yeah, so that's how that's all working.
I think we were trying to figure out whether you could use a foot pod and go for a run outside if you're allowed wherever you are with your...
Say again?
I think we were trying to find out, I need to check in actually with the guys at Zwift, whether you can put a foot pod on your shoelace and run outside, subject to being allowed to do that wherever you are with COVID restrictions. And I don't know that yet. I'm going to check and find that out as well.
Okay.
And we've got actually a couple of questions from Peter Dillon. Yes, first one, which is sort of a short one, I'll tell you both. First one is, how many marathons have you done so far to date? And the second one is, what subject matter do you feel you don't know enough about and would like to know more about?
So, how many marathons have I done so far? Well, actual ones for charity. Actual ones for charity. What are we now on? 105. If this is my sixth. If this is my sixth, I've done 104. This will be my 105th because I did 99 up to this point, and but I've done more for training and stuff. And I try and do one every other week as well. What was the other question?
The other question was, what subject? Oh, I'm just going to get back the exact words. It was, what subject would you do you feel you don't know enough about and you'd like to know more? Like any subject. Yes. What subject matter do you feel you don't know enough about and would like to know more about?
Well, I suppose I've tried to know a little, or a certain amount, or a working amount, say, on all subjects that I'm interested in. I'm moving, I wish to become an elected politician. I'm an activist at the moment, and I do know a decent degree on a number of different things that affect us politically in our country, or in our continent, or in our world. I suppose I'd like to ramp all of those up to a very high level. I think it's impossible to know everything. You need to be able to work with experts. You choose your experts when you get into a position. So you say, can I work with you? Can I talk to you? Because you're very knowledgeable in this area, and so they will help get your expertise up, and also they can advise you on different situations. So yeah, I don't think you can ever get all the information in your head. But yes, that is. There's no one thing. I think I need to know more about this. I don't know anything about this. Yeah. No, because the great thing about these days is you can get information. You can search online and find that information about a lot of things. Just read up on them, and then you get a basic information, and you can advance from there. So
yeah, what was it we were trying to figure out recently was how countries borrow money. That was a thing, or what bank countries borrow from, and yeah, I don't know that. It's interesting as a realm of economics, isn't it? But
yes, indeed. Governments issue bonds, which helps them raise money when they need to borrow money. And you have the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, but issuing of bonds seems to be the main way of doing it. And they can be bought by people in your own country and other people around the world, actually. But yeah, that's the Keynesian economics up against pushing back on Hayekian economics, which Margaret Thatcher was in love with, and General Pinochet was in love with, and it pushed people back into very bad situations. And Keynesian economics is more, the nuances between those two, well, not nuances, but the differences between those two. And economics is a subject that can be very dry, but you need to apply it, you need to understand that. I think most people in average lives want to know the economics of their own household in that situation. And that's what happens when government go to a polling station and they say, this will be the situation and how it will apply to you, as opposed to the macroeconomics of running the country, which gets very complicated. And the trouble, I think a lot of people look at politics and think politics is, it's so complicated. And then you get simplistic politicians coming by and saying, here's a simplistic way of looking at it. A lot of people go for that. There's always right-wing politicians just do one or two things and everything will be fine. Never worked, didn't work in the 1930s, and it won't work now. So the true problem about real politics is life and politics is as complicated as it looks. And you remember as a kid, it didn't seem that complicated. But as you get older, you realize, no, it is. It's really complicated, and we politicians, we activists and politicians, we have to get out a clear message that's not oversimplified like the simplistic politicians. Some people call them the populists, but they always have a minority vote. And it is trying to get a clear vision my world vision is everyone should have in the world should have the right to have a fair chance in life. That line, that's it. That's what I'm fighting for. And it's got to be everyone in the world. It can't be just our country. It can't go into this nationalism, this 1930s stuff. It doesn't work. Some people feel good about it, but patriotism, yes. Proud of my country, yes. But never saying my country is better than your country. That's nationalism. But be absolutely as patriotic as you can be. Proud of your country, all the good things the country's done. And you know, in Britain we've done imperialism, taking other people's countries. I'm not proud of that. And it's not. It tends to be the more positive things that we do now, creatively, socially. The fact that I'm a trans woman, I can exist doing this right now without having people at the window saying, no, you're not allowed to do that. It's these positive, inclusive things, tolerant things moving forward, as opposed to the negative things. I'm fighting, and I think this century, I've mentioned it before, 21st century, coming of age of humanity, this century. And we're going to decide it all this century, next 80 years. We've got to try and get a fair world for everyone, as fair as we can, or I don't know if we're going to make it. And those are the stakes. That's what I believe.
Kind of liked what you were saying.
Oh,
it's very...
don't we have to?
Oh yes, we're just waiting to connect, so
Okay.
we still have a little bit of time, I think. But actually, I'll pass on to Ian, get an update from Ian.
Ian, are you there? Ian's doing things. So it's back to you, sir. Oh. Okay. Sarah, you're
Yes,
back
I
on.
think I think Dave is about to tell us we're good to go. So I'll stop my questions for now. Thanks everyone on Facebook. That's great.
Eddie, coming live to Colonialism.
Hi, Claire. Hi there. Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. I don't think Claire can hear me, Ian.
Hear you?
Oh, you can? It's
Yes.
Eddie. You can hear me? Eddie here. Can you see me?
Yes, I can. In a small little doobry on the screen.
Yeah, Ian, we're going to zoom in, aren't we, on me? Do that zoom in shot. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Ian, if you're still with it.
I know what you mean.
I'm talking to Ian upstairs, but has he got that? Oh, well, I'll deal with that. Anyway, welcome
get on
to
that.
my 6-hour podcast, and you are I believe, an ambassador for, is it iPro Sport? Is that I'm being sponsored by
Yeah.
iPro Hydrate. Is that linked? Does that link
No,
together?
I'm not an ambassador for
Oh, no.
iPro Sport.
Oh.
I just I know about it. I know the people who do it.
I understand. I apologise.
But I hear it's playing a big role in your support for your support system.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes, it's definitely there, and they're being helpful because we get it for free, and along with the other couple of sponsors, it helps me just to get to the end of the 6 hours, because I don't know if you run or swim or cycle or anything, but it's if you do long ones, you just got to keep going, and
Yeah.
I need that sustain. But you do your own positive
And
drink.
I have my own tequila brand. I've created my own tequila brand,
There,
so it's a little different. And that could keep you going too for long.
Yes, I wonder-
Maybe dancing on the tables.
That would give me a spike going upwards, and then I'd fall off into a distance. And I believe I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but we were born in the same year, I believe.
I haven't seen when you were born, but I would say that if you're around 23, then we're about the same age.
Yes, 23. That's it. I'm sort of 22, 23 in my head. That's the age I stay at. And have you lived here most of your life? Because I was just looking you up on Wikipedia. It said Brazil.
Yes, well, I was born in Brazil, and but we travelled around a lot as a child and lived in the States, lived all over Europe, and then came to England, which I've been here sort of all the time since I was about 13. So,
Right.
and then I was lucky enough to very early on to start working with Kenny Everett, who I'm sure you must have known and met too through your...
I'm afraid I was, nothing happened for me career-wise until 1990, so I never met Kenny Everett. I mean, and he did all those amazing shows. I know you were in the shows, but particularly Bohemian Rhapsody, from Queen's maybe greatest hit, the song, he made that happen by playing it endlessly on his radio show in the UK, which is, that was him. That was kind of an amazing thing. So how long did that show run?
Oh, well, I worked with Kenny on the BBC for about 8 to 9 years it ran, but it was just like being in a giant cartoon. It wasn't really like work. It was just it was just wonderful. You just go in, laugh all day, and make bits up, because he wasn't very good at learning lines. But this is something that you're having to do, not only having to physically exert yourself to the brim and so selflessly. For it's, I know many people must say that, but it just really hits you how selfless you are. Not only selfless, but you're proactively selfless. To make change, to bring about change, but from the power of the community, to enlighten the community, to enlighten people, to ignite people's, desire to make better. So it's not just, it's very different. Your approach is huge, and to put 31 marathons in 31 days, and on top of what you've already been doing, and then have to go and do a show in a gig in the evening. I mean, the toll on you must be incredible.
Well, it's weird. As I'm talking to you now, I feel pretty good. But when I started this thing up again, I just immediately feel rotten. And just before it, I feel okay. It's weird. You get there and because I've stopped running from 6 p.m.-ish, 6:20 last night. So the body is thinking, yeah, okay, I can walk around all right. But I get back on this thing and it's tough. And it's very monotonous, this one. I can't see anything,
Yeah. It must be really difficult to keep, if you're passing trees or different landscapes to run on, it's a completely different adventure. But this must be just so... How do you find the difference? Comparing mile for mile or kilometer for kilometer, is it much different?
Yeah, I would say on the body, on the legs and the body, it's probably easier. It's probably slightly more bouncy. I can't trip over paving stones. I have tripped a number of times. As the legs get tired, they sort of drag almost, and then any flagstone sticking up a bit and boom, over you go. So I have done that a number of times. On this, you probably won't do that, but you could fall off the back. But the psychological thing seems much harder on this. Maybe I'll get used to it. Maybe when I get to 10, 15, 16 is the halfway point. Once I've done 16 marathons, so maybe I'll be used to it. And then when I go outside, once I start training again, when I've finished all this, I'll probably find outdoors really weird. But
is there that point, you mentioned 16, is there that point in the amount of marathons that you're doing that you think, okay, now you have a natural boost to get through the remaining?
Yes, in a way, it's a little bit artificial. I kind of make them up. So 10 is I think 10 marathons I have found from doing previous ones. So after 10, it's like, round number, a full 10, and the brain and the body feel synced up. There is something that happens there, which could be artificial, but that's that. 16 is 15 and a half. It's the halfway point. So when I hit 16, in my head, I think of it as downhill from here on, which of course it is, and it's actually on the straight and level, but it just feels each one you do after that, there's less to do than you've done. So I'm constantly reaching out and trying to make up things that will help me psychologically get through. And I'm talking to your good self and a number of people today. That helps me. And even though I'm huffing and puffing here, it's still better than just feeling my legs or my legs are sending messages up to my brain saying, stop this, what are you doing? And I need to block those out.
That's a double determination. That's not only a mental determination, to block it out. It's a physical determination to keep going.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you stop at any time or take a break, or do you find this much harder to?
No, I do. It's I'm trying to take a break every hour. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm taking a break whenever I need to. I take about a 5-minute break, sometimes to get more food in me, sometimes just for a loo, to go to the loo. But I have found in previous challenges that as I get further down the line, I need to take less breaks, and I can power through more. So
if you could click your fingers.
Yeah.
And if it was all over, where would you be? Where would you go now? What would you be doing if you could just, if you weren't allowed to be on doing the running,
right,
and could just do it? Where would you click your finger? What part of the world or what place would you be in?
I would probably, okay, here's a bizarre one. I'd like to be doing my stand-up show, but improvising in French, German, or Spanish, or Arabic or Russian, which are on my list, because I've already done shows where I developed them by improvising, and I've already done this, and it's actually quite hard. But afterwards, it's such a, you feel so good. I was doing it in Berlin and Paris essentially. I did a whole lot of shows in Paris and a whole lot in Berlin, and
you loved it.
Sorry?
Loved it.
Well, after a while, I loved it. So immediately when you first start improvising, you're thinking, what is the word for this? What is the word for that? You have to ask the audience, wie sagt man this? Or, ¿cómo se dice? No, that's Spanish ones. But you can ask the audience, they'll help you. And when you've done a show, it just feels wonderful. And you're kind of having it's a working holiday. You're somewhere in a different city. And it just feels really good because you feel like you're challenging yourself, the elements, doing something positive. And
your audience is involved. Your audience is really goes away feeling as if they're part of the show.
Yeah, they do feel supportive, and they do help me. Comment est-ce qu'on dit? You know, I say in French. Qu'est-ce que c'est le mot? What is the word for cat? C'est le chat. I knew that. Yeah. So I would just talk to them, and then I'll jump up and down, and I find that. Because in comedy, you can do very broad comedy, which is knockabout and falling over, and I think Kenny Everett was maybe the supreme expert at that. He did stuff that was really quite broad, but it was really rather beguiling. It sort of cut through so many levels, and I assume you'll know this, but it was were you on BBC One or BBC Two?
BBC One. Well, we did both.
Yeah. Well, BBC One, if you're on BBC One, then they put you on that because you're getting such big audiences. And he was breaking a lot of rules in that way. And I can't do what Kenny did and what you were doing in part of that. And my stuff is more ideas and words and crazy little stories that I do. But it's beautiful to do it in another language.
But it would be great if you had a series that took you around, you know, that you literally jogged to your next gig. You marathoned to your next gig and in a different language. I mean, that would be a fantastic. That
would be interesting, but I've decided to do these for free. So if I started doing them, because if I did that, then they'd say, okay, we'll pay you this to do that, and that would slightly change the zeitgeist of what I'm doing. All the runs I do for raising money to try and make humanity great, and I like that, and I've decided, yes, I will earn nothing out of that. In fact, just lose money because I have to pay for certain things, and that's great. That's my deal with the thing. So that's how it's going to work. But last February, I did run through all the cities. We're celebrating Nicosia, Cyprus at the moment. Today on Math at 6, and I ran through Nicosia on the 6th of February last year. But I didn't do shows afterwards, except in Paris and London. But now I am doing shows.
So once you complete the marathons, do you want to set the next lot up, or
No.
can you let yourself relax a bit?
I will relax a bit. I will keep match fit. I think match fit for life is a nice place to be. So I'll keep running training marathons one a week, probably that one every 2 weeks. But I will relax from that and we'll see where we are with COVID. but hopefully we get to a better and better place this year.
Yeah.
But I think we all want to go back into normal life.
Yeah,
If we
absolutely.
possibly can.
Absolutely.
So I will.
I mean, I do every day. I do, exercises at home. But for you to, how long does it take for you to really to get, when you say life fit? How long would that take you to do? Do you reckon?
Well, I think I'm at that. I call it match fit for life. So it's like wild animals. When a tiger, lion, or a hunter or a huntee, or like giraffe or whatever, if they're being chased, or if they're running for their lives, or if they're being hunting, they're all super fit. You've never seen an out of fit tiger, an out of fit giraffe, an out of shape rhinoceros. You just don't see them.
No, exactly.
And that's what I want to be, and that's what we were in the old days when we were hunter-gatherers, hunting and searching and moving. Running to hunt was our daily, or if not, it was the thing we did most days, every week. And so we stayed match fit for life. Maybe we had shorter lives, but these bodies, I feel, are designed to be worked, and they need to be worked.
That's very true. I mean, and I think also that goes with hunting and gathering is what you put inside your system too.
Yes, exactly. Yes, they were doing those hunter-gatherers. They were eating organic stuff because they couldn't do anything else.
And are you very strict about your diet?
Say again?
Are you very strict about your diet, about your fuel?
I'm more strict than I was. I'm better than I was. I try not to be too tough on myself, but I used to just eat a lot of sugary stuff, and I've tried to cut that down to almost nothing. I think bits of stuff, I might do, white wine spritzer, but I'll just have a small glass of wine and 2/3 of sparkling water with it. So that, but then sugar things occasionally. Trouble is, when I'm running, I can eat anything. I'm encouraged just eat stuff. I'm not encouraged to do that, but there is more of a license to, because you've got to get some fuel in.
But you must burn thousands of calories. I mean, a day. You must be able to eat thousands of calories.
I believe so, but it's all lined up, and I'm eating decent food. And when I ran in South Africa, that was a great shape I got into there. But it's something I'm constantly working at. But my natural tendency is I've got a very sweet tooth, and apparently that comes from our old, hunter-gatherer times. If we found any honey, it would be rare, so we would gorge upon it, because that's the only time you're going to get it. Otherwise that would go, or some other animal would take it away. So you didn't have a fridge or a bag to take it in, so you just take it all. And so a lot of us who do this gorging stuff on sweet stuff, I believe that's a hereditary trait in human beings. When we found it, we would take it all in, and then we wouldn't have sugar for maybe 2 weeks. But now because you can do it every day, every hour, and it's a problem for us. Yeah.
So are you getting ready for your break?
Yes, I'm going to have a break in about 4 minutes. At 5:02, I'll have a little break.
Truly, I do know your work. I do absolutely have a huge and throbbing admiration for you. I don't say it lightly, and what you're doing now to inspire, I just feel inspired just knowing that you're doing, to be able to speak with you about it. I feel like I want to do some of your work and spread the word for you, and I just think what you're doing is huge. It's a time that the communities are closer, that change will come from the people, because of COVID to a great extent has made people look at their lives differently, don't you think?
Yes, I do think so, and there is people who are analysing this, saying we can come out of this more positive and reaching out and making stronger connections, or we might come out some people might come out more negatively and saying, well, I don't want to care for other people, it's just us we want to care for. So I think it's got to be together, because it's one world and we're all human beings, and I want all of us to have a fair chance in life. So that's what I'm running in Brazil as well as in the UK, and everywhere in the world.
Have you run in Brazil?
I haven't, but I will get there. Unfortunately, my Portuguese isn't so good. I'm learning Castilian Spanish, which won't quite get. I can't play in that language in Brazil. I have to play in English, I think. And
Well, your whole vibe and aura will be adored by the Brazilians. They just know that you're just a fantastic person just by looking at you, and that you will be very welcome there, I know.
well, thank you for saying that. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for talking to us and saying such wonderful words. I appreciate your encouragement.
Well, you're an absolute icon of absolute, I don't know, the lovely, you don't have to be doing this, and you are, and that just says such a huge amount to us all. And if I could be of any help in any way, it would be my honor.
Thank you very much, Cleo. You take care.
You too. All my love.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. I'm gonna have a quick break at 5 to the hour, and then be back on at 1 o'clock talking to Jonathan Wilson. At the end, you're going to put more details on our screen, aren't you?
Yes, I will. And I have
Hi
a microphone
there.
as well, so I can now talk to you again.
Yeah, it's excellent. Back with the microphone. Hi there. Hi, everyone. Take care. Stay safe. No problem. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Oh. Okay, powering down now. Can I get onto thingy, or can you just say going for loo break?
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want a tray.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. The thing, so. Okay.
Eddie, taking you right at Jonathan, honestly.
Okay. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi Eddie, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you? You're in Nicosia at the moment.
No, I'm in Limassol actually.
Oh.
I have a business based in Limassol, have done for the last 11 years.
But you're in Cyprus. Is that Cyprus?
I'm actually in Cyprus in Limassol, sitting outside the Four Seasons Hotel.
Excellent, excellent. Well, and your brother is Chris Wilson, who is helping us do all this stuff, doing a lot of hard work for us.
Yes, he is. He got in touch with me a couple of days ago and asked me if I would talk to you a little bit about Cyprus and give you a flavour of what's it. Although I believe you've been to Cyprus. Was it last year you did a marathon here?
Well, on this very day, 11 months ago. So I ran through 28 capital cities in Europe in February of last year, and now I'm doing it in January virtually. So on the 5th, what do we know? The 6th of February, I was in Nicosia running around doing my marathon, doing my 6th.
You've not done the Limassol marathon then?
No, I haven't. I haven't done any organised marathons at all. I just measure them and go and do them. You see, this is the beautiful thing about me. And my time is kind of all over the place, and if I'm filming or touring, so I find that it's easy for me just to say I want to do a marathon next Tuesday. Okay, let's go there, and I just do it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. That's
Fantastic. So was it Milan you were in yesterday virtually?
No, we were in Valletta, Malta. Valletta, the capital of Malta. And before that was Rome. For Italy, of course, Madrid. For Spain, Lisbon. For Portugal, and we started off in London, of course, for the UK on day one. So, and it will go on. It will go on. And then I do a gig afterwards. You might have heard this, but
yeah, I heard you do a stand-up. I was just laughing to the producer. I said, if it was me, I think I'll be doing a sit-down.
I know. Well, you'll actually find that I was doing last night. I was doing for the first time. I've never thought psychologically I could sit. I'm sitting on a kind of a tall leaning or sitting. I'm sitting really on a 2/3 stool. You know, one of those bar stools.
Yeah.
So I am very tired, and I almost fell asleep last night during the gig, which was curious. But it's but it's good,
so do you know much history of Cyprus? Did you look into it at all when you were over? Or were you here?
I know, as I was saying a bit earlier on the stream, that I tend to know a base amount. I know Cyprus obviously has a long and varied history down the years, but more recent decades in the late 1900s, there was I'm trying to choose my words here carefully. He ended up being split, and some forces came over, and now there's a Turkish section and a Greek section, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, and a UN buffer zone. And
that's right. Well, that actually happened in 1974, actually.
74,
yeah. Yeah, the Turkish invaded and took the north. So there's an awful lot of people in the south, in the Republic of Cyprus, who are displaced, refugees in their own country, actually.
Wow. And that's still not sorted out, is it? That's still an ongoing problem.
No, it's still ongoing. The United Nations are still there in the divided city of Nicosia, as it were, patrolling the buffer zone. But there's lots of things going on. They're trying and find a way to reconcile the two sides of the island.
Yeah.
But it's not easy. The Turkish are continuing trying to drill in the sea here, claiming it was theirs for gas, which is there. So there's lots of politics and lots of things going on. There've been various conferences trying to find a way through. But after so many years, I don't know really whether it will happen or if it's possible to happen.
Well, let's say never, because you, of course, remember the November 1989 with the Berlin Wall. We didn't see that moving, did we?
No, not at all. That was very much of a shock and a surprise.
Yeah, so I think we'll never say never, and we'll try and hope that humanity would win. There's actually, you may know the answers to this, but why did the Turkish administration, government, at that time in '74, why did they feel, it might have been a military that was running it, why did they feel they were allowed to invade? Was it historically, had it swapped ownerships over the years, or what?
Yeah, well, Cyprus has swapped ownership over many, many years, hundreds and hundreds of years. But there's always been Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots living on the island. And the Turkish decided that they wanted to have more of it, shall we say,
yes.
and control it. And even to this day, the North is not recognised as a country or a republic or anything by any nation at all.
That is a sad thing. I noticed on the flag of the flag we have here for Cyprus, there is an olive branch there, which is a nice thing, and we must hold on to that. And I know when I was running in Nicosia, I talked to someone, he said, you know, nothing has moved. Maybe nothing can move, but you know, younger generations come forward, things change. I mean, we're right at a time where I think politics, I don't know what you think, I think politics can either swing very far, even, you know, to the right and even further to the right, stuff that's going on in America now, or in Europe as well, around the world, or it could come back to more balanced, more moderate, more reasonable, live and let live, tolerant way.
I think so, especially with this, you know, with this COVID pandemic, you know, there's lots of things, you know, life has changed, so there's no reason why the rest of life can't change as well, to be honest.
And I think anyone who's got a positive heart, I think one thing about moderates, people who are live and let live, inclusive, we tend not to be very strident. And people who are more extreme will shout, will fight in the streets, will get really angry. And a lot of moderate people will say, "Whoa, that seems very heavy. I will back off." And I think the extremists know this. They know that the violence or the implied violence within a way of working. In some demonstrations, you know, those people in Washington yesterday, that was a violent demonstration. These people supporting Trump. Trump is trying to do an attempted coup and try to steal the election. That is not right, and they've got to say. Someone once said to me, or recently someone said, you need to be balanced on each side. But if one side is saying 2 and 2 is 4, the other side is saying 2 and 2 is 5. No, one side is wrong, and Trump is wrong. And if you're backing that up, it's just not right, and that we will lose ourselves down that way.
We will, and democracy and everything else, it's a long way to go. I'm amazed how you can talk as well as jog along like that. It's amazing. You must be very fit, very fit, Eddie.
Well, Jonathan, it's my lifesaver is the talking, even though I can hardly get the words out. As I'm talking to you, my mind's going off. And I'm looking up here and trying to formulate sentences, thinking about different situations, and I'm not thinking about the legs. And that's the good thing.
Don't blame you.
The legs are just going, we're fine at the moment.
Cool. Tell you what, have you ever been scuba diving, Eddie?
I have once. I think it's once. I did scuba, and then I did a bit of snorkeling as well, which was wonderful once I'd worked out how to do the scuba. So why'd you bring that up?
Well, no, because I own a dive centre here, and I don't know whether you know, but I'll give you a bit more history. But in 1980, in Larnaca, which is between Nicosia and Limassol, on its maiden voyage, a roll-on, roll-off cargo ferry sunk.
All right.
And it is one of the top 10 wreck dives in the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it sunk with all its lorries on board. It's 180 metres long. Huge thing.
Now, 2 questions on that. One, you're bringing it up in case I would like to go and do that. Is that
absolutely?
Well, okay, I'll bear that in the back of mind, even though that scares the bejeebers out of me, because I mean, maybe if it's lorries, underwater lorries, that's not so scary. But when you say one of the top 10, I assume I thought. Did people? Hopefully, people didn't die in that sinking, or very few.
No. Nobody died. What happened, actually, if you're interested, is that on its maiden voyage, the computer ballast system broke.
All right.
Maintains it like this. And they thought they'd mended it when they brought it over here, but it hadn't. So they got to Larnaca, and they wanted to put it in the port in Larnaca to mend it, but they wouldn't allow it in the port because if it sunk, which it did, it would block the port here. So they pulled it out, and they were trying to mend this computer ballast system, pumping water in, pumping water out, etc. And it didn't succeed, and down she went.
Well, I think that probably is a nice wreck, because I suppose if you have ancient wrecks that you're looking over, people have passed away a long time ago, and so, well, I think with the Titanic, James Cameron and Robert Ballard tried to be very, particularly Robert Ballard, he was the one who found it, tried to be very humane, sensible about it.
They are grave sites, aren't
yes,
they? So
they
it has
are.
to be very,
And we need to respect that, but I suppose with your one, it's not. It's just it's a curious. It's like an aquarium, isn't it? I suppose aquarium with fish
absolutely.
and lorries and fish.
Yeah, and it's an amazing site. It's quite deep though, Eddie. It's sort of 90 metres down to sort of 42, which is the limit to recreational diving, 42 metres.
Well,
so it's deep.
I'm not gonna go with that challenge, because I'm a little, there's certain things that worry me a bit.
Well, if you come over to do the Limassol Marathon, which is the end of November, towards the end of November, which is a lovely marathon actually, because it's all along the coast road, so you're right by the sea basically.
That is nice. I think I've never done, as I mentioned earlier, I've never done an organised one. No, maybe I was saying that to Cleo just before. I tend to say, right, Tuesday I'm going to do a marathon, and they will never set up an organised marathon for you on Tuesday.
Yeah, sure.
So I usually find 21k, half a marathon to run. I run there, then I just run back, and I do my own one, and I do it on my own, and I'm quite used to that, and it's very, I can just do it I can start when I want, finish when I want.
Sure.
That's my kind of thing, but running by the seaside sounds, especially down in the Mediterranean where you are, sounds beautiful.
Oh, it is. It's a lovely run right along the seafront and then back round again. So it's the full marathon. In fact, we get some very famous runners, the Kenyans, etc., come over, and they usually win. I think the last 2019, it's a Kenyan that won. I think did it in 2 hours and 19 minutes. I think, or 2 hours 17.
Yeah,
something crazy.
They're getting very close down to the 2 hour. In fact, one person I believe, with a certain amount of, who was indoors and a certain amount of bells and whistles, but has broken the 2 hours. But it's the Ethiopians and the Kenyans. They're just beating the pants off everyone else. And fair play to them. Good for them. They obviously don't.
We'll see what happens with the COVID as well, as to whether it will be able to take place again this year, because it was done virtually last year, actually.
Yes, but if we get macro and look at this in a 50-year period of history, which we probably the best thing to do right at the moment, this will be a thing that, you'll know Spanish flu probably if you know your history.
Yeah.
I think 50 to 60 million died then, and it was horrific. Just after 10 million that died in the trenches, hardly moving a few meters, a few yards. So these things happen, and hopefully we can rebloom. I'm believing a lot in the younger generation. I hope the new generations coming through are colour inclusive and LGBT inclusive, and men and women that can do whatever they feel they wish to do in life. Jobs, things, special forces, men and women, athletics, football. It's a great 21st century. Could be a brilliant century, or it could be not so good.
It could be the other way, unfortunately. We're waiting to hear about what further measures they're going to take here. We're here on Friday.
Right.
But the rumour is that we're going to go into the very strict lockdown that we had in March, April.
Gotcha.
Whereby we weren't allowed out of the house unless you sent a text message and got approval, and then only allowed out for an hour.
Wow. You had it heavier than we've ever had it.
Well, we had it very small. The airports were shut, ports were shut, everything was locked down literally for 2-3 months, and it did the trick.
Yeah.
But of course, as soon as you open things up again, as we all know, you get the second waves and blah blah blah.
I wonder if your method. I know New Zealand had a very successful lockdown, and hopefully they're in a better condition. So hopefully we can learn something. Which countries did? I think a shorter, sharper shock of a lockdown seemed to be better. A fuller lockdown than the gradual one that we did in the UK didn't seem to work so well.
Yeah, I know. Yes, it's just one of those things. So fingers crossed these vaccines will do the trick and we'll be able to get back to some sort of normality sooner rather than later. Because certainly in Cyprus, it's decimated the tourism business here, absolutely decimated it.
Yes, which must be a big part of your GDP.
It's about 27%, Eddie.
Yeah. Well,
So it's really bad. There were 48,000 less flights into the island last year than the year before.
Holy cow. Well,
Yeah,
I would say to people listening around the world, Cyprus is a wonderful place to visit.
oh, it's
and-
beautiful. I mean, it's the well, rumour has it, it's the birthplace of Aphrodite.
Oh, wow.
And
She was the goddess
just
of-
outside Limassol, there's Aphrodite's Rock. And the rumour, or the myth is, if you swim around it 3 times, you end up pregnant.
Oh, wow. And she's the goddess of love?
Aphrodite, yes.
And she's goddess of love. I forget which ones are which. Is she the goddess of
Yeah,
love?
Aphrodite, yes, goddess of love.
Yeah, goddess of love.
And evidently, there's more cats in Cyprus. I'll give you some rubbish information if you like. There's more cats in Cyprus than human beings.
Okay.
And again, the story is that when Aphrodite was shipwrecked, she had a part of the cross with her. This is the story. And the Cypriots helped save her.
Right.
And she noticed that the island, going back in mythology, had a lot of snakes. So she introduced cats here to kill the snakes, and that is why there are more cats in Cyprus than there are human beings.
And I hear there's only 3 snakes left.
Yeah. It's a beautiful place. There's so much history here, Eddie. I mean, you talked about the olive branch on the flag.
Yes.
Well, olive oil is one of the major things here. Hence the Mediterranean diet, which is very good for you.
Yeah.
Salads, fresh olive oil. It helps keep you healthy.
It sounds very beguiling right at this moment when I'm here in London, but London obviously has its wonderful things too. But I also bring up the olive branch on the Cyprus flag because I ran, the first time I did one of these big challenges was 2009, and I ran around the United Kingdom. And I didn't know how many marathons it was going to be. I decided to run from capital city to capital city in our 3 countries plus 1 province of Northern Ireland. And so I had the English flag, the English football flag, which some people thought I was being a nationalist. And no, I was doing football. So, yeah, anyway, what people read into flags anyway. So that flag for the England marathons. A Welsh flag, fantastic Welsh flag, as you'll probably know, with an amazing lion, amazing dragon on it, which should be somewhere in our flag. I think Union Jack plus a dragon, because they don't seem to be featured much in, maybe something. Anyway. Then the Scottish flag, I used the Saltire in Scotland. And in Ireland, I thought, what do I run with? You know the politics from Ireland. Anyone listening will probably know, but of course there's the Republic of the South, the tricolour, and then the Protestant community in the north would favour a Union Jack, which is really the same as the UK flag. So I tried to invent a flag. I invented a flag for Northern Ireland, and I used to live there. Now, because I lived there, I thought I had permission, and I had a wonderful time. Me and my brother, my family, we had the best time of our lives. We were there for 3 years, 64 to 67. And I started to talk like this when I was a kid. I had a Northern Irish accent, went to Ballyholme Primary School, lived in Bangor. And so I came up with a bottle green of the football team. The Northern Irish football team is in a bottle green rather than a...
Bottle green colour, sure.
So I thought that's pretty neutralish, you know, it's Northern Irishish. And in the top right-hand corner, I put a white dove of peace. And,
nice.
And I thought that was kind of nice, but I was still very tentative as to what these people in Northern Ireland would say or would feel, and I think what happened was I was running along with it, and people were looking and saying, "Who's that guy? What's he doing running with that? What's that flag there for? It seems to be the white bird flag. That's nothing." So they weren't bothered by it because it didn't seem to be their flag or anyone's flag, but I invented it for Northern Ireland. And so,
wow. Maybe you should have it patented, my friend.
Well, I don't want it patented. I just want them, if they want it, it's there. That's how I like it. You know.
Maybe throw a couple of shamrocks on it or something as well.
Well, no, see, the Dove of Peace covers both sides.
Yeah,
and the football team can have Catholic or Protestant football players in it. And that covers it for that, I think. Otherwise, you can think yourself into a box on that.
Yeah,
And,
right.
you know, as you know, 400 years of politics there, so That's
Yeah, very much both. Yes, that's for sure.
and who would
That's
know?
for sure.
Yeah, and you'll know this. I mean, the situation in Cyprus is tricky, and has been tricky for some time. But in Northern Ireland, or in the UK election, people in Northern Ireland, as you'll know, vote for their own parties in the Irish question, and it's almost
Yeah.
it's got almost nothing to do with what is happening in the rest of the country, in the sense they're not, the British Labour Party is not there, the British or the English British Labour Party, Conservative Party, Labour Party, they don't stand. It's different parties, and it's a different politics. And if you're outside looking in, you'd go, so what? How does that work? And it's tricky. But since the Good Friday Agreement, we're in a much better situation in Northern Ireland. So
It's just it's fingers crossed that Brexit keeps everything nice together and we don't have any more issues with things as well.
well, I'm afraid Brexit Britain could cause us. Yeah, we'll see what problems come down the line. I'm not in favour of
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And I'm for all of us learning to live together, work together in some shape or form. And I just think retreating into an isolated position is not good.
It's been a bank holiday here today. Actually, it's
wow.
Epiphany.
It's what? Tiffany?
Epiphany. It's a bank holiday here today.
I thought Tiffany you were saying. That's more of a jewellery one.
One of the traditions is that the priest will throw a small cross into the sea,
Yeah.
and the young guys all go diving, all like straight into the water, and try to find the cross. And whoever gets it has good luck and fortune and is blessed, etc., for the year.
Wow. Well, that's nice. I've never.
Oh, yeah, we have lots of history here. I mean, just not far from where I am is the ancient harbour, the Amorphous ancient harbour, where there's lots of stones and rocks and old amphitheatres and the monasteries. There's huge history in Cyprus for cultural tourism as well as for sun, sea and sand.
And are those amphitheatres and the things, the ancient ruins there, are they Roman?
Yeah, they date way back to even Byzantine times. So some of it is really, really old.
Yeah.
And in Surrey, they use one of them actually used as a venue for plays and things.
Ah, right. Maybe stand-up comedy, because
well, why not?
I plan to play in Athens, and the comedy people of Athens will know this. I want to come. I'm still being slow getting there, but unfortunately I have to do it in English. I'll do a little introduction in Greek, but it's at the bottom of the Parthenon. There's a wonderful
beautiful
one there. It's kind of big, but I'd love to play there. It's just amphitheaters work. The Greeks got it right. That shape, it just works.
And the sound, and considering nowadays sound systems in venues, but the amphitheatres almost naturally got fantastic acoustics.
Exactly so. And Hollywood Bowl, a place I have played twice in my life, is based on the Greek amphitheatre. So well done the Greeks for getting it right.
Absolutely.
We had good.
So how many miles have you got to do now then, Eddie?
Well, I'm doing it in kilometres. So, which will match up with Cyprus. I've done about 10. So I've got, it's 42 is the total. So I've got 32k to go, which is about 20 miles or something.
Yeah, it's about 20 miles.
Something like that. It's easier in K because it goes 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, boom. Whereas if you're going 26 to 20, then 15, and 13 is halfway. I just find that harder. And everyone knows we have 5k runs, 10k runs, and we went metric back in the 70s here in Britain. So.
Yes, of course. Yes, I unfortunately I'm old enough to remember that as well, Eddie.
I do remember it, and anyway, it just makes it easier if you're trading abroad with companies abroad, if you're working abroad, if everyone knows what they're talking about. You can't get, the distances, where everyone's going. Anyway, it just makes it easier. So
we're in kilometres here. Everything's in kilometres, but the one thing I can't get my head around is the equivalent of kilometres per litre, as opposed to miles per gallon, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yes. Yes, kilometres per litre. Yes, it would be, wouldn't it?
But all the cars here, a lot of the cars here are imported from the UK. We drive on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the road.
Left-hand side.
The steering wheel's on the same side as the UK. It's makes life a lot easier.
It's weird that if people haven't driven on the other side, whichever your natural side is, I thought when I first went to France it was going to be a nightmare. It isn't actually. I got it really quickly. People seem to get it really quickly. The only trouble...
The only thing that's a nightmare is driving on the wrong side of the road in a car that's built for the other side of the road, if you see what I mean.
Oh, only for overtaking. I actually find only for overtaking. If your steering wheel is on the, you know, a UK side and you're in France, it's only a problem for overtaking. So don't overtake, don't do dangerous overtaking. You have to come right out so you can see it. Or you can actually go a little bit the other way. But I have found there is one dangerous time when you go and you start driving on the other side of the road, and that's when, if you go to a country restaurant / bistro pub or something like that, and then you come out afterwards, it's nighttime and you've just had a glass of wine, but you're still legal, but you go out and you're in a happy situation and you'll go back into driving on the left because there's no traffic there, it's in the countryside, and then you'll find you're driving on the wrong side of the road, so that's the time to be very careful.
You have to really think of it, don't you?
They did it in Sweden, actually. I'm going to have to, Jonathan, in a second, I'm going to have to break off with you, but I'll leave you with this weird
little
fact.
You're doing a fantastic job. I hope you raise lots and lots of money, my friend.
Thank you, but I'm going to leave you with this weird fact that I think in Sweden, in about 68, they swapped driving from the left to the right. And as soon as they did it, the whole country swapped on a day that you have to. And nothing happened, no accidents, until Christmas. And that's when they got all the accidents.
Oh, really? Wow.
People were a bit merry, people were a bit this, maybe over the limit, it was dark, going out, you know, that kind of thing. That's when they had the accident. But interesting.
There's a bit of knowledge. I learned something today.
I know, I got a fountain of bonkers facts, but thank you so much, Jonathan. Best wishes to everyone in Cyprus.
All the best wishes from Cyprus. Enjoy the rest of your run and carry on, my friend. You're doing a cracking job.
Thank you very much, and I say best wishes to Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, and staying outside the politics, but there we go, to all people, best wishes, and forward.
Absolutely. Best wishes to you as well, my friend. Good luck with it all.
Take care. Thanks, Jonathan. Okay, so now I'm going to talk with Darren Vandit, who's a Maltese Paralympic runner. And we were trying to talk to Darren yesterday, but because that was Malta. But we're very close to Malta in our minds, because we were just there yesterday running our virtual marathon for Malta. So we talked to Darren, and he's also head coach and president of a running club. So he knows his running. Because people might think, and he's a Zwift community runner. So on the Zwift running app, I should mention again, if you download the orange Zwift app and also the blue Zwift companion app, I think we have to do both of them. You can run as an avatar on the Zwift app, and then you can link it up to your machine, running machine. You have to have a running machine, I'm afraid, at the moment. But also, if you get the companion app, you can follow me. It's free, and then you could just come and run with me. We've got a whole bunch of people right now who are there. So yes, Ian, you're going to tell me when we're ready to talk to Darren.
Yeah, we're just getting Darren ready on Zoom, and then we'll bring Darren to you.
Okay. While I'm talking to Darren, Sarah, I'd like you to take over the companion app and get a list of all the countries running along.
Yeah, sure. I actually did one a little earlier, which was great. So just as a little one from earlier, we've got Isle of Man, Japan, Australia, China, Hong Kong, Italy, Poland, Belgium, Cyprus, Malta, South Korea, Spain, Ukraine, Cuba, Thailand, Canada, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Sweden, Netherlands, Portugal, Panama, India, Hungary, Denmark, Brazil, Guatemala. So quite a list. And we also have Richard from Zwift with us as well. I think he's probably still with you. So
Richard?
Yeah.
Who we've been talking to from Malik? Richard Malik?
And I'm getting a printout of a list of world flags because I think I need it to stick on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, great number of people internationally running with you?
Oh,
at the moment?
I've got Kath Gillis or Giles, who's got, I think, an Isle of Man flag there. So,
Yes, Isle of Man. Yes, yep.
yes, you're welcome.
The three-legged flag. I don't know why the three legs of Isle of Man flag. I should look it up.
Yes. I must say, Isle of Man, it does look a little alarming. The 3 legs, you think, no, surely 2 legs is a better number. But I'm sure there's some reason back in the day.
Yeah,
You're
I
very
don't know.
fast.
Maybe it's a terrible history. I'll look it up. So yeah, lots of people.
Good to have Japanese people coming along. We're being supported here. What's the word? What's the word that people are supporting? We're sponsored, that's the word. Sponsored by
Yes.
Mizuno. There's that little symbol helping me with the gear and shoes. Wave riders I'm running and getting everything so that we can get this situation started, helping us set this situation up so that your money through Izzard.com to donate, you can get, it all goes through to the people who are the good charities that make humanity great. And also in America right now, America's working up on the East Coast. What are we? We're coming up towards 9, I think, 9 a.m. About 7:30 on the East Coast of America. So, an important day for democracy, for the Senate there, and President-elect Biden, and the senators from around America who have won in the last election, taking their seats. So that has to happen in the right way, and not, well, you'll know what's going on if you're in America. It's all bizarre. To be honest, it's bizarre. It is not politics. And at the centre of it, I've said this before. No, I'll talk about it later. Darren is on Zoom.
Yep.
Hi,
I'm
Darren.
hearing you.
How are you? Oh, I got a sideways view of you. You got your camera on the side. Yes.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Doing very well, thank you. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you here. I'm really proud to have someone like you on the Zwift running community for this amazing Run for Hope charity that you're doing. We are going to support you 100% as Zwift runners.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And are you a born and bred Maltese person?
Yes, I'm a Maltese person, obviously. It was a great pleasure yesterday seeing the Maltese flag also on your avatar.
Yes, indeed, yes. Great to have that.
I wasn't going to run, but then when I saw that, I said, I have to run by force.
Yes.
So I joined you for an hour.
Yep.
And we're here.
Excellent, excellent. So, and do you run most days on Zwift and on your treadmill?
Yes, in almost 2 years I've already logged around 3,100 kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm an avid Zwift runner. Basically, you know, Zwift has made indoor running so much more fun.
Yeah.
With the great support that we have between us runners and the community, even though it's virtual, it's amazing. So, yeah, I'm trying to catch you up. I'm seeing you like a few meters ahead, so
right.
I have to stop fixing my video.
Yes.
You've been to Malta, right, if I'm not mistaken?
I've been where, sorry?
You have been to Malta already, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, indeed. I ran in a street in Valletta, the Merchant Street, the main Merchant Street.
Okay, in Valletta, our capital city, yes.
Yes, in the capital city. And it was a very blowy morning, so I started at dawn on the 5th of February last year. Very cold and blowy. And so I found that street was the best one for me. So unfortunately, I didn't really take in most of the island. I just took in that street, tried to because I was really tiring as I am now. It was, you know, the first 10 marathons I always find very rough. and
Yes.
and so I just went up and down and up and down, and the people in Valletta on that street watched me go up and down, and I think they thought I was crazy.
How is your leg?
The legs are okay. They're tired, but they're okay. Oh, we forgot to do cream. So, yes.
Because we were watching the stream yesterday and we were a bit worried, you know, because I think the left leg is a bit sore.
My left leg, no, it's. Well, I seem to be running slightly off the vertical, which slightly throws me.
Okay.
But apart from that, no, I just run out of power a bit, you know. I'm trying
Yes.
to go around and get everything done, but my power, I found this, and if there's nothing I can do, I just have to soldier on and keep going and talking about other things. That's the best thing, actually, because we're now talking about running and my legs feel tired. I'm now thinking about my legs. I need to talk about other things. Like,
Yes.
how long have you been, okay, do you run outdoors as well? Or is it more indoors on the machine?
I run, yes, of course, I run outdoors. I'm a professional Paralympian for Malta.
Right?
With the hope, obviously, now to qualify for Tokyo 2021.
Excellent.
Yeah, new discipline now, triathlon. So, yeah, exciting times ahead.
Yes, and so I prefer outdoors, I must say. There's something about, well, outdoors, it's, you know, it's great if you're indoors that you can get on Zwift and run with other people, but outdoors, I love to see things and, you know, great bits of countryside opening up before me. That just,
Yep.
and then sometimes I stop and I just stop and go, this is good. I like to look at this, I want to take it in. So, because you're going for the Olympics, so your times are very important and you're a professional.
Yes.
I'm much more the
Yes.
amateur and just want to stop and look at things from time to time.
Yeah, sometimes I'm racing abroad and after half a marathon I would say, what have I saw from the whole city? I had no idea.
Right.
Because you would be so much into the zone.
Yep.
So I managed to catch you up. You can see me on the screen now.
Okay. What? And because there's so many people, what clothes are you wearing?
Yellow.
You're the
Yellow shirt.
with the headband.
Yeah.
With
Yep,
the,
that's the one.
Okay.
Big helmet.
you've gone past me now. There's
Yeah.
my
I slowed down. At what pace are you running? At 7.5?
I'm 7.5, yeah. So you've just
Very good.
you zoomed past me. That's what you did. So,
So now,
Yeah, I've
so
got-
next time you come to Malta, please let us know, so we can actually give you a proper tour
Yes.
of our country. We can take you to the trail roads also, which are less congested than Valletta,
yes.
and you will truly enjoy it.
Well, thank you for that. Yes. Well, in the end, I wasn't that congested. There was no one up at 5 a.m. running with me, except me and my physio Tim when we did it. But and it was a cold morning, so we weren't getting blocked in the streets at all.
They'll only get easier now for you because your first 10 the first 10 marathons are the hardest. You said, right?
Yeah. So this one's going to be hard today. Yesterday it was hard. Tomorrow will be hard. I don't think it's a perfect science that Marathon 11 is joyous, but it just gets a little easier. And the body does seem to click into something, but yeah, I think today's going to be tough as well, unfortunately. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's very inspirational because, you know, I mean, I am a certain kind of athlete, but nevertheless, I've done only one marathon in my life, and I'm not saying that I'm scared of it, you know, but I do really find it tough. And seeing you going for 31 and 31 consecutive days is simply inspirational.
Oh,
you know,
great.
I mean,
Well, I'm
it's
glad.
amazing.
I'm glad if I can help in any way to anyone. That's beautiful. Yes. So I take it on your screen you can see what looks like an underground cave with with lava flowing around on your Zwift screen. Can you see that? Is that you got?
Yes. We are in the volcano section of Watopia
Yeah.
right now.
I don't think in real life anyone would run through the inside of a volcano, but that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
You can
It's a
do it.
beautiful fantasy world that Zwift has created for us. Honestly, you really don't get boring, you know, watching everything around us.
Yeah.
So it's really, really great that we have this software available and to be able also to connect virtually around the world with everyone else.
Yeah, that's great. Well, Darren, it's great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for running with me. And
Yes, I will continue running with you for some more kilometers and continue obviously supporting. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you very much for having me. My last word would be that, guys, please donate to this great charity funding that Izzard is doing for a great cause. And thank you very much, Eddie.
thanks.
Keep it up.
Thank you, Darren. Darren Vandit, and good luck for Tokyo.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
See you.
You take care. Okay. So, I'm coming along. It's the second hour. Oh yeah, flags and people who are running along. But do I need to come out, don't I?
Oh yes, you do. Yeah, I'll have a little look again.
I'm out. And you can do it on that screen you've got there, yeah? You don't need my small one?
No, I've got it here. Yep. It's just a test of my flag knowledge. I'll just go in now. If we still have Richard running with you as well.
You're talking about Richard Mellick, yeah?
Yes.
Richard Mellick from Zwift, who helped us get things set up along with Jim Leach here in the UK for Zwift. Thank you.
Okay, so we have people. Shall I do a little name check? I can do a name check for everyone. Jacob Pogman, Moritz Wapner, 18 Jack, Klaus Vollmer, Stephen de Kerpel, Yannick Schwebel, Moritz Glauner. Oh, everyone's jumping around. Phil Judge, Carl Ulrich van Ossele, Gil Comprara Casevora, wow, Portugal. Timothy van Hoek. Everyone's jumping about in order. Here we go. Joe Var, Carl. Oh no, we said Carl. Morten Andre Groth, Christoph Bayens, Yasu T, Charlie Gain. I think Hong Kong. Laura, Ben's mum. There you go. Juanjo de Miguel. I hope I've said that right. Spain. Clara Davies. We're in Wales with the great dragon flag. Darren Bandit, I think, from Malta. Loreto Diaz, Dave Kingman, Colin Tice, Kitty from South Korea, Ben Sui, Canada, Santiago, Dan Wheeler. We've got 81 people around you, a lot of people.
Wow.
No, we've said Morton. Everyone's jumping around. I think everyone keeps taking over each other. So.
How do you know it's 81 if you counted them?
Yeah, it says at the top.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
I've never seen this.
Maybe it's because I've got a bigger screen. It tells you. Yeah. Sorry, not everybody I could read out there as everyone jumps around. I think it moves, doesn't it? As people are ahead of you and behind you, it kind of it's like a little leaderboard, I guess.
So out of the, we've got about 200 countries in the world. And what countries have joined us today?
Oh, here we go. Here's the test. Thailand still with us. Great Britain, USA, Belgium, Germany, France, Brazil, India, Norway, Switzerland, Poland, Spain, Canada. Else? Isle of Man, Kath Giels from the Isle of Man still with us. Oh, some flags I need to look up. Norway, Sweden, where else? Hungary. Yes, lots of countries. A few I need to check.
That's great.
I think Netherlands as well. And Japan again. South Africa. Monet Blofield from South Africa. There we go, just appeared.
Lofeld.
Blofeld, yeah, you're right. Yes.
I starred in a
Yes,
Bond
you're
movie.
right. Oh, and I think I'm just seeing Mexico there, but that might have jumped in and jumped out. So yeah, a lot of people at the moment around you, and I should look and see who's been with you from the start as well. That's what I should do. So what are we on now? About 12.5k, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look. So Kath Giles from the Isle of Man has been with you for 11. Leslie Ellen 12.5. Everyone else on different ones. Some people on even more. I think they've joined you mid their run as well. So there we go.
Oh wow. Yes. So if you could fire up a message of having a 5-minute break from Eddie, we'll put that out at 5-2.
No problem.
Thanks. Thanks for feeling it. Here we go.
There's some lovely photos happening behind you as well, which is great.
Oh yes, these are photos from Nicosia in Cyprus. Thank you for people who sent them in. Tomorrow we need photos for where? Where the next few days?
Oh, I need to remember. Where are we in the next few days? Hang on. Get the list up.
Is the list up on? We need to get on the thingy as well.
Yes. On standby for that.
Next 5 would be good.
I'll do a rundown.
Oh, you sent it to me, didn't you? That's not bad.
Athens, Sofia, Bucharest.
So Athens in Greece is tomorrow, yeah?
Correct, yes. Athens in Greece tomorrow. So
So I'll just
any
put-
Greece.
So anyone's got pictures of Athens, selfies of Athens, video of Athens, you'd like to get them up, streaming behind us. Ian, we haven't got the picture streaming quite. We've got to get all the pictures in. You there, Ian? Ian?
It's Dave, hello.
Oh, sorry, Dave. Yeah. No, I don't need the whole. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's better that way. But when we do that cut down one, if we can, it's nice to have the photos going by. Yeah. So Athens in Greece. Anyone who lives there is run there. Anyone's got any photos of Athens, Greece, selfies, pictures there, do send it to us. And you're going to do a hashtag, say that it's Athens, is one important thing. The other one is put a hashtag make humanity great again. And then we can put them up. So that's what's going on there. Oh. Yeah, and then after Athens it's...
So after Athens, it is. After Athens, it's Sofia.
Sofia, which is Bulgaria, yeah? All right.
There you go.
Capital of Bulgaria? Sofia?
Sofia, yes, Bulgaria, yep.
So countries as well.
And then Bucharest is next in
Bucharest,
Romania.
Romania, of course.
And then Budapest.
Budapest, of course, that's Hungary. So there we go, Athens, Sofia, Bucharest, and then Budapest.
Yeah.
And it's Budapest with an H.
Yes, you told me that. Budapest.
Yeah.
And then Bratislava in Slovakia.
So I'll do the next 5.
That's our next
I need
5.
to have the list somewhere so I can see it, so I can constantly look up.
Yes.
Or at least the next 5.
Get that up.
Oh, 2:15.
I'm trying to remember which city it was we were in February where it was snowing.
Oh, so there's questions at 2 o'clock from Facebook, is there?
Yes,
I
we
need
can do
to
some
tell everyone.
questions, yeah.
Well, I need to tell everyone. Everyone go to Facebook at 2 o'clock. Be questions. Get on your Facebook wherever you are in the world and ask me questions. So we're going to do a whole session on Facebook at 2 o'clock London time, which is GMT. So you could be behind that, but 2 o'clock GMT. So which is in 7 minutes time or 6 minutes. 6 minutes. I'm going to have a break for 5 minutes and then I'll be asking questions from Facebook. So wherever you are in the world, jump on Facebook, ask me questions. I will answer until 2:15. We'll be doing TalkSport interview with Hawksby and Jacobs. So yes, in 6 minutes time, questions from Facebook for me. 15 minutes of intense questions and answers. And grab your Facebook thing and go on and ask me things. And I'll try and answer you to the best of my ability. And you've got that message ready to go out to everyone on
Ready
Zwift.
to go.
So in 30 seconds, I'm going to be very precise. Going for a quick pit stop. Try and get some puff back. And 350. We shall see. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Send the message. Slowing down, guys. Have a quick break. Thank you.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Okay, questions from Facebook. And can I get water for, so I can swap that out?
Yeah, sure. Facebook questions will just be on hold for a second. Water first.
Oh, 2:30 questions from Facebook. Dave, is it 2:30 or 2 o'clock? I was saying 2 o'clock. David?
I believe we're going at 2:30, so we're ready for 2:15.
Okay. Sarah, will the early questions stay there?
Yes, they will.
Okay, I'm sorry everyone in the world. I was saying 2 o'clock I'm doing a Facebook question time, and it's actually at 2:30 I'm doing questions from Facebook. Apologies. So if you can, from now on, if you've already put your questions on, I think we can still be able to see them, because you're not a scrolling thing, but I will talk to everyone. All right. At 2:30 London time to answer questions from Facebook. But at 2:15, I'm going to do an interview with TalkSport with Hawksby and Jacobs. There we go. That help rather than scrolling down it. Right.
Eddie, I've just come out of the Zwift app, so you can go back in.
Okay. Talked to Darren Vandit earlier. He's still with me on, just ahead of me actually, with the flag of Malta there. And American flags, German, British, Welsh. Now, the Slovakian flag, I do believe. American. That's an Austrian flag, but in Shimunek, I believe. Don't want to get flags wrong. I believe so. Trying to learn. Yes, Austria, there we go. Then the German flag. America. Oh. Scottish flags, German. There we go, Christmas bells going off. I think we've got Chinese. Someone from China there. Hello to you. And so many flags, but thank you to all of you who are running today. My screen doesn't say how many people are nearby. Okay. That doesn't look it. Oh. Oh, I found a new list. Rigby and 1.6. The other pleasure, there you go. Milan to Manska. Such a lot of people. 42 people running along. Well done. Thank you for joining. We'll keep building those numbers up so we get to last week. That'll be heavy duty. Yes. So I'm running at 2:30. I will be answering questions from Facebook. I know I said 2 o'clock. Apologies. It's 2:30. It always was. We just got a slight scheduling. I got confused there. I'm going to do a TalkSport interview, and that's going to be fun. 2:15. Because I was a runabout kid. I liked sport when I was a kid. I did. And all sport, no, cricket, the ball was going to my head. It was always going to my head. Rugby, loved to run with the ball, couldn't tackle. I think I had a sort of about me to be able to tackle, but I didn't have the technique. Football, yes. Then I went to school, but didn't play it as a main sport. So that was unfortunate. Some of the boarding schools, they'd say, no, let's not play football, let's play field hockey instead. Now, if you're a big field hockey after, excellent, well done. But surely the football sport should not be taken out and swapped. I mean, you could have field hockey as an option, not football as an option. It just doesn't make sense. Because the modern game, I believe we sort of invented the model game. The model game, the modern game, I should say. Because I believe some form of football's been around for ages. But I will answer questions at 2:30 from Facebook. Go to Facebook at 2:30. Yes. And then we talk to Skulk. Skulk, according to South Africa, I'm going to get the proper pronunciation on his last name. Skulk, you'll be able to tell me. Sarah's got it better than I have. It looks like Swedenhout, and I'm sure it must be Dutch linked with the Zuidenhout. The I is not pronounced.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that helps me. The Zuidenhout,
Yes.
that's easy.
Oh, that's my spelling being tested now as well, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing ahead of me. Well, Izzard, people often say, "Yeah, we got Eddie Lizard here." No, it's not Lizard. There's 2 Z's, for God's sake, I say. Can't be. They seem quite happy to call me that and not correct themselves. So then I have to rugby tackle them, even though I can't rugby tackle. So, on we go.
So I've now got a list of all the flags in the world up here now. So I just realised I could do a kind of flag bingo, couldn't I? I could keep ticking off all the flags of everybody running with you on
Yeah,
the
it'd be
Zwift.
nice.
See how far we
We
get.
should do that.
Yeah. It's nice seeing them all together actually, and I sort of knew this and then I forgot, but Nepal, I think, is the only flag that is not a rectangle. Or, I don't know if any is square, but certainly, yeah, I think.
Yeah, because I've played Nepal, because I met a kid from Kathmandu in the streets of New York. And I asked him if I could play there, and he said, yeah, go play there. So I did, and we found out it was Nepal, not Nepal, because it's not N-A-P-A-U-L, not the name Paul. It's P-A-L, like your pal. So they pronounce it like it's written. Those crazy people. And they have marriage equality there. So I think it's the first Asian country to have that. Well done them. And yeah, had a tough time with it last, I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe a bit longer, of two major earthquakes quite close together. So tough all the time. So I did a gig. I went up with UNICEF to help to do a visit there and bring focus to what they're trying to do there with education and help out. Yeah. So that was in Nepal. So yeah, do check them out because then we could see if we can encourage the whole country, the whole world to come.
Yeah, I have a list. It says all countries with their names. Yeah, there were 206 sovereign and other state flags. That is the list I have. Good old the internet.
Yes, I think you have to. There's about 190 countries I think recognised with UN. Because of course there'll be. We've already seen there's a Isle of Man flag, but Isle of Man's part of the UK. So because it's probably loads and loads of flags if you go with it.
Yes, that's very true. Yes, so the Isle of Man flag isn't on my list as it is a.
If you go to UN
Yes.
site, you probably find how many countries. I think it's 190, 195, something like that.
And of course, yes, as we know, in certain areas, flags are contentious too. So
Yeah,
there are lots of flags.
lots of flags. Flags can be good and positive. They can be patriotic, can get nationalistic. Oh, it's tricky.
This will probably make you laugh. I've just had a message from Karen saying I'd make a good bingo caller.
There you go.
I'll try, Karen. I'll try. But yeah, I'll tick off the flags. That'd be nice.
Is this someone that Hayden Pucker from the States seems to run a huge amount. Is that right? I've lost him now.
I think if I'm right, I remember it was a South African flag. There was a competition, I think,
Yeah.
wasn't there, for what should be the flag of South Africa, the new flag
I
of South
believe
Africa.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I did indeed.
But I agree. I don't know why we don't have the Welsh dragon on the British flag. It's like the best. It's the best bit, isn't it?
Yeah. I think so. Oh, so interview happening now, Dave? I believe so. Are you with us, Dave? Talk to me. Ian, Dave, please.
Hello, we're just working on patching you through to TalkSport.
Okay. So, yep. I need to talk about other things because I'm tired today. Oof. Oh God. I've already lost all my time. That's annoying. Can't believe that. In the second hour. Oh, it's how long the pit stops are probably. Oh. Oh.
We'll be going to TalkSport in about a minute.
Okay, thank you. Sir, can you come here, sir? actually, no, it's okay. So, just, you see on our green screen behind there, I think the word Cyprus disappears off into the ether a bit, especially when it gets the people looking at the big screen when it's further out. So that's why I'm worried about it.
Yeah, okay. We'll go dark.
I think so.
Eddie, going live to TalkSport.
You can always rely on.
What went wrong Saturday?
Drive this afternoon from 4 on Talk. Station, tools and more for any task. TalkSport Traffic and Travel with Swinton Business Insurance. We'll help you find the right cover for your business. From plumbers and electricians to landlord or taxi insurance. Visit swinton.co.uk.
In the centre of town, Lambeth Bridge has been closed southbound, and the bridge has been done in the gasworks there. Into Chislehurst and Herriston. That's been very slow in both directions near the Glebe Football Club, where we have got temporary lights for the emergency waterway works going on there.
Through very loud
Shooters Hill, very slow on the South Circular both ways.
I can hardly hear you.
207, where we've got temporary lights for the gas main works in Westminster. Marsham Street is closed because of an accident. And on the trains, there's no service on the overground. Still, Gospel open up a Holloway because of a track fault. I'm Johnny Ratner.
Who's taking on the new year with optimism? Maybe you've decided the glass is half full. Embracing life with a newfound positivity. Turning 2021 into 2020.
It's very tinny,
and for all those
quite quiet.
Well, you're quite quiet too, so I'm talking. I'm afraid I'm running these marathons, so talking is the same level as I do.
It sounds better now.
Yeah, the sound of your programming is just blasting through, and I can hardly hear you.
So all you'll hear is the presenters when they ask questions.
Yeah, so hopefully that will work better.
Yeah.
All I can
Stand
hear.
by, mate.
Okay.
Live, Stoke versus Leicester. Coverage from 2. Kick off at 3 on TalkSport.
Now, we've spoken on this show over the years to many a marathon runner when the race is over, but it's very rare we speak to someone when they are mid-marathon. Actually doing it, yeah. That's the case with comedian and seasoned marathon runner Eddie Izzard, who is kind of virtually in Nicosia as we speak. Eddie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, more importantly, how are you doing? How many miles are you into this one?
Well, I'm afraid I'm in kilometres because I find it easier to work out, and plus I'm broadcasting out to the world. So we are, what are we now? It's 15.6k done, which would be about, what's that? About 8 miles?
9 or 10 miles. Yeah.
In old money. So yeah, it's so much easier in K because then you can go 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. It just the mathematics is so much easier. So that's how I do it.
Now, is this the first time you've done it sort of virtually like this? Because you have sort of travelled the world doing marathons in the past, haven't you?
Yes, but you know, I don't know if you've tried long running on a treadmill. It's not fun. It's you can't see anything, you know. So it's great talking to you guys, talking to people who are coming on.
We'll try and take your mind off it for a couple of K if we can. Yeah.
That's exactly right. It takes my mind off my legs.
You're known for it, Eddie. And when did you find out you could run long distances a lot?
Well, I first ran around the UK in 2009. I started on a Monday, but the first marathon I did was on the Friday before the Monday. So the a lot bit didn't come until I got through to Wales starting from London. And marathon, I say 10 marathons. The first 10 marathons is your training for the rest of them, and you get stronger after 10. So it's somewhat easier after 10 marathons, if you can believe that ridiculous line.
Had you been a sort of a good runner in your youth, or what made you feel that you would have the ability to do this, Eddie?
I was a runabout kid. Not all of us are, but I did like running about, and I was in the first team for football for 2 years. So from when I was 11 and 12, playing with 11 and 12-year-olds, and they combined the years for the top team. So I was very proud of that, and that was sprinty running, passing, running, that kind of thing, midfield player. And then I went to school, didn't play it, so I stopped sports, really, team sports from the age of 12, ages 13 onwards, and never did anything again, kind of. And then when my career took off when I was about 30, you eat this, I'll buy this, I can afford this now, and then you eat things, you eat your wages. And so I was getting bigger, and I started trying to get this back to the runabout kid that I was, until 2009, when, as you know, in the UK, the comic sport, it was a sport relief thing. Anyone out there, if you got any kind of profile, if you want to do something crazy, and I said I'd run around the country, and they said, why? And I said, well, I think I can do it, and they weren't sure about it, but I had a go, and it worked.
Now, of course, Eddie, you are one of the great stand-up comedians this country's ever produced, an absolute revolutionary as well, and the style that you invented really and took on, and then it was much copied by lots of other people. Have you missed performing for live audiences over the last year?
Yes, but in the summer, as you'll know, because remember how fearful we were back in March, it just hit us, and April, and then we got into the summer and it seemed to calm down a bit, and they allowed outdoor performances. So I did a lot of charity ones down in Bexhill and Eastbourne, my sort of twin hometowns. Gran was born in one and Grandad was born in the other one. And so I did shows there outdoors, and I could perform again to COVID-safe audiences, sitting on blankets on roofs or in gardens. So, but now I'm doing the show at the end of the marathon every night to no one, but to a virtual audience around the world, which is very weird, but I'm getting better at it.
Yeah, that's right. After the runs, rather than sort of relaxing, you are going on and doing a gig. But you've been able to do gigs in different languages as well. So I wonder if you're like tonight you're doing Greek, and you did the Valletta gig the other night in Maltese, or is that pushing it a bit?
Well, that is pushing. If you think about it, because people have said that, why don't you play every country? I've played 45 countries. Why don't you do it in all their languages? And my brain would explode. I'm not superhuman. I think that's part of my attraction. Maybe is that I just am. I look kind of ordinary. I am kind of ordinary. I kind of determined. I've got this determination thing, but I do them in French and German, and I've got Spanish going. So that's it at the moment, but I want to do Arabic and Russian in the future, but it takes time and it's hard work. So 2 of these shows, when I run in Vienna virtually on the 12th, I will be performing in German. When I'm in Berlin on the 23rd, I will be doing German. And Paris on the 28th, I will be doing French in Studio 4. So that will be a test of everything I've got in my brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, your style as a comedian is very improvisational and without a safety net, and sort of pushing the boundaries and finding the edge. And with the running, you seem to want to do it until you stop. Do you think that's you as a person trying to do something to find out where your brain breaks or your body breaks or your creativity runs out?
It's like in the psychiatrist's chair. This is
I've never spoken to any like this before, and it's a great thrill to speak to.
No, it's very good. I find, as broadcasters and journalists that you are, I find it very useful, your questions, because it gets me to analyse what are you doing. And I find with the running or the endurance sport, I have to do stuff up to the edge, and have to keep raising the bar so that people would go, oh, you did that before, but you're doing this now with a gig afterwards each night. That's great. Oh, damn! I'll give you £10. I'll text it and I'll go to eddyizzard.com and press the donate button. And so that is pushing the endurance of human beings, because we're trying to make humanity great again here. That's what we're raising for the charities that make humanity great. As it comes to performing, I like to find the edge, because if you're constantly trying to find the edge, like improvising in French and German to develop my most recent show, then it makes you braver in English. So if you're already out there jumping on stage in Paris and going, bonsoir Paris, Je suis ici, Professor, and then you come back and do it in English. And what are you supposed to be scared of? There's nothing to be scared of left. You know, you can just. So I moved the fear barrier back. That's what I do.
How many charities are benefiting from this, Eddie?
Well, there's 5 that we're highlighting, but there'll be more to come. It's the Make Humanity Great Again fund, just like Sport Relief and Comic Relief. It comes in, and then charities bid to us, and we apportion them out. But Care International, we have Walking with the Wounded, we have Unite to Combat neglected tropical diseases. A lot of horrible things still out there, including leprosy and elephantitis that I thought were gone. And we have more. They're walking from my brain at the moment. Sarah, you can shout them out to me.
I can't remember anything sat down, so I'm not 10 miles into Nicosia running. So.
And people can watch you. I've just gone to Eddie Izzard's. I've just gone to your Twitter page, and there you are talking to us.
Yes.
We can see you live running, so people can follow what you're up to. So you're in Nicosia today, virtually.
Yeah.
You've not gone to the obvious capitals of the world, say Valletta, Nicosia, not the obvious destinations.
Well,
how did you choose the destinations?
There is, if we're going to body swerve here on, you know, it is a time of health problems and people saying, you know, COVID nationalism and stuff, and then there's a political nationalism about, and we know that things have happened politically, and I'm a very positive person on. I was born in a West Asian country in Yemen, and I just want to make, some people are about breaking connections right now and sort of pulling off into isolation, and I say no, let's make even stronger connections. The rest of us should make even stronger connections, because we're fighting for the soul of humanity here. We're trying to say, can we work as a whole world? Because I think this century, 21st century, the coming of age of humanity. So I ran these marathons back in February of last year, and I'm repeating that, and I'm going to add some more in at the end of the 28 that I've already got lined up. So it's reaching out around the world to say, can we learn from you? Can you learn from us? And we need to make this world a better world, a more tolerant, moderate, live and let live world, rather than, you know, if stuff's going on in America at the moment, you go, that's not the way for politics to go, man. And so I just want us to head to a place where we can all make it. Everyone should have the right to a fair chance in life. A fair chance in life. That's what I'm fighting for.
Good stuff, Eddie. Look, lovely to talk to you. Thanks, and keep up the great work. EddieIzzard.com. You can buy tickets for the gigs. You can donate as well. And go and follow it. If you go to the Twitter feed as well, you can watch Eddie in action. Amazing guy, really.
Thank you so much, guys.
Paul Hawksby and...
Okay. David?
Hello.
Are we out?
We are out.
Thank you very much. We're now going to take questions from Facebook. Dive on your Facebook. Now is the time. You've been putting things in, Sarah.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Answer things. Anyone in the world, get on Facebook, ask me questions. I'll answer them now for the next half an hour.
So first one from Karen Lindale, saying, are you keeping the temperature cold in the studio? What is your ideal temperature for marathon running outside?
That is a very good point. I've never met, is it Karen?
Karen with
Yes.
a Y. Yeah.
Karen with a Y?
Mm-hmm.
Not too hot, I suppose. I must admit, I don't go around checking the temperatures. You can check it on your watch, but I don't tend to, but obviously too hot. Well, I say this, I ran in South Africa. The temperatures got up to 41 degrees. That was the top. That was not good. I found the whole of the 30s very, very difficult, but as I did more running in South Africa, I got more used to it, and I found I could do it. The last day, I did a double marathon through those temperatures. So, but I would say somewhere in the teens of Celsius, you know, somewhere around about 15 degrees centigrade, which would be in Fahrenheit 1 billion degrees. There you go. No, I'm not sure what it is. 15. 20 is about 70, so it's about 65, something like that in Fahrenheit. So that's, and we've got the doors open to get my breathing, and you know, in case there's any COVID stuff around, it should flow out the doors. Hopefully it knows which way to march, but there's a little bit of heat on because it's very weird running in. There's no wind to blow things away, so so it's odd. But and I'm trying to wear the right gear. Sponsored by Mizuno here, and I mentioned that just because they help us make this whole thing happen. But trying to get the right combination so that my sweat is being wicked away by Mr. and Mrs. Wick, Mr. and Ms. Wick, who do the wicking. Don't know where this word comes from, but yes. So the sweat goes away. So I'm feeling a little better today. I was feeling constantly wet and cold for the first 5, but this is the 6th, so I'm a little better now. I will keep tinkering to try and get things better. Okay, thank you. Next one, please.
So this one from Phyllis Boyer, who says, well, 2 parts. How long does it take you to run a full marathon? And also, are they all the same distance? I suppose this is a good question about what a marathon distance is.
Yes, marathon distance is 42.18 kilometers. Why it's not dead on, I don't know. And in miles, that's I think 26.2 or 26 point something miles. Apparently the extra bit on miles was added on, so the King and Queen of England, who were at a raised dais in the 48th Olympics after the Second World War, they could add that bit on, but is that really true? I don't know. It's just over 26 miles, just over 42k, and I run in Ks. A lot of people doing 5Ks and 10Ks now, and it takes me, I'm trying to do 6-hour ones, and then I do a performance at 7, and I start at noon every day, London time. But I tend to be running longer. Yesterday was 6 hours 20 or something. The fastest I've ever done is 5, but that was having run 42 marathons before that. I once ran a double marathon, that was 11 hours 5 minutes. So yeah, it's all yeah, those are my details. Sorry, my brain is going a bit.
So another running question from Melanie Tyerman, who's obviously having a bit of a tough time at the moment. She says, sitting here with COVID and a stress fracture, any advice on how I can start training again for my marathon in March?
You've got COVID and a stress fracture, and I presume you might not have, well, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a physio, so my advice is need to take with a pinch of salt, but the one thing I have heard from all doctors and physios is that you need to move. If it's a stress fracture, if it's a tiny, it's fractured as opposed to a break, you need to walk it through. So if you're on lockdown, you've got no treadmill, then you've got to walk around the house, I think. Keep doing it. If it's strap it up well, but do it just sort of ease it in, because the blood flow around does help heal things. People think when you've got something that's gone wrong that you should do nothing on it, but in fact the medical thinking has turned around to the point that you should walk a thing through, move a thing through. You should move, and the blood then flows and the blood then heals. So that's I think that information is correct. But I'm sorry, I'm not more professionally trained than that to be able to advise you.
So just staying on the running theme at the moment, Jane Bowers is asking a few things, but quite an interesting thing to talk about on sleep. So the few things that Jane's asking is, where are you running tomorrow? What are you eating and drinking to keep these days going? And how much sleep?
Running tomorrow in Athens, in Greece. We're virtually running Athens, which will be the 7th marathon. And on the 7th of January, 7th of February last year, I ran in Athens. What was the other two parts?
What are you eating and drinking to keep these days going, and how much sleep?
Sleep. I think I got about 6 hours last night. I took a homeopathic sleeping tablet. I have found when I run a lot, my brain is constantly wanting me to get up and get going. So I took a homeopathic sleeping tablet, which I found available in the chemist, get delivered, I suppose, these days. And we're doing water and iPro Hydrate. We're sponsoring us. and some little carb things from SIS. Bakes, I think they're called lemon bakes, strawberry bakes. And doing those to keep my carbs up. I should be doing one now, I suppose. Yeah, so that's the answer to that question. Yes, keep, if you're listening, doing questions on FaceTime, do keep going to FaceTime and put your questions on. I'll try and get through them by 3 p.m, by the top of the hour.
So, yeah, another one from Facebook here. Erica Shin says, "Hi from Chicago, Eddie. I have been on the elliptical with you while you are running."
Oh, wow.
Her question is, I am a Greek history major. What part of history is your favourite and why? Also, what is your favourite cheat food? Which I'm assuming is the kind of...
Bad food.
Yeah.
I suppose breakfast cereal, but I'm not allowed to touch it anymore. I used to like that. Breakfast cereal, the sugary ones. Not good. But history, as regards history, it's all times. I don't choose a favourite time because I find it all fascinating that we had these brains and the attitudes that we're having now. They have not really moved. They have a bit, but not much. And it's interesting which bits have moved since 5,000 years ago, since 10,000 years ago, the beginning of civilization. We've had these brains, abilities to articulate, but positive normalization wasn't happening back then. They had negative normalization, the normalization of slavery, the normalization of random killings, of invading any country when you want. We now have positive normalization of live and let live, of inclusivity, of diversity, and so I'm happy. I'd happy in a time capsule or time machine to visit any time, really. Obviously, the times when the amazing things were happening, I suppose positive things. If you went back to things where horrible things are happening, you'd like to just sort of float around in a bubble and go, "This is not good. Let's get out of here." But or be able to go in and stop it, maybe. But that would change history. So there is no, I am someone who works in politics, and so there's no one country, one people that I prefer to the others. There's no one time, but there is no, and that's kind of true. So I don't want to say that if it's what's your favorite city, what's your favorite. That doesn't really work for me. But time and history also just doesn't. They're all kind of fascinating. The first known city, the city of Ur. They say, "Let's go to Ur." That would be weird, but obviously the language would have been different. But for us, Ur means Ur. It's like the city of U. But that was the first city of, I think, I don't know how they spelt it, but that's how it was pronounced. And they know it's out there. Anyway, yes. So any time in history is good for me.
Wow, I did not know that about the first city.
Yeah, it's called UR. I think UR or URR.
Okay. Wow, okay.
I think Mesopotamia, you've got to look it up after.
This is how I get all my history knowledge, it's all from...
Yeah, you can Google it afterwards.
Yeah.
Search online, I should say, afterwards.
Wiki, yeah. So this one is a little bit of a follow-on, and maybe a similar answer, but Lucy Van Hilton says, "I love this, Eddie, you're such an inspiration. Where's your favourite place to run long distance? I'm in the Netherlands, training for my first full marathon. It's very flat here, mercifully." That's what Lucy says.
Where's the favourite place to run long distance?
Yes.
Yes, again. I haven't got a favourite. I do like the flat though, so my favourite is anywhere flat. Because you can have a marathon that's over a bloody mountain, and that's just tough. It's tough enough as it is. So I just do it on the flat. But I don't mind where.
Do you remember the day in South Africa where it seemed like it was just uphill,
yeah,
and uphill and uphill and uphill?
It's about marathon 17 or something. And We started at the bottom of a slight incline hill, and it's slightly inclined forever for about 10 kilometers, maybe 15. It just wouldn't stop. So I got a bit pissed off with that hill.
I think I do remember Rick Matthews, our fabulous fixer, who was quite worried, and I remember him saying, "I can't flatten Africa." Bless him, Rick.
No, I just said, just got to tell me that it's going to happen. I said to Rick.
It was very steep that day. Next question. Gina Sotheby says, how much treadmill training did you do? How do you not get cramp with the repetition? You're amazing, FYI.
Thank you. How do I not get cramp? I don't know. Well, I've done quite a bit. I stayed match fit. I try and stay match fit all the time, running a marathon every couple of weeks now, these days. But, what was the rest of the question, sorry?
How much training did you do on treadmill, and how do you not get cramp with the repetition?
Well, before I started, I'd done 2 marathons on a treadmill. And I've tried to do more, but I found it so difficult in the mind. And also, when you stop and go to the loo, I've got one set up in my house, and you're in your house, and so the temptation to stop is just there. Whereas if you're running to somewhere and you run half a marathon, you've run 21k out, then it seems like, well, we may as well run back that 21k because we've run it out. So it's easier to do once you're outside. Indoors it's easier to stop. Like right now, stopping would be nice. In fact, I'm just actually talking about running is really difficult. Please, if you're going to Facebook, ask me questions about everything else other than running, because it's making me think about my legs. My legs are getting
I will switch subjects, although there's a lot of questions about running,
bees,
but there we go.
helicopters, baked potato.
Here we go. Okay, Melissa Schickel says, your choice of makeup is always flawless. Do you have a favourite colour or brand more so than other? I love the pink MAC lipstick you use. There you go, that's from Melissa.
Yeah, so my makeup is Candy Yum Yum lipstick. Now, there's lots of different lipsticks, and what you should do is probably change up, and then you have to buy loads of lipsticks. And I don't. I tend to find one. There's 2. There's Lady Danger, which is more reddish orange, and Candy Yum Yum. So I've just got addicted to Candy Yum Yum, and it's not going. This addiction is not going away. And it also goes well with blues, and my eyes are blues, and I tend to wear blue. I've got a blue hat. And you can buy these hats, by the way. They make humanity-grade hats at Izzard.com, and all the money goes to charity. So a little plug in there. But yeah, so that's makeup. But the foundation I think is Bare Minerals. It's a tinted moisturizer, and then just waterproof mascara, a bit of eye pencil, and yeah, and yes, Urban Decay fixing spray, up all night I think it's called. That's a good one. That's one of the best ones on the beauty kind of top 10s. Urban Decay all nighter. So that helps, and I seem to be, you go to the loo and I look in the mirror and I seem to be looking fairly okay, having run now. Well, if I add all the kilometres I've run together, 5 marathons plus another half. That's quite. I'm impressed by them, but yeah, I've got much better at makeup since I came out so long ago, and yeah, I've learnt what you should wear and what you shouldn't wear. Yeah, the water's gone. So yeah, that's what I use. But yes, I stick Candy Yum Yum lipstick and lip gloss. But it doesn't work for running so much because the lip gloss I lick it off immediately, and it's not so good. But that's what I do on that. I'm going to run a bit now.
Okay, so let's find the question again. Yeah, so Suzanne Bailey says, great show yesterday. How do you switch your mind? Oh, I've just lost it there. Hang on. There's a question saying, how do you switch your mind into show mode for the evening?
Well, that's to go from this to show mode is not so hard because, for one, I'm talking all day here, but I developed a style of stand-up whereby I never wrote anything. I don't write it. I don't sit there with a pen or on a typewriter. I just workshop it. So I come up with ideas, and let's talk about chickens, and I go off and try and find comedy in chickens. And why barnyard animals all make noises, whereas wild animals make none. You know, the giraffe has no noise. And why? What's going on there? So that's how I develop any piece. So when I come to do stand-up, if I want to ad-lib, which if you're a written stand-up, it's much harder because you've got to, well, you're used to writing it and honing it in the writing and then learning the writing and repeating it, I suppose. I'm not sure, actually, because I've never done it myself that way. But I'm so used to workshopping ideas anyway that if I get on stage, I just start talking. And I talk and like this, that, and the other. And so I don't have to switch on anything. And there's no audience there, except physically. You just have to keep going. That's the thing. That's what I have to do.
And another question from Alison Kleinfeld asked, what was your favourite movie role to portray, and did you lobby for the role or did they pursue you?
I suppose so far. I think playing Edward VII to Judi Dench's Queen Victoria in Victorian Abdul in Stephen Frears' film, that was beautiful. I didn't ask for that. An inquiry came in. I had to meet Stephen twice. First time I got the message back, he seemed positive, but then I had to see him again and said because he's not sure. And so there to perform, to play someone like Edward VII, and I worked out what angle I wanted to play him on. And Judy's so wonderful anyway, I'd met her before. It was a great film to be on, to be allowed to be in. And the Oceans movies were great to be in. I mean, most of the ones I've done have been wonderful experiences. The Riches was a series, 2 seasons of that in America. John Landgraf from FX gave me film school and drama school. He probably didn't know he was giving me that. Well, he may have done. He's a very sharp guy. But he basically gave me training, film school and drama school all rolled into one, and it was live and going out. And I was a little bit rough and ready at the beginning of the season. I got more and more into my stride. So, yeah, but Victorian Abdul so far, well, there's a film coming out soon, 6 Minutes to Midnight, again with Judi Dench. That was wonderful. That was completely wonderful. Wonderful to do, to make, develop, and should be out soonish.
Okay, a polling question coming up now from Jenny Bennett. What is your favourite ice cream?
What is my favourite ice cream?
Yeah.
Oh, the 99. In the United Kingdom, you can get the 99, which is, for anywhere else in the world, so I'm just looking out the window, there's some people hanging around there, so they can donate. A cornet, a kind of wafery thing that holds the ice cream that goes in from one of those machines. So they probably exist all around the world. But then if you put a Cadbury's flake in it, now I'm advertising here, but I think they did make the flake. It is crumbly as flaky as chocolate. Thank you. And you put that into an ordinary cornet with ice cream on top. And I think it's sugar upon sugar, within sugar, wrapped in sugar, with a dollop of sugar, held in a cornet of wafer that's probably made out of sugar. So, as I kind of, I have a sweet tooth. But I was just thinking I could eat them, one after the other, but I probably couldn't. But just when I used to run when I ran around the UK, a wonderful company who made ice cream vans lent us an ice cream van, and we were going to sell T-shirts from this, and that was what we were going to do. But they said, look, you can have some ice cream and give it away, but ask for donations. Ask if people would like to make donations, and that way we could do it. Which got certain ice cream sellers in areas pissed off. You can't sell around here. I'm the ice cream man. Very vicious ice cream sellers coming around. But yeah, I used to have one a day, I think. Did I have a 99 a day?
I think it was a 99 a day. I don't know.
I think I was allowed. Keeps the doctor right next to you going, why are you eating these 99s? So, we're going to have a break at 5 to the hour, okay?
Yes.
So which is in about 3 minutes.
On the food theme, Matthew Benson, what's your favourite baked potato topping?
Oh, I do love baked potatoes. Potatoes are my kind of 99s. And they used to have Spud You Like, and then it sort of went away, I think, Spud You Likes in the UK. But a lot of Edinburgh festivals eating Spud You Like. I think baked beans and cheese, I think. Well, you can put almost anything in there. And coleslaw. And Cadbury's flake. No, probably not Cadbury's flake. Oh, down at, when I was a street foreman for 4 years at Covent Garden in London, and they had Spud shops, little vending, little caravanettes selling hot potatoes. And you can also make them, it's the thing I did as a scout. You cut a big potato in half, you scoop out both sides a little bit, you drop an egg, raw egg into it, put them back together, you get matchsticks, and crossways you put them in around the sides to stick it together, wrap it in tin foil, stick it under the fire, and you can bake your potato and have a baked egg as well, which I did when I became a chief scout. That's what I was. And yes, that was lovely.
That sounds incredible.
I used to love cooking on the campfire, great. Except for one day, we cooked on the campfire and things fell off. You know, I was so into cooking at the campfire, and things fell on the ground, you picked it up and you shoved it in your mouth. I think I got dysentery, or the mild equivalent of that. Yeah, I had the runs after that, but they're called the runs because you run to the toilet. And that's where I'm going to go in 20 seconds. So,
well, I think on that
do
note,
a wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone on Facebook. We're going to be doing more. We're going to do questions from YouTube at 3:30. I'm going to be talking to Skulk, very good stand-up from South Africa, on the hour. And I'm going to have a break now for 5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, God.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Okay. So we're going to Skulk now. Skulk was Zudenhoek. I'm going to ask him how to pronounce his last name. I'm sure I'm getting wrong. YouTube questions on 3:30. So jump on at 3:30 on YouTube. You can ask me more questions. Please, if you can make them about everything but running. I know it's a bit weird, but I got to not think about my legs. So anything out there in the world. It could be comedy, it could be drama, anything in the world. I was talking to journalist Sarah O'Connell at 4 o'clock, 4:30, Hayley Featherstone, wonderful lighting designer, 5 p.m. Rachel Lindley with Tim Cruise Drew. We talk running stuff, or stuff that's Portsmouth running physio related. And charity related.
Yes, I think we're just getting Skulk on soon, but shall I do a few more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Just going back to Facebook, just finishing off, because there's loads of questions. Thank you, everybody. So, Teresa Lloyd asks, she says, okay, different subject, dyslexia, a blessing or a curse? I think it's a blessing, because our brains are wired in a different, more creative and flexible way.
I think dyslexia, I don't know if you should look at it as blessing or curse, it's a bit like being trans. It's one of the genetic cards you get handed out, but you have to go towards it, grab it and see what you can do with it, as opposed to letting it give you a tough time. So if you are dyslexic, you tend to think in a slightly different way. I'm a slow writer, slow reader, so I did all my creativity, particularly in stand-up, as opposed to acting, dramatic acting. I did my stand-up creativity through workshops. So that's how I do that. I think being dyslexic has probably helped, so because I just think sideways rather than up and down, something like that. But I'm a functioning dyslexic, severely atypically dyslexic. Apparently, that's what I was tested as. Test yourself.
I remember you saying you were tested sort of quite late on. It wasn't very. You weren't tested as a kid, was that?
No, they never marked it up as a kid. I was in my mid-30s when some people coming to comedy gigs told me I might be dyslexic. So that's where that came from. Oh. Yes. Next question.
There was a question about Hannibal. Where's that gone? That's gone. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Rebecca Simmons, loved you in Hannibal. How did you find filming the gory bits?
Hang on. Something's gone wrong. I'm gonna have to walk, guys. Right, hip's going weird. Yeah, Hannibal was great to do. It has a dramatic narrative. I don't know if you've seen it, but it is a horror drama, and horror on screen is made to look real, so it's completely horrible, which is a tricky old thing to watch. Whereas when you film it, it's much more prosaic and kind of, well, that bit there, and pretend that this is that, or that's going to do that, and we'll do this in post-production. So I found it easier to shoot than to watch back the gory bits. But then it's the dramatic story unloading as you go on. Yeah, so that's how that works.
Eddie, we've got soup ready for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, hello. Skulk, I think you might have me on in the background. You've got to turn the volume down on the feed if it's on.
I need to turn the volume down on my side.
Well, no, I could just hear a loop of it. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's all good. That sounds great. That sounds good. You're running. I'm walking. I've just got my hip gone a bit weird. I'll go a bit faster. There's me kind of...
I mean, I just started, Eddie, so, I mean, you on marathon number 6, so I think if anyone has an excuse to walk, it's you.
Yes, I am at marathon 6. I can never remember the number now. What is my number? How are you? How is South Africa? Which city are you in?
I'm in Durban at the moment, actually taking a bit of an extended holiday.
Yeah.
Second wave has hit us and all my gigs for January have been cancelled, so I've been staying on holiday for a bit longer while I have the opportunity.
Right, and is Durban, what's the temperature there at the moment?
It's like hot. It's very hot. It's like, it's like 30 degrees and it's like, Durban is like tropical, it's like humid.
Right.
But and the beaches in South Africa have been closed.
Right.
So we can see the beach from the Airbnb, but we can't go there.
Right, so 30 degrees, wow, that's, because we're about 6 degrees here or something, 5. I have been to Durban. I've done one gig in Durban, but it was really hot there. Yeah, I just remember staying in, I just couldn't take it. But thank you for calling in. And
thank you for having me. How's it been?
Well, if you've seen any of it, it's a bit rough. It's a bit, I'm a bit moany. But, I try and plow on the first, I've said this before, the first 10 marathons are always hell. And it's, when you finish, it's great. Yeah, I love the stopping.
Yeah.
People say, you love the running. No, I love the stopping. The stopping is beautiful. So, I'm always happy to stop. And, but people are watching around the world. We've talked to people from loads of different countries. People watching the shows. You know, I'm doing a stand-up show afterwards. Now, you've already done a show. You've already done stand-up, a virtual stand-up. How was it for you? How did you find it?
Yeah, it was similar to like my first gig, just not virtually. I mean, like live 10 years ago. I mean, the first one is like weird.
Yeah.
Second one is less weird. Third one is less weird. I mean, so by the end it was actually, it got less weird and weird as I went along. But I mean, it will always be, I guess, strange not having audiences. But it helps if there's like a chat section and people can put the crying, laughing emoji with the tears coming out their eyes.
All right.
That does help. But I mean, we at some stage South Africa opened up a little bit, and then just that transition back into live, then you just realize again there's nothing like it. But at least we have online now. I mean, in the previous pandemic, there was just indoors and that was it.
I totally agree. Now, so how many virtual shows have you done? And how long? Did you do an hour or 20 minutes or 10 minutes or 30 minutes or what?
Yeah, the ones, when we were in our hard lockdown, I did eight online shows. And I would do like an hour,
Oh, wow.
I would do an hour. And luckily it got shorter every time I did it. The hour felt shorter.
Yeah.
But it was like a hard balance between looking at the comments and seeing that people are enjoying it, but also, if you keep the comments on the whole time and you're doing stand-up while you're reading the comments, then you're like distracted the whole time. So even after the 8th one, I was still, I guess I was learning something new from every gig, but how have you been finding it?
Well, I can't see any comments, so I'm doing it on a stage with cameras that are just locked off, and so I just talk to the ether. I talk out to the skies, and I wander around my brain. So I find that easier. I'm not distracted by trying to read any comments. I just try and gauge it myself to see whether I think that's interesting, funny. But there are a few laughs because Sarah Johnson, who you know, my event manager, normally my tour manager, she's at the side of the stage. And then we have Zach, and who else is up there?
Ian, sometimes Ian.
Oh.
Hey, Skulk.
Dave,
Hi, how are you, Sarah?
I'm alright. Better, well, I'm sitting down in a chair. I am fine, so, yes.
Dave, can we bring Sarah onto the screen? Oh, great, there we go.
Hey, Skulk.
Can you see Sarah,
Hi.
Skulk?
Yes.
I might appear.
Yeah, you're there. So, so that's, yes, I can hear her sometimes laughing. Sometimes I'm just trying to make her laugh, and sometimes it's Zach and who else is up there?
Ian or Chris. Chris is up there as well, yeah, sometimes,
yes. Sometimes. Got tiny crew, everyone's COVID safe, but I occasionally hear laughter, but then if I don't hear laughter, I think, no, this bit was quite funny. There was a bit yesterday, I thought, no, that should be funny. But, yeah, that's kind of cheating in a way. But if not, I'll just, I think I've done so much stand-up that my head is ready to tabulate whether this is in a good zone or not. And it's probably if I think it's funny, if I can make myself laugh, if I can come up probably a new piece of material, and then I'm going to think, oh yeah, that's fun. Talking about dung beetles recently. So, and what are they doing, and who would a god invent them? Because apparently I knew that they sort of roll dung around, but they eat it, they live in it, they have kids in it. It's like gold. It's the treasure of the Sierra Madre. It's the dung of the Sierra Madre. Dung beetles go, there's dung in their hills. And, you know, it's just very weird, this whole dung obsession of these beetles. It must be an accidental.
Yeah, I mean, how obsessed can you be with shit?
Exactly.
But,
they live for feces.
I realized in the online shows that how much time you actually get on stage to think. Because, like, suddenly when there's no laugh, you can't think of, like, what joke's next. And you're just left standing there like...
Well, that's the interesting thing.
What was I going to say next?
I have, because I workshop develop my shows and I don't write anything. I'm quite used to standing on the stage and being open, and I have to kind of, well, I just have to be not worried about what the audience is thinking. If they hate what I've just said, or find it not funny, I can't be bothered by that, because I have to be relaxed and open. You know, if you're confident, the ideas come, and if you lose your confidence, you're dead on the water. And so I just ruminate and say this, that, and the gates are all open there for thinking, so that I'm in a good position to, by the end of this month, my shows could be something. Last night's show apparently was the best so far.
Yeah, I think it was great last night, yeah.
What was that? Bees and dung beetles are doing well.
Bees and dung beetles featured heavily.
I'm trying to read. Yeah, carry on.
Are you trying to do new material every night?
No, I'm trying to actually remix old material. I want to do a tour with a best of old material. But I'm also coming up with new material on the way. Which will be, the whole dung beetle piece will be huge by the end. 15 minutes of dung beetles. But, okay, I've got some questions for you. Now, your heritage in South Africa would have been Dutch. Would that be correct? Or is it a mixture?
Yeah, I would say, like, Afrikaans people, the heritage would be Dutch, yeah.
And
but I think we've kind of, there's still a lot of Dutch influence, but at the same time, it's become like a whole other culture on its own.
Now, I understand that, so it's like Afrikaans, but I'm looking at your last name, I'm dyslexic. Do I pronounce it Bezuidenhout?
Bezuidenhout, yeah.
Bezuidenhout.
Yes.
So ignore the U in pronunciation. We should ignore the U for us English.
Yeah.
Bezuiden. And how do you pronounce the H-O-U-T? Hout or hoot?
Hout. Which is like the Afrikaans for wood.
So,
like hout,
hurt. Like,
oh my word, yeah.
So hurt that rhymes with H-E-R-T, hurt, like we'd say, so Bezuidenhout, yeah? Is that right?
Yeah, or the middle part is less Z and more A, like Bezuidenhout.
Bezuidenhout. Okay,
yes,
there
that's
you go.
perfect.
There you go, Sarah. You've got to learn a new way of saying Scott's name.
I know, I apologise, Scott. I think I've been murdering your name, and you've probably politely not corrected me.
Okay, so you pronounce the I just like the letter. I reside in Hout. Hout. Yeah, because I know that Van Gogh, the great painter Van Gogh, is pronounced Van Gogh to us, Van Gogh to the Americans, but it's Van Gogh, I believe, in the Dutch or maybe I've forgotten. Yeah, that's how you should pronounce his name. That's how he pronounced it. Am I right in thinking that? If as an Afrikaans person, would you say Van Gogh, the painter? You pronounce his name?
Van Gogh. We'll say Van Gogh.
Van Gogh. There you go. Lots of CHs there. Van Gogh. Yeah, and we get it wrong. But he's unfortunately passed away. But I do love his paintings. I'm someone who is intimidated by fine art, but I do love his paintings, and I'm going to attach entirely Van Gogh to yourself there, to your heritage.
I'm intimidated by fine art and I can't afford it, but I mean, when I went to what is that fine art museum in London called with the big paintings?
National Gallery we've got Tate Gallery,
yes.
Tate Gallery, we got another famous one.
I went to the National Gallery. I'm intimidated by that art, but I'm even more intimidated by the Tate modern because I feel like dumb if I'm there because I feel like I don't get the things. Like if I'm just there, I'm like, I don't get why a rope hanging from the ceiling is art, but I feel too shy to ask anyone, is this room under construction or am I looking at the piece?
Yes, I know. It's this is where I'm going to go and do a talk art podcast, and I was saying if I'm coming on, I can talk about it from someone who is intimidated by art. What makes something art? But it's the same with our comedy. I think your comedy, my comedy, ours is more out there, more left field, and a mainstream audience would quite often watch us maybe and go, "What the hell are you talking about?" I have a piece about Caesar. Julius Caesar said, "Caesar, did he ever think he would end up as a salad?" And then people kind of laughed at that, and then I went into chicken Caesar salad, much more important now. But that happened because Caesar was often advised in military battles by chickens, so which is obviously very stupid. But then I'd go into talking about the Battle of Alesia, which is a real battle he did, and Mark Antony, the General Mark Antony, was played by a chicken going bark, 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 bark. So I know mainstream audiences, and I performed in a big show to a mainstream audience, and they just didn't know what to make of me. And I knew what I was talking about, but they were just, that was probably like the fine art that intimidates us. They probably found our comedy a bit weird and intimidating. I
guess we're still on, we'll constantly be on that journey to, even just to create the idea that stand-up comedy is art and it's not just talking shit on stage.
Well, that's an interesting point, because I think my early stand-up was just funny. Blue pants in the whites wash, how the blue pants sort of hides in the shirt and then gets in there and comes to the window and says, "I'm there." And it was very much like Python influence, and early Python was very silly, bonkers. But as you go on, you put layers in. And when you start putting layers in, talking about, well, the Caesar one I find interesting. Another piece I was talking about was human sacrifice. Why did anyone ever say the weather is bad, the gods obviously hate us, the crops have failed, so we're going to kill Steve, and then the crops are going to pick up next year? And you go, what the hell is that? That's just bonkers. And going into comedy on that, and that's when it gets more into an art form, I feel, when we put the layers in. So I think any creative place can be that. You can be creative, and then you put layers in, and it becomes art. That's my thought.
Yeah. And when someone thinks about something afterwards.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
And there's something to chew on, I guess, but that's the layers thing that you're saying.
Yes, indeed. It's the layers. You put layers in, it becomes art. Grayson Perry, who's a person, I'm not sure if he'd call himself trans, but I think he's in our group, and he's done some great documentaries, and he won fabulous clothes. And the ceramics, he won the Turner Art Prize for his ceramics, and they are art. You know, he won the prize that just makes it so. But you just look at him, you realise, you think normally ceramics would be more of a craft, but his are art. And I would like to, I think if I immerse myself more in art, I will understand the edges of art more, and I'll be able to say, in the end, for art, it's saying, I like that, I don't like that. That's it. And if something's supposed to be really good art, you say, it doesn't work for me, then it doesn't work for you. Same with comedy, same with drama, whatever it is, rock and roll. So, yeah. And, okay, flipping sideways, South Africa, because I'm talking to YouTubers doing questions at 3:30, so we've got another 7 minutes. How are things with COVID in South Africa? Did you mirror us? I know you've got a new strain, a weird strain like we've got, I believe, in South Africa.
The new strain has hit us, second wave, all the things. It's becoming scarier because the first strain was kind of, like, I think worldwide, like it was old people who were more vulnerable. But now you're just hearing of people passing away that are my age, like the other day in Durban, very tragic story. Girl was 26, someone that I heard of was 32.
Oh wow.
Seemingly good shape. So I'm becoming more stressed about it, like I'm becoming more recluse in my house and not leaving the house until if I absolutely don't have to. But it's scary now because, I mean, someone said yesterday it's going from numbers to names now. Like at first we were just looking at statistics and numbers, and now names of people that are passing away.
Yeah.
So
not good. No.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Well, as you probably will have already thought of this, I've been talking about, we have a choice in humanity. We're trying to make humanity great again here, as you know. And when we come out of this, not if, but when, at a certain point, let's hope that people try and work together more rather than separately, because there is this COVID nationalism, a whole idea of nationalism. What's happening right at this very hour in America, where the idea that you can use lies as a tool of politics, as you put forward your ideas and you just lie about things. That can't be the way forward. The separation, the nationalism, we're better than you, that just can't be our way forward. We've got to fight, and I hoped at the start that the people with energy, the moderate people, because I'm a radical and moderate, we've got to make our voices heard, because extremists tend to be loud and have a threat of violence in the street. There's people campaigning in DC yesterday. It was a very violent situation, and we have to be heard, the moderate people. You have to make our voices heard. We have to use our energy, and we have to become fighters for tolerance, for diversity, for all this stuff. And so it's great being able to talk to you. It's wonderful because you're in South Africa. I'm here. I've been there. I've run marathons in your country.
Yes.
And that's beautiful.
There's actually a picture here of Mandela.
Oh wow.
I'm using someone's gym at the moment. I'm not sure what the context of the picture is, but there's people there with Mandela. I think he visited their gym or something, I don't know, bodybuilding competition.
Yeah, he was great legacy, and I got the impression, I run these marathons in South Africa. I got the impression.
Yes.
I got the impression that most people in South Africa didn't really notice it. It was kind of, all the press was going back to the UK. But hopefully in the long term, people will know I did run 27 marathons. And, and I did a comrades marathon, the equivalent of a comrades marathon on the last day. You have that amazing, 90K on the last day. And that was tough. That was rough.
Yeah, but I like what you're saying about humanity. I mean, because like in South Africa, I think COVID in a weird way, when we were in our hard lockdown, brought us together as a country more than it divided us. But obviously as things progressed and people started getting more frustrated at home, that all started to fall apart a little bit. But I hope we can get back to that place. Not COVID-wise, not hard lockdown-wise, but where we were, like the humanity that we had for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. Well,
make humanity great again.
Make humanity great again. Thank you so much for talking with us,
Thank
Scott.
you.
And
thanks, Eddie.
You take care. And I'll talk to you
take
again.
care as well. Good luck for the rest of the marathons.
Thank you. Talk to you
Only
soon.
25 left.
Apparently so. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Gonna slow down a little bit. Walk for... So we're talking now at 2:30 YouTube. If you can get on YouTube from 3:30 to London time to 3:45 London time. So 1/2 the hour to the 1/4 to the hour, we are going to be talking 10 questions from YouTube. Are they all lining up?
Yes, I'm just trying to get YouTube to fire up on my end. Actually, I'm on a slight go slow.
Right.
We'll work on it.
And so I'm running with Zwift people. Sorry, I'm just walking for a bit. We got 43 Zwift people I'm running with, and so I sent a message. Just walking for a bit. Full stop. Eddie. Oh. Yeah. This is what I normally do. So slow down to 5 kph kilometers per hour for a bit of a walk, just so I can get back in. Dave Little is there. Clive Fittermore is back. Hey there. At least I can send messages to them. Speed up.
Okay, I think
Running
my
again.
YouTube is speeding up now. I think I'm melting the internet at the moment, so there we go.
So I'm in the downward side of my hours. 3.5 hours of running. 2.5 to go. That's where we are. Yep, so talking to Joe Cox from Cyprus at 3:45, 4 p.m. Chat with journalist Sarah O'Connell at 4:30 p.m. Hayley Featherstone, who is lighting designer, works with me on tours throughout America and the UK. And did she do Europe as well? I'm not sure if she did Europe as well. And 5 p.m. Tim Cruiseru and Rachel Lindley will be coming up. So you tell me when you're ready.
It's just sort of firing up now. But I've just noticed a lovely note from Jenny Bennett, who says my 8-year-old has just donated all her pocket money she had saved.
Oh, that's very nice. That's wonderful. Who's that from?
Jenny Bennett.
Jenny, say thank you to your 8-year-old for donating that money. That's a wonderful thing. Reminds me of the 2 kids we had up in Liverpool, up by Aintree. Remember they were running on the round when we went around UK?
Yes,
So,
yes, Dylan and Warren.
Dylan and Warren.
Dylan and Warren, yep.
Who came running with us. They were cycling on their bikes and I was running along. And they were cycling. They got permission from their mum. We put high-vis jackets on them. And they came quite a way. How did they get back? They got back somehow. We made sure they got back safely.
No, I think we put their bicycles in the ice cream van, I think, and we put them in the van. I think that's what we did. We drove them home. Yeah. Yeah, they were great. I remember they gave all their lunch money to you. I remember.
Yes, again, it's the lunch money. Well, lunch money and pocket money. Yes.
I think I remember they said Eddie needs it more than us.
Yeah.
They were fabulous. Right, so I think I'm back up and running. Yes, YouTube. A few questions from
YouTube questions.
YouTube.
Anyone listening, if you go on YouTube, you can send us questions via YouTube. Do they need to get on my site, or how do they do?
Well, you can if you're on YouTube and you search Eddie Izzard. If you go onto the Eddie Izzard channel, you should be able to see the live stream there.
And there's a button for questions.
Yes, so there's a chat section, so you can put your questions in the chat section.
There you go. Coming on YouTube right now. So fireworks for the next 10, 13 minutes, yeah.
So there's a question here from Sam. So Sam says, I'm a trans man and I want to thank you for giving me the confidence to come out last year at 28. My question is, how do you deal with the stigma that comes with being trans? Love, Sam.
Sam, well done, brave for coming out. It's always brave when people come out, anyone LGBT. It is our Arthurian knight's quest to find space for ourselves in society. What was the word that Sam used? The stigma.
Stigma, yeah.
Well, you see, I say there isn't a stigma. Basically, it's a superhero thing. That's what you've got to look at it as. And we have to go through this fight, and we're creating space for kids in the future to be out without having to go through this hell. And so, if people look at me funny, if people shout abuse at me, or if people try to fight me, I look at them funny, shout abuse back, or I fight them back. That's the only way I've worked out to do it. The other thing is to try and be as good as you can in whatever you do in life. Whatever you do. And this just happens for anyone. If you're trying to break through a glass ceiling, you just have to be the best you can be in what you do, so that, you know, hopefully when I know I've met people in the street who said, you know, you're trans, you do this thing, you're wearing a dress, but, well, those marathons, I can't, you know. So part of this, I get hopefully a little more space created for me, where people who might just be negative feel there should be a stigma against me. They go, well, that individual person doesn't feel they're doing what I'm doing. They're not running all these marathons back to back. So you just have to do things differently, imaginatively, and hopefully people will notice and go, this is very good work, and you should be judged on your work. I've said this, if anyone goes online, puts in Eddie Izzard and Nails video, and you'll see for the South African marathons, when I talked about nails, it says, what's your colour of your skin, your sexuality, whether you're a man or woman, it matters not one jot, it's what you do in life. Surely this is the thing that matters. What do you do in life? What do you add to the human existence? This was what I said back then, I say again. Do you do something? If it's for charity, obviously that's adding a whole load to the human existence. If it's just for yourself and your career, then hopefully you're putting something in with good ideas, you're making something that's positive, you're helping do that, you're helping make a system work well. You're in the service industry, you're making systems work, hotels work, food, delivery, great food is being made, people in events, putting on the shows so that people can perform with ease while they get delivered out. What do you do in life? That is it. And that is why I'm not a fan of monarchy. Hereditary privilege is a bad example to our children, and it always has been. But I look at the royals, say, in our country, and I say, what do they do with their lives? What have they done? And a number of them have done very positive things. They've tried. They realize they're born into this family. It sort of goes with it. I know Harry's trying to do something different, and I think he should be given space to do that. But it's what do you do in your life? That is it. That's when we shuffle off this mortal coil, that is what is left. And is it a positive contribution to humanity, or is it a negative waste of space? And that's maybe on this day of days in America is is an important thing. The American people going through such a tough time. President-elect Joe Biden just about to come in, and Donald Trump doing whatever he is doing to try and steal an election. And these are the words we need to do. Attempted coup, stealing the election. It is wrong. And I'll say this thing again, somebody said if 2 and 2 is 4, in politics you tend to say you should give both sides equal coverage, say. So, but if someone's saying 2 and 2 is 4 and the other side saying 2 and 2 is 5, that's wrong. The 2 and 2 is 5. So you can't give equal coverage. Say, well, let's look into 2 and 2 is 5. This is what is going on with Donald Trump. He is asking people, as you saw in the Georgia senatorial elections, to, well, actually, he was asking back for the presidential election to go and find votes so he could win Georgia. This is wrong. This is trying to steal an election. And it's, when lies become normalized in politics, humanity loses. There you go. That's what I think. Anyway, so that's a big answer to a question.
That was a good answer.
Hopefully I covered the question.
Caroline asks, have you been approached to guest on Desert Island Discs? What would you choose in terms of your 8 tracks, your book, and of course your luxury?
Caroline, I have never been asked, and I've always had slight difficulty with Desert Island Discs. Maybe they don't want to ask me, and that's fine. I think it was a wonderful concept, premise if you're on a desert island. I now find it tricky. It feels locked in this thing that happens in the UK. If you don't know, if you're listening around the world, different hosts have hosted it, and they tend to host it for 8 years, long periods of time, and then someone who's high profile person will come on and say, these are my desert island songs, if I was on a desert island, and a book. What's the other one?
Oh, luxury, yeah.
Luxury.
Yeah, you gotta take
luxury,
luxury
is helicopter, of course. Space rocket.
Has anyone said helicopter?
I think so. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, okay.
I just always find it, in this day and age, a little curious. So I haven't chosen them, but what I did do was go on BBC 3, on the classical station, and talk about classical pieces that meant things to me, including one which is glorious things of thee are spoken. Da, 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 da. Now that is a British hymn sung by British children in British churches on a British Sunday, but it's actually the German national anthem. So that's whoa. Deutsche Deutsche über alles. Now, which was initially not taken so bad. The Nazis made it very toxic. The song is still the German national anthem without the toxic verse. I think the first verse is taken out. It says Germany overall, but it should be Germany up with everyone else. That's what we want. We want each country to be proud and up there and on an equal standing, as opposed to one country saying, we are better than you. My dad's bigger than your dad. That's where it comes from. Everything is like the classroom. So my dad's bigger than your dad ends up with some right-wing leader talking to the people and saying, our country's better than this country. That's just my dad's bigger than your dad, writ large. And we shouldn't do that because they're not. They're just, if you take one of the dads, there might be a huge dad, but what does that mean? That doesn't help, because he might be really bad at adding up or playing ping pong. It's not the thing. It's not who's got the biggest military. It's what does each country add to the human condition? Each person, each country, each organisation. That's what it is. Again, I've come off the basic question, and I'm veering off there a bit. What was the front? Tell me the question again.
Hang on, let me scroll back. It was, have you been approached to guest on Desert Island?
Oh yes, Desert Island Discs, yes.
What would you choose in your items? In 8 tracks, your book and your luxury.
I was talking about this other song, so I'm putting a pin in that question. I'm so sorry, but I'm going sideways on it, because, anyway, I talked about this song. So one, it was I think a Haydn tune with different lyrics written by different people. Often hymns are this. They're a tune there's someone else writes the lyrics, which could be toxic lyrics, or could be inclusive lyrics. Glorious things of thee are spoken, just praising the mystical God of the Christian faith. So that's less toxic, there's more into spirituality and that kind of stuff. So, but the thing was, I used to play third clarinet to it, and so in the little chapel, I was at boarding school, you had to go to church, and once, twice a week, and we used to play clarinet to that. The first clarinet used to play the melody, la da 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 da, and the second clarinet would play harmonies. So yeah, you got to work this out, because I can't sing that, because then I won't be able to get my part. The third clarinet, we played the notes that were left over, which were which is weird enough, and then anyway, so that third stanza is just we just used to blow it out like crazy. And on the program I went on Radio 3, if you listen to Radio 3, you probably know the name of the gentleman in the show I'm talking about, and he was playing the title, and I said, can you get my mic up, because I've got to be able to sing this to that. So I sang the third clarinet part to it, which was fun, I tell you. So I haven't answered your question hardly at all, but yeah, I've answered a slightly different. Sorry, but thank you for the question. Next question.
And I think we have our guest lined up, so we can do one final question?
Yeah, one final question.
Yeah, okay. So let's go for... Here's a very open question. Tony says, Eddie, how should we start our day tomorrow? What would be your suggestion? Very broad.
From Tony?
Tony.
Well, I'd say wake up would be your best start. Then check the news in America, and if everything has gone through democratic principles, then you can celebrate Joe Biden and the senators taking their places in the American Senate, their rightful places. And then I think toast is in there somewhere. Gluten-free or gluten-full. I was having gluten-free, but now I'm gluten-full during this. Bags of gluten. But yeah, have anything you want. That's an odd question. That's difficult. I can say what I would have. I would have bacon, eggs, or kippers. I do love kippers. And there's the other one. What's it? It's not herring, but is it mackerel?
Mackerel? Yes.
Is that a breakfasty one?
Yes, yeah.
And
mackerel.
eggs. Eggs are good protein. Learn what bits of food have what things in. So, fish and chicken protein, and eggs have protein, and milk has protein. And most of the others are carbs, aren't they?
Yeah.
I do believe.
Right. Well, I think if we're for our next guest, I'll check in with Dave.
Talk to us, Dave. Tell us things.
Patching me through to Zoom.
Thank you very much. Flight Lieutenant Joe Cox, hi.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
I'm very good. Did I get your title right? Are you a Flight Lieutenant?
I am indeed. Yes. Thank you very much. And welcome to Cyprus. It's kind of dark here just now.
Yes, you're just ahead of it. Are you an hour or 2 hours ahead of us in London?
2 hours ahead of you, yeah.
2 hours ahead. Oh, I dream of 2 hours ahead. And you're part of the British forces, which are part of the UN forces there?
So we're British Forces Cyprus. There are UN forces here, but we're British Forces Cyprus, or the part that I am.
And could you explain how that works? So I take it from what you're saying, that the British forces are not actually part of the UN system. It's slightly different to it, or how does it work?
Yeah, so we're slightly different. We have a sovereign base area, which is the UK's. It's a separate government. It governs itself. Sovereign base area just means that we have sovereignty in Cyprus. in our area. We don't, have anything to do with the Cypriot government, the Republic of Cyprus. But we're here just as a forward platform, really, for British forces in Cyprus. So we do a lot of staging from here forward into different areas of the world.
I got you. So it would be like Gibraltar with ships in the olden days. More, obviously Gibraltar's still there, but it was very much a ship base out there. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize that happened. I learn things every day. That's good. Have you been there long? Have you been stationed there long?
Yeah, so we've been here for 5.5 years now, nearly 6 years, and but we're coming home this summer to the UK.
Right.
With Bristol, I think. I've had 2 tours here, which have been fantastic. It's a really, really lovely place to live and work, and the people are amazing. Whether you're in the south, in the Republic of Cyprus, or in the north, which is the Turkish
Cypriot part.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can you go through between the border that's there between the Republic of Cyprus and the Turkish
northern
Cypriot part, the northern part?
Yes. Pre-COVID, we could go across and back and forth all the time, and it was really good to do so. But obviously, with COVID, unfortunately, that boundary has been closed, that border has been closed, and only for essential people now.
Right, gotcha. So,
have you been to Cyprus before?
Well, I have run in Nicosia. You see, I ran in February, just before the world went to hell in a handbasket. I ran day 6 of February in Nicosia. So I ran through it, and I know there's lots of cats in Nicosia, and I saw most of them, and they didn't donate anything at the time, but I think I asked them a lot. But yes, so I have, and I must come back when I don't have to run so far. But now we're doing the virtual one, celebrating Nicosia and Republic of Cyprus, and yeah, it's tiring, but it's good. So now, how did you always know? I have a private pilot's license, I should say, and I learned to fly because I was scared of flying, and I thought it would get me past that, which it did. It was very good to do that. Did you always know you wanted to fly? Did you do private pilot's license straight through, and how did it work?
Well, I'm not a pilot. My title is flight lieutenant, but that's a rank in the Air Force.
Right.
I'm a communications engineer, although I'm retraining to become a nurse. So I'm just a communications engineer, so I provide communications, I suppose.
No, I've got that. So I'm sorry, I didn't know that you could. That's it. Logically, it is. If you're in the RAF, then you would have the word flight in there. So sorry about that. But yes, no, that's great. The communication is very necessary. Otherwise, the pilots are not getting anywhere without communications.
That's very true. Very true.
And you're going to you're training to be a nurse as well?
I am training. Well, I've just started that journey. So I'm training to hopefully go and transfer to the Princess Mary's Royal Air Force nursing scheme, nursing service, under the transfer scheme that they have. So that's a very competitive scheme. So I'm studying as hard as I can to go and do that.
Excellent, excellent. Well, that's great. And so, and the weather's okay there at the moment? I mean, I know it's gone dark now, but is it freezing, or it's not too bad?
It's a little chilly, but it's not as cold as it was last year. So last year was very, very cold in January, and this year it's been a lot milder.
Right.
It's still sort of 15 to 20 degrees during the day, peaking at about 20, but it hasn't been that for a couple of days. But it's not bad. We can still go outside. It's not as bad as it is in the UK, I don't imagine.
Yeah, I think we have sunshine. We have the sun just going down. I'm looking to my left. I don't know, Dave, if you can flip the camera to look out the window, but out the window we've got oh no, we've moved that camera, haven't we? That camera doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, the sun's going down. Very nice sunset, but it's cold, and yeah, we're on heavy lockdown. Like you are, I think you're on. I don't know if your stage is the same as ours, but. Yeah, we're on lockdown, and it's cool, but the sun has been shining all day, which is nice.
I think we're about to go into lockdown after the bank holiday, but nothing's been set in stone yet. We have to wait for the Republic of Cyprus government to to tell us what they're going to do, and
Right.
we'll follow suit. We're in step.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, it's brilliant you're doing it. My mother was a nurse, so you're retraining as a nurse. I think that's wonderful, because especially at these times, because I think one, we've got to get past these new strains that are coming out, but I just think another thing could well come on its heels, not necessarily immediately, but if we've had Ebola, SARS, and some way back the Spanish flu, we as humanity need to be ready for this next time, so that we're more prepared.
Yeah.
And you'll be in the front line there. Oops, almost falling off.
You all right?
Yeah, it's just me, I'm getting tired. I get tired.
Well, in that case, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask you
do.
about your portrait sitting? Obviously, you did the portrait program. How was that for you, and did you really enjoy it? And obviously, Curtis is an amazing artist and was my favourite, but they were all fantastic. How did you enjoy that experience?
Well, I have resisted having my portrait done, because if you get to a certain profile, I suppose if your ego runs away with you, you're constantly there having portraits done of you. But that wasn't, I just thought, I don't know, that's not really for me. I'm happy to have some photos taken, but it seemed like, if you do it, I was asked to do it, and if it's helping 3 young artists moving ahead, I thought, yeah, I can do that. So I thought that would be fun to do. I was okay sitting still, and then I always think I look bad in photographs. Well, not always. If I take 100 photos, or about 5 I like, and 95 I say, burn them, but they're just the wrong angle. I don't know. So really we should look at a portrait from the artist's point of view. What do they capture in there? And from my sort of own ego point of view, and then narcissistic point of view, saying, does that look like me? Is that what I look like? So I was very pleased to do it. I was happy with whatever they did, and people, it seemed to really capture, that program has captured people's imagination. So it was lovely to do that. I was quite happy to sit. Sitting still is not normally me, but to sit still for a couple of hours was okay. So,
did you get to keep Curtis's portrait of you?
Yes, yes, that I have got that at home.
Fantastic.
So wonderful. All power to all of them, because anything creative, anything you do that's creative, if you can make a living in it, it's the most wonderful thing, because it is. There's a point where there's nothing there, and then there's something there, and if you do it right, there's something there that other people go, wow, what is that? That is beguiling, interesting.
Yes.
I'm attracted to that, and that can be in comedy, rock and roll, fine art, drama. I love it, and because when I was a kid I couldn't do it, and I pushed hard to try and get it going in dramatic acting and comedy. So I do love creativity wherever it is.
You mentioned rock and roll. Do you play an instrument?
I play the piano. I sort of taught myself piano, and there was a point, I was in a band for a short while at school, and we had a sort of punk rock label contract. I think the label was probably a very small indie label, and they liked the idea of kids at a boarding school have their own band. But it didn't go anywhere, so I did play keyboards in the band for a few gigs. But playing the grand piano I do love, and I make up my own music, and I teach myself that by finding chords. I used to listen to tracks and find it. I don't like Mondays, Boomtown Rats and Bob Geldof. I kept playing the track and just picking out, trying the chords until I thought, I think that's what the chord they're playing, which is a curious way of teaching yourself. But you never got precisely the same music, but it was good training, and I love the piano.
I do the same with guitar. How do you find, you don't write down the music, do you, or do you do that? Are you able to write the music?
No, I can read it, but if I've got a piece of sheet music, I will be going, okay, that's C, D, E, that's the E down, that's a G, that's F sharp, and it just, whereas other people, I've seen them go, oh, this is tricky, the experts, I can't do that. I just feel my way in.
Are you ever tempted to do what Tim Minchin does and play some piano on stage, or?
No, I don't want to do that. I would do them separately. I want my comedy to be pure, because I used to be a speciality act. We had a double act with my partner Rob Ballard, and we had to carry a lot of stuff around. And even though with a piano you wouldn't have to carry stuff, I would do it separately. I have played one gig on the piano, or my first ever gig on the piano. I think I've done 2. My first one was in front of 60,000 people with Midge Ure at Live 8 in Murrayfield. That was the first time I played piano in public. So, and you can find that on YouTube. That's my first gig. And Mitch said, you're gonna be scared doing this. It's gonna be worried, you know, understandably. And I said, no, I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about doing the stand-up in front of 60,000 at Murrayfield, because they were there for music and not for words and ideas. It's tricky if you're doing those large gigs. Anyway, so I did an okay-ish bit of stand-up, but the bit I did with Mitch, I'm slightly slow. If you do listen to it, you'll hear me. I'm slightly slow, but I would be better next time.
Yeah, well, I think what you're doing is fantastic. How many have you got to go now? How many marathons?
Essentially, marathons. Well, if you can see the number behind me, what is that, 6?
6.
Yeah, 6. And Lana said, what, 25 to go. 25 to go.
Just amazing.
So yeah, it's well, you know, it's everything you decide, like what the things you've decided to do in your life, and the choices you make, and now you're choosing to retrain. If you decided up here, you could make things happen that you wouldn't thought were supposed to happen. So that's what I try and do, and I soldier on. That's what I do.
So it's fantastic. I'm very proud of you.
Well, you take care. I'm gonna have to talk to people from. I'm going to interview with Sarah O'Connell, journalist, in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, Joe. You take care. Good luck in the future. Bye-bye. Okay. So now David upstairs. I'm just going to walk for a sec, but I'm ready to talk with Sarah O'Connell whenever she's ready.
No worries. As soon as I have her, I'll catch you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get more cold than this, please? Thank you, Simon Dawkins, for your message on Zwift. You like the extended Death Star canteen? Yes, so there's tickets available for my tonight's show, 7 p.m. Last night's show was good. The others have been intriguing and interesting, but you are buying a ticket, and your money is going to charities that make humanity great, so don't worry about it too much. If you could afford to buy a ticket, go to Izzard.com and you can buy that. You like the extended Death Star canteen, so that the career pathways for aspiring emperors bit has potential to be expanded. Aspiring emperors, I can't remember what I said there. Aspiring emperors, I do remember, wasn't it dung beetles? I was talking a lot about dung beetles. I am a bit obsessed with dung beetles at the moment, because they actually help. Apparently they help. They take dung away. Because, you know, there's some cows who are going around and going, I have pooed a lot. I am a cow and I have done a lot of poo. But there's so much poo. I'm living in poo. I'm swimming in poo. Oh no, the dung beetles. They're rolling it away and taking it off to their secret James Bond base. That was dung finger. Dung finger, he can roll a ball of dung. Okay, Dung Finger's going to be in the show tonight, kids. So tune in, buy tickets for my show at 7 p.m. London time, which you can work it out. On the east coast of America, that's going to be 2 p.m. In Ireland, Republic of Ireland, you're going to be at the same time. A lot of Europe, you'll be either 1 or 2 hours ahead of me, 8 or 9 p.m. If you're in LA, you'll be watching at 11 a.m. And why not? but it's kind of a drunken show. So I'm going to talk to Sarah O'Connell in just a second, and then at 4:30 Hayley Featherstone will be on. We can talk about lighting systems, and we'll talk about America as well with Hayley, because she'll know what is going on there in America at this very moment. So that's kind of what we want to know. Stuff going on. Senator Warnock is becoming the first black African American senator in Georgia, the state of Georgia. If you know the history of Georgia, that's quite an amazing thing. Quite an amazing thing. So yes, all stuff going on. Donald Trump is trying an attempted coup in America. That's the latest news. So hopefully that is fought back by the good people of America. Democracy must win there, but that's going on now as we speak. Oh, I'm running on. I got to go. About 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. Oh.
Bernie, I might look at Zwift, see another little check of everybody.
Yes.
Countrywide, my flag bingo that I doing. Am I okay to go on?
Yeah, well, you need to talk to Dave, but I'm supposed to do an interview right now.
Yes, I think Dave's just lining that up, so I thought I'd have a little check in on Zwift. Oh yes, sorry, I think you have to come out.
Okay. Sarah O'Connell should be coming on any second. Oh, I can't read that. So, run along. Less than 2 to go. And trying to keep my mind off things. Beaches behind me from Nicosia in the Republic of Cyprus. And keep forging on. Actually, Dave, tell us the news. What's happening? Just like to know what's going on.
We're still waiting on Zoom at our end.
Okay, like 4 or 5 minutes ago? Just no idea really at the moment.
I'm not sure at the minute.
Okay, thanks Dave. Just always good to know more details.
I'll keep you posted.
Even if you tell me that nothing's doing. We're still waiting. It's better because otherwise I think you've forgotten, and I have to talk into a goldfish bowl. So
I'll have a little look on Zwift. If you jump out of the app, I'll go in.
Can we get Sarah on the screen, please? David, thank you.
Oh, I think you just did a thumbs up. Did you do a thumbs up?
No, I didn't do nothing.
Oh, shall I do a thumbs up?
Yeah.
For you.
I find it very difficult to get.
There it goes.
These thumbs up are coming from me. And I see two going out. Have you already done one earlier today?
Oh, a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did one just now. So, wow, 79 Zwifters nearby. There we go. So, Dave, tell me when to shut up whenever needs be. But I'll do a little roundup. Oh, it's gone up to 80 and back to 71.
Hi there.
Okay, there we go.
From a Koffler. The Koffler said hello, Eddie, so I'm saying hello back. Oh, yeah, far away.
So we've got Dave Theman, Kai Wiegand, Benjamin Scharf, Anne Marie Hagendorn, Cloud Kavanagh, Field Bell Blevins, Shai Lipowicz. Now this is a Jochen in the German language would be pronounced. Jochen. Okay, yes, Jochen P. Tom Siegel, Scott Campbell, A. Walshinator, Marcin Jerkowitz, Jared Donju, Bernd Barley, Nick Slade, DeWald Malan, Vincent, it's dropped away, Theo Moller, Richard Duran, Siggy Peter, F. Barbe, Manuel Mayer, lots of people from Germany running. Who else? Charlotta Graz, Duck Trom, Tony Harrison, Rob Shaw, Andrew Cutmore, David Little, Ansi Toma, Dale Parsons, Gaëtan Bounet from France. I might have said that name terribly wrong. Holly Ward, Maxi Weiss, depending on your pronunciation. Adam Campion, Mac Christensen, Christian Straub, Alsbart, 99, Rammstein, that's a good name, from Germany there. Lots of people, and it jumps around a little bit depending on who is close to you at any given time. But I'm seeing flags from the Netherlands, Great Britain, Norway, Sweden, South Africa, Germany, Italy, Belgium, say Poland, France, Canada, a few Canadians, Switzerland, Colombia as well. Ticking off Colombia on my flag bingo. There we go, Colombia. Who else? Australia. Yes, Australia. I always have to be very careful. I don't get New Zealand and Australia mixed up.
There's usually 4 and 5 stars.
Yes, and
the red ones, if they're in red, then New Zealand.
Okay. That's how I'm going to make sure, because I always worry I'll get that wrong. So it's definitely Australia. Who else? We have now. This is my Slovakia. Guys from Slovakia.
You can remember Slovakia and Slovenia are very close. But
yes.
In the shield of Slovakia, there is an image that almost looks like a K.
Oh, now let me check. I haven't named someone. Brazil. Anna Hungary has just popped up from Brazil. Oh no, they've disappeared now. This is the thing. When people get further away from you, they sort of disappear. But on the distance front, let's see who has been with you all along. And again, Dave, shout when you want me to stop. so we are at 28k, I think that's where we're at. So, let's see who's been with you from the start.
I don't think anyone particularly today. Some people started ahead of me.
Yes. We've got a fair few people on 23k. Kale Depstein. We have Christian Sefritz. Owen Blumel is already on 32. There you go. Morton Bruce, 23k. R. Caesar, 22. Robert Wolfs, 22.8. Jeb Klestrup, 23.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Dave, what's
We
going on?
are going to go to Sarah in about 30 seconds or so.
Okay,
Just getting in now.
And Raul Sluter, 24.6. Wow, Francesco Paolini is on 40k. So Francesco started ahead of us. 47. Manuel Gant, 47.
With Sarah.
Okay.
Hi Eddie, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Sarah O'Connell?
I'm very good, thank you, Eddie Izzard. Now, thank you, first of all, for returning to my show. I'd like to ask you the prestigious question. Could you possibly say, hi, I'm Eddie Izzard, welcome back to the Sarah O'Connell Show?
Oh, it always gets into shout-outs and things. Like,
Or close to that effect.
Well, I am Eddie Izzard. I am on your show, so it's good to be here talking to you again.
Fantastic.
But I'm knackered.
Eddie Izzard, welcome back to the Sarah O'Connell Show. I last spoke to you in February last year on the phone, and you were running in Luxembourg, I believe. How are you today?
I am very tired. I think Luxembourg was further on in the game, so the first 10 hours was just horrible. So I find them rough, and I'm just trying to get through them. But it's very weird on a treadmill because there is nothing to look at, nothing that gets in your face. So talking to people it makes it much easier. But yeah, I find these really tricky. These are harder than the ones I've done before.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to do a marathon in solidarity with you, but sadly my lounge isn't quite long enough, so I've only managed to do about 17 foot so far, so I'm going to have to make up the rest later.
That's all right, yes.
So, last time you were running in February, you've picked an even longer month this time. You're doing, is it 31 marathons, 31 days,
Yep.
30 virtual countries. Can you tell me the reason for this, what you're raising money for, how can we get involved?
Well, it's a time of great separation. COVID is causing separation, and COVID is posing the questions: would you like to be separate all around the world and trying to struggle on your own individual selves and your own group selves, national selves, or should we all try and work together to make this go away worldwide? And I think anyone with any sense is saying we've got to learn from each other. We've got to learn what were the best ways of doing lockdown. Maybe some places we still haven't learned what's the best way of doing things, but it's also politically, should we be going forwards into the 21st century in separating more or making stronger connections? And I'm for making stronger connections. That's why I'm running through Europe and in other countries and reaching out the countries that we're running with on my Zwift app, so they can virtually run with me on the trainers. They're from all over the world, and calling in and talking to them as well. So that's a great way of connecting, and we need to do this thing, I feel, of can we learn from you, can you learn from us? That's the way to go forward in this century.
And not only are you doing that, but after each of your marathon runs, you're then going on stage and doing a live streaming event. I got tickets to the first day on New Year's Day, and you were speaking about your career and how you got into comedy and stuff like that, and there's kind of like some improv sections as well. Can you tell me if people were to tune into that show on multiple days, would they get a sort of similar show, or do you sort of mix things up as you progress throughout the month?
It is mixed up. I'm trying to do a best of show, so I'm trying to do pieces, scenes from stand-up that I used to do that were liked, and sort of remix them. But it's a mixture of my biography show and my best of show, and me just talking about whatever's going on in the world of today. So it's intriguing and interesting at its minimum, but it's kind of tough. I almost fell asleep last night in the middle of the show, which was kind of scary. And I'm having to sit down. I'm doing sit-down stand-up for half the time, which is curious. But I'm getting it done. And all that money, if people buy tickets, they can buy tickets now at eddieizzard.com, and the money does go to the charities. So it's...
I think it's testament to how comfortable you now are on stage that you can actually fall asleep mid-show, which I think is amazing.
Yes. Hopefully so. Well, that's very nice. Thank you.
Can you tell me, by the way, when you're running on that treadmill, do you go at a set speed the whole time, or do you try and beat your previous day's record?
No, it's too tough. I literally do whatever I can do. I'm trying to do 6-hour marathons, which are in fact very slow. And so I just try and do that and get that done. Right now, I'm below 6 hours, so I was 6 hours 20 yesterday. But I'm not really bothered, just like, no, I've got a show at 7 p.m, so I have to finish in time. And I'm talking to people, I'm talking to another guest in 10 minutes time, so I just have to do things, talk to people, and try and go as fast as I can. And when the body really complains, I just have to slow down a bit, as in now. In fact, I'll just walk for a second.
I saw you very recently on Portrait Artist of the Year, and you were doing the complete opposite to this. You were motionless for 4 or 5 hours.
Yes.
And during the show, you have now famously asked to be called by she and her pronouns. Was this a long time coming for you? Was it something that you sort of considered doing sort of more publicly in the past?
Yeah, it's been out a long time. I mean, I've been out for 35 years, so a lot of people were positive about it. Some people were very negative about it, but it was a bit like, for those people, saying, well, it's a bit like they were saying, oh, you're serious about this? After 35 years, you really are serious? Yes, 35 years ago, 85 I came out, so I just thought I'd be, I feel like I'm based as a trans woman now, but I am gender fluid, and I said, just if you've got a problem, just call me Eddie, but it'd be nice, and I requested, never demand, never insist, and this will get spun into different things. People say, you insist, but no, just, if they asked me on the program, I said, oh, if you can, then she and her is great, and that feels great, and if people don't, well, and if they have a problem, just call me Eddie. It's, shouldn't be a big deal. I'm trying to not make it a big deal, because I've been out for so long, you'll know, and so that's that. And I issued a statement in the Daily Mail September of 2019. So it's very old news. Very old news.
I guess a lot of people don't read that way.
No, well, you think they would have picked up on it then, but no, a year later, they go, what's going on? Hey ho.
People just have that in general, though, I think, most of the time.
Yeah, so I think sometimes people pick up on things, sometimes they don't, but...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, continuing on that thread as well, the trans community is kind of going through a really hard time at the moment. In addition to homelessness and discrimination, it was another record level of murders against the trans community. I think it was over 350 in the last 12 months. This representation of fear-mongering in the tabloids is getting worse and worse. What would you like the world to know about trans people?
Well, my whole thing since I came out all those years ago, those decades ago, was that I believe anyone LGBT, it's a genetic thing. We didn't choose it. We just knew it from a very young age. And we are expressing ourselves honestly, and we're just trying to express ourselves. It's ourselves. It's not impinging upon other people. So it has been made into hate crimes. It is a crime to insult people, to attack them. These are hate crimes, and that is against women, against anyone who is any minority. And I have had to go to report people to the police and go to court about it. So it is tough. It is probably easier to come out than ever before, but it's still hard. Once you come out, there's about 10 years where you've got to acclimatise and get through the situation in your own life, and that is tricky. And so, yeah, I haven't got a magic wand, I'm afraid, that can make everything work perfectly, but I have tried to, by example, just create space and say if anyone wants to slipstream on this and say, okay, that's kind of roughly where I'm going, and do that.
Wow. And so obviously your last show was Wonderbar, and you've spoken about doing a best of show of all your material, which I imagine would just be all of your shows without any bits edited out, because there's no filler. Are you still writing new material? Are you thinking about what your next show after that could possibly be in the distant future as well?
I'm a bit lazy, so I don't sit down and think. If I get an idea, I write it down on my in the notes section of my iPhone. But I'm talking about dung beetles a lot at the moment, because I'm kind of surprised they exist and what they do. But yeah, I don't write it. If I have ideas, I will jot them down. But I'm looking. I wanted to look for a political seat in the last election, so I'm looking for the by-election comes up or the next election. But I will be being political from now on in for the next decade or so. That's what I'm going to be.
One thing I've always wondered too is that your style on stage seems very improvisational, but do you sort of have the entire joke sort of set out in your mind in advance, or do you swap bits out on the fly when you're on stage?
No, I do it on the fly on the stage. I might know that I want to talk about a subject and have a rough direction in my head, but then I just try and find the way to that place. If anyone watched last night's show, they would see me. You can sort of see me doing it in real time. I just kind of try out ideas. What are dung beetles saying to each other? What do they get up in the morning? What have they got to live for? More dung? It just is the oddest thing. So anyway, that's just piqued my interest at the moment. Or it could be bees, or it could be human sacrifice, or whatever, some weirdness that exists on our planet, or the whole of humanity, you know. So you can talk about any subject, so I do. And yeah, that's how I get by.
Fantastic. And so last year it was announced that you've been cast in Langdon, based on Dan Brown's Lost Symbol. My understanding is that was due to kind of start filming last year or go into production. Can you give us an update on that?
On the Langdon series, yeah, the pilot has been done. It was done just a few months ago, before everything started locking down again. So I play a character in the Langdon series. Robert Langdon was a character played by Tom Hanks in the films, and I'm not playing that character, but I'm playing his mentor. His name's Peter Solomon. So they just shot the pilot. That's all we've done at the moment.
Can you give me an idea what you get up to when you're not running halfway across the planet or doing a live show? What have you been doing in lockdown to keep entertained? Are there any shows that you're loving? Obviously, apart from the Chef Sarah O'Connell show, are there any books that you're enjoying at the minute? What are you getting up to?
Just sleep. I did a lot of sleeping, and then you had to watch. You had to just find things to do, but I can find a lot of things out there. And then when we were allowed to perform outdoors in the summer, I did a lot of outdoor performances for charity. So that was my summer, and that was nice because it sort of helped everyone get back doing things in the events business who've been really hard pushed.
Really has, yeah.
Yes.
And so last time we spoke, we were talking a bit about the movie 6 Minutes to Midnight with Judy Dench. Do you have an idea when that might be released to rent or buy at home or on DVD?
It hasn't been released yet, so
Right.
We've delayed it a year now, so it's coming out in the spring of this year. Should be soon. So yeah, spring of this year.
So you're still hoping for a theatrical release?
Everything is possible. You just can't tell with this COVID flying around. But a number of things have been launched onto streaming platforms and have worked rather well. Say Queen's Gambit, that sort of came out and grabbed everyone's imagination. I don't think anyone saw that. Well, that was serious, so that wasn't going to be seen. But I don't know if it matters so much in this day. But we would love a cinema theatrical release. But COVID will do what COVID, or hopefully we will do what we can to push back on COVID, and then we'll see. Then we'll see.
Can you tell me a fun fact about you? Something people may not know. It can be a hobby, a party trick, something like that.
Okay, this has to be the last question, I'm afraid, because I'm going to have to talk to Haley. Party trick, don't have a party trick. Fun fact. Fun fact. Do I have a fun fact? I think they're all out there, really, if anyone doesn't know them. Because that's the one weird thing of stand-up is you can talk about anything and everything, so you better do that because you need stuff to talk about. I don't think there's anything I've said, or that I haven't said, that is part of my life. Oh, I did like model railways, and so our family, the Izzard family, donated one to the Bexhill Museum, and the Bexhill Museum Model Railway Club, they turned it into a fantastic model railway, and there's another one now, the Bexhill 1940 Winter Wartime Model Railway. So as a fan of railways, and also of history, particularly the Winter Wartime Model Railway. If people go to Bexhill, put online search Bexhill Museum, and they'll find on the bar at the top model railways, and they can see it in action on videos. And it's beautiful. The guys have been working on it for some years now, and they keep developing and developing it. And it has bombed out houses, it has everything set up 1940, and lots of snow. It's a winter wartime, and it was a very snowy winter, 1940. And it was inspired by something my dad said to me. So we built it for Dad. And he got home from being evacuated, and he found his grandmother had died, and he was very close to his grandmother. So he never gave her a present that Christmas. So we've got a little statue of Dad and grandmother, being Dad giving a present to grandmother. So that will be immortalized forever and stay there.
Oh, fantastic. So everyone, once obviously everything reopens, go check out the Bexhill Museum.
Well, even right away they can go online and look at it, because then they can see for when they come back. So Bexhill Museum online, and then look at the model railway. They can see it in action, flying away from pre-COVID times. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for returning to my show today.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sarah. Good to talk to you.
You too, and best of luck with the rest of your marathons, and thank you to everybody watching at home. Be sure to share, subscribe, give this video a big thumbs up, leave lots of lovely comments. Head over to eddieizzard.com to find out how you can make humanity great again too.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Take care. Oh. So, got an hour and a half to go. I'm going to talk to Hayley Featherstone any minute. Hey. And Dave,
Hey Eddie, so we're just doing a little switch over with Zoom technology, or conference calling technology, to not brand things too much. And then Hayley will be with us in a minute or so.
Are we changing our whole technology thing?
We're on a different feed for Sarah's interview, so we're just switching back to our usual setup.
Need to ask me more questions. Thank you. Oh, I'm tired.
I think I can actually see it's not going to be too long before we should have Hayley with us. But yeah, I was just remembering Hayley's been doing some lighting design, COVID-safe shows recently, so it'll be interesting to hear.
And Dave, we're going to bring Sarah in on this as well, so we've got 3 people talking on screen. Thank you. Oh, and Sarah should stay there when Hayley comes on as well, because Sarah knows Hayley.
no worries.
Yeah, no, it'd be I'd be really interested to hear how Hayley had to sort of navigate that. I think it was a lighting design for a outdoor Christmas event, and needing to keep it all COVID safe and all of that. So yeah, no, Hayley's a fabulous lighting designer and director. So obviously we know Hayley well. So it'd be nice to check in with her.
Yes. She could tell us what's happening in America in real time, politically. Wait a second.
Patching you through to Hayley.
Thank you very much. Hi, Hayley.
Hi, Eddie.
How you doing? Can you see?
Good. How are you? Hi, Sarah.
Hey, Hayley.
So,
you can see us.
So I've told people a little bit about your good self, Hayley. Do you want to? Are we getting right? So, lighting designer, lighting director. Are you a director as well as a designer, or tell us everything about yourself so the world knows everything?
Bit of both. Kind of depends on the gig, you know.
Yeah. And you've your parents were both born in Britain, yeah? Is that correct?
My dad was born in Britain, but my mom is from Chicago.
Of course, your mum wasn't. No, was she? I'm terribly sorry to your mum. She's a wonderful person.
It's all good.
Both your parents are amazing. Very cool parents. No, your mum, of course, is from Chicago. My brain is going. I'm very tired, you see, and very old. But
it's very understandable mid-run, you know.
So you have both passports, do you? Have I checked on that? Do you have a British one as well?
Yeah, I got both of them. I got lucky.
You can zoom around. But unfortunately, I'll get a problem in Europe because I'm a proud European, but half our country wanted to do other things. Anyway, we'll change that in the future. It's inevitable we'll come back. But so how are things going on for you? How's the political situation today? Are you following this thing that's happening? What's happening in Washington?
Oh my God, yeah. My stress level has been like 150% since basically July because of all the election stuff. So.
Right. So in the Georgia...
I'm glad for it to be over today, you know?
Now I saw a CNN headline that says Trump doing an attempted coup, and it's a very heavy line, and that is what he's doing. You have to get the language right. He's trying to steal the election. Does something have to happen on Capitol Hill today? Do members of the Senate get a portion of their seats today? Is that happening today, or am I getting this wrong?
So, I believe the main thing that's happening today is the Senate needs to certify the Electoral College vote.
Right.
Which has never been a big deal before. I think most people didn't even know that even happened, really.
I didn't.
But of course it's a big deal this year.
and what time does that happen? Eastern Seaboard time. Do you know what time?
Well, I just got a notification from the New York Times that it's starting. So.
Okay. And the thing is that Donald Trump is illegally asking Mike Pence, his vice president, to try and steal the election, it seems. But Pence has already said that he won't do this. I think he's already pushed back, hasn't he, in a certain way?
Yeah, I think he actually came out the other day and said that it would be wrong for him to contest an election, that there hasn't been any fraud found. So we'll see what he actually does. He's not exactly like a straight shooter, you know.
Yeah. And in Georgia, have they called both the seats yet, or just one seat at the moment?
They just called the one seat so far. I think they've got like another 8,000 ballots to count in one of the counties, but hopefully.
So it's now 50.2% to 49.8%. There you go.
Yeah, when I went to bed last night, it was like dead 50-50, and I was like, oh, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Because Hayley, didn't you do some campaigning during the elections, the US election? Didn't you do a lighting installation?
Yeah, so we've done a couple of things. One of the big things my family's done is we've tried to write a bunch of postcards to voters. So I think between my whole like immediate family, we've sent like 300 postcards to voters or something.
And is that to encourage people to vote? Is that like a...
Yeah, I guess I haven't really read up fully on the science behind it, but I guess basically just getting like a handwritten note from someone being like, hey, please vote, and maybe vote for these people if you feel like it, tends to actually get people out there to vote, and they think about that little note you sent them when they're at the ballot box, you know?
Yeah.
But we did that, and then we also, when all of this, I can't remember exactly what Trump thing was going down. We threw a bunch of lights in the back of a pickup truck and drove around Chicago and projected on buildings that that's not who we are and that's not what we stand for. And no thank you to that, and you can take that elsewhere, you know.
To Trump's behavior.
Yeah, most of our stuff was dealing with like the anti-immigration stuff, you know. All the stuff that's going on with ICE and separation of families and...
Yes, indeed. That's going on. So, if they've just started in DC, I suppose that'll take 2-3 hours, something? Whatever that will take.
I think it'll probably take most of the day because one of the big things is that a bunch of senators and House of Representatives have said that they're going to object the results of the Electoral College, so... We'll see what that actually means, you know?
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, democracy is under threat in America at the moment. It's when lying, what was the thing I just said earlier? If lying becomes a tool of politics, then humanity is lost. And, you know, we're just going to lose it. If you could just lie about something and then carry on lying and lying, and Trump just became an expert at saying lies after lies, it's going to be a bad world we live in. So,
yeah, I think that the hard thing too is that, you know, we're kind of living in a climate where people think that their opinions are equal to people's expertise, you know? So it's like, just because you feel this way doesn't mean that somebody that has studied that their whole life and that's their career and they're an expert in that field, they're not, you're not on the same field as them just because you have an opinion about what they're talking about, you know?
That is a very good point. That's one of the things that if you have an opinion that's different to what an expert says, I mean in Britain they said it's this is a Brexit thing, they said it's time to stop listening to experts and start listening to idiots, I suppose, people who don't know what they're talking about. So that's what Michael Gove said. So yeah, goodbye humanity if you do that as well. And this whole thing of equal, you've got to give equal time and thought to someone saying 2 is 4, someone saying 2 and 2 is 5. One of them is actually wrong. Sometimes things are just wrong. And you don't need to pay it any attention. So
exactly.
We have to get to a better place. If we don't sort this out, I just don't think humanity's going to make it. And I'm saying this, and I'm going to say it again and again, because those are the stakes. And I think people think humanity will live forever, but not if if just lying is just part of the daily political life. It's got to have a thing. Truth and facts, we've got to have that. You basically had a fake president for 4 years, I think.
Yeah, so kind of hoping we're at a little bit of a turn here. I have a bottle of champagne ready for when Mitch McConnell is no longer the Senate Majority Leader, so.
That would be a nice thing.
Yeah.
So, and how are things in Chicago? Do you have a good mayor, a good, in the state of Illinois, good governor? Because I've listened to Governor Cuomo in New York. He seems very positive, very forthright, and he's trying to take responsibility, get stuff done, compared to, say, Trump. How is it in your city, in your state?
Yeah, you know, Illinois is really interesting because Chicago is kind of like a little blue pocket amidst like an otherwise pretty red state.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty hard state to like actually appease everyone that lives there, you know?
Right.
But you know, I think it's just a hard year for everyone. I think I like what our governor's doing. I think that he's doing a good job being straightforward with people and.
Who is this again? Sorry, is this your mayor or your?
The governor. So our governor's name is J.B. Pritzker.
All right. And they're doing okay?
So, sorry?
They're doing okay? They're doing an okay job?
Yeah, I think they're doing fine. You know, it's like, it's hard when, you know, the federal government sort of leaves your state government to deal with a pandemic by themselves, and they're sort of like, go ahead, fix the problem, you know?
This was Trump's thing. If you're in the rest of the world, you may not, if you're in Britain, you may not have followed it, but Donald Trump's idea would say, it's nothing to do with me. I'm just the president here. And he thought he could, I suppose he was thinking he could avoid blame. But the mature thing to do, the presidential thing to do, would be to step up and say, this is difficult, and I might need to get this sorted so we can save lives. And in Chicago itself, I take it you went to the same thing, like a big lockdown somewhere in March, and then easing off, and then it's gone back to a big lockdown? Or how is it?
Yeah, it's not quite as locked down as it was before, but Chicago has a big mandate where you have to quarantine coming in and out of a bunch of different states, because every state has its own regulations. So it's difficult to manage numbers in neighboring states when people can just like drive there and then come back, you know?
Yeah.
For a weekend or whatever. So, but yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if we had another lockdown coming. You know, our numbers are not fantastic across the board in the United States. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when Biden comes in. You know, he has an actual plan and a team of people who are pretty qualified to deal with this kind of situation. So we'll have to see what he says and what him and Kamala are going to do, and hopefully it's something that like gets us going in the right direction at least, you know. But how's stuff with you guys? I know I've been talking to my family over there, and they're they couldn't even really see each other over the holidays and stuff.
Yeah, we had that. Could you guys in Chicago see people for Christmas or the holidays, or were you allowed to move?
We did a little bit. We canceled our Thanksgiving this year. It just ended up being my partner and my sister and I, and then we saw my parents for Christmas. But you know, it's like it's kind of, they left it into your hands how you're going to deal with it. So my family takes it pretty seriously. So we have been getting tested a lot and, you know, quarantining and not going out, and they keep shutting stuff down, and it's like, it makes no difference to me because I haven't really done anything or seen anyone since March anyway. So it's like I haven't been going to restaurants and hanging out at the movies and going on vacation and stuff. So
I mean, it is a kind of weird thing, isn't it? Because I mean, it was only 2019 was our last tour, you know, and we were touring pretty much throughout that year, you know, and I don't know if you feel this as well, but you know, we're for the business we're in, you know, we're used to traveling, we're used to moving, we're used to going on to the next place, and it was a really strange thing to just suddenly, like a light switch, you know. And I mean, we know, like, our industry, you know, the events industry globally has just, you know, in a second just pretty much got shut down, you know. And I found it a strange thing when it first kind of happened. I mean, I know because you were, you know, same as me, kind of touring a lot, and I think, you know, it's such a flip that kind of happened. I don't know, like, I think a lot of people have found that really difficult, you know, and in other industries for everyone, you know, that big adjust. And I think as well, like over here, I think, like you're saying, you know, a little bit of a feeling like, oh, it's kind of in our hands. I think there's been times here as well where, you know, advice changes, things shift, and people kind of got a bit lost at times, you know, like the advice changes, you go, oh, you know, can we go out now? Do we not? What do we do? And I think a lot of people have kind of, you know, had to think, well, I'll just kind of figure it out for myself a little bit, you know. But it's kind of weird. But I mean, I know like Eddie, you know, we were trying to do some fundraising gigs over here, like in the summer outdoors and stuff. But I think you managed to do a project over Christmas, I think. Is events happening? Like, have you managed to do stuff? Are things still possible in some kind of way?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting situation because it's sort of like where you kind of draw the line with live events right now between stuff that you're doing just for the sake of doing stuff that is like costing $1 million and isn't going to be like sustainable in the future, and like what are you doing to like keep people employed and like act like crazy, you know? So yeah, we managed to do a couple of gigs over the holidays, mostly because they were outside, you know? I think that was the main saving grace with those 2 gigs, is they were like holiday light shows that were mostly outside, and you know, we worked really hard with a group of like health professionals to make sure that we had a bunch of testing available for everyone. Everybody got a test every week, and you know, you set up a bunch of, everybody had like stations, you know, where it's like, this is my desk, and like, even though like you have a console and I have a console, you can't like come over here and press the buttons on my console like you normally would, because like we have to wipe everything down again then, and you know, hand sanitize until my hands crack. And so yeah, we managed to do a couple of shows, and I know people are having a lot of success with like kind of like what you guys are doing, you know, being in a studio and being able to use that as an event location. But yeah, I mean, it's rough, and it's heartbreaking to see how many people in the industry are struggling. And you know, over here in the States, we're just not getting any help, you know, where there's no relief for people who need it. There's no sort of like, nobody's making any percentage of their income. It's like, you know, people are let to fend for themselves, and I think a lot of people are gonna permanently leave the industry after this, because you know, what are you supposed to do, you know?
Yeah. So is the government, is Trump helped by giving any money out to people who are struggling, or has Trump just washed his hands of that and said the governments have got to do that?
So, from what I understand, most of the relief is coming from state unemployment funds, but there's not a whole lot of relief coming from anything federally. You know, we got $1,200 in like May, and then they just decided that we get another $600. So, you know, so far we've gotten $1,800 in federal relief for like 10 months. It. You know.
That's the largesse of Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, it's, I've said that it's one of the most difficult things of this whole situation for me is that, you know, like, I am, like, a proud American. I appreciate the place I live. I appreciate the history of the place I live, you know, to a certain degree. And it's been really difficult to sort of feel abandoned by your country, you know?
Yeah, well, you haven't been abandoned by country, just one guy, Donald Trump, who is the Stalin. It seems that he's acting like Stalin, because everyone was afraid to say boo to Stalin, and even when Stalin died, they wouldn't go into his room for 2 years, and then they wouldn't say bad things about Stalin for a number of years afterwards, until I think it was Khrushchev. Was it Khrushchev? Anyway, the next leader who became leader of the Soviet Union, he did a speech. It was a secret speech where he said this guy was really evil and really bad. Now, Trump isn't Stalin, but he's kind of Stalin light. But, but he's doing You know, he's just lie upon lie upon lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. You know, it's off the charts.
Yeah.
And I think he felt he had the right to do it. He got to the place where this is okay. I can just lie until the end of ever. And he got away with so much of it. So this recent phone call, who would make that phone call? Who would do this thing where he's asking people to try and steal the election from him? It's just so...
I know, it's insane. And you compare it to like Watergate, which is one of the largest scandals in U.S. history, and it's like, Watergate's got nothing on what just happened in that phone call, you know, like...
Yeah, it's...
Crazy.
What was it Nixon was doing? He was bugging people and trying to find things and twisting things and lying about it. But this guy's just lied. Trump has just lied and lied and on and on.
There's not even any technique to this lying, it's just... pretty blatant.
One hell of a fake president.
Yeah.
Well...
So Hayley, we should like say more about. So you were touring with us on the last tour, and then so you were our lighting director, and like we should, talk a more fun thing about lighting. we'll lighten it. We'll lighten it. COVID and there we go. Tell us how you got into lighting design, because it's really interesting. Like it's just a great job. So yeah, how did you get into it?
Yeah, so I got really lucky because my dad is also a lighting designer, so I've sort of had exposure to the industry my whole life, which I feel like is usually the biggest hurdle for people to come over, because a lot of people don't realize that it's even really like a viable job. So my dad's been a lighting designer my whole life. I had a lot of exposure just like going to shows and big conferences and sort of seeing what it was about. And then when I was in high school, I decided to really sort of give it a go and got really into dance lighting in particular, and just sort of took that through, went to college for it, decided that I was more into like the live entertainment sort of, I can use a bunch of fun colors and lights sort of aspect of lighting design, and just ended up liking it. Much to my dad's initial dismay, I think he was sort of hoping to save me from the live entertainment industry, but
it terribly backfired.
I didn't know your dad was trying to save you from that. That is...
And your mum was in the industry, in the tour industry as well, is
No,
that right?
she was travel, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Mum?
Yeah, so my mom always did travel for a lot of the road guys, and she did a lot of travel for this one vendor called Upstaging for a while, and did her own successful travel business for a long time. So yeah.
And is it like, because I was interested to, because I think how we tour is, I always kind of describe our tours as kind of a hybrid. I feel like we're kind of a hybrid of theatre and music. We're like, we sit somewhere in the middle. I don't know if you'd like agree on the lighting side of things, but I thought, actually, I've never asked you this. It's kind of interesting how lighting for Eddie's show, being a stand-up show, is kind of similar or different to music, because I know, you've done music tours as well, and, you've done lots of areas of lighting design and direction. So are there certain things that are the same or different? Do you have to like factor in certain considerations?
Yeah, well, I think fundamentally it's the same as a music-based kind of tour, because you load in and you do a show, and then you load out and you go to another place, which is like the basics of any sort of tour like that. I think one of the things that made doing the Wonder Bar tour really interesting, I'd never done a comedy tour before that. I'd only done like music tours before. So one of the things that I liked about it is you sort of get the artistry and drama of a music tour, but you get to kind of like sit in a look. So you get to kind of focus on different things than you would in a music tour where stuff is like, bada bing, bada boom, So you get to focus on a look and make sure that it's like crisp and it looks really good and everything You know, people don't usually get a chance to look at the lighting for more than like a couple of seconds, but with Eddie's stuff, you know, it's the environment, it's the whole space. So you want to make sure that the architecture of the light is dead on, you know. So.
And were you doing slow lighting changes when I was on stage?
Yeah. So it was kind of like whenever you would. There were like certain points in the show where I knew that you would always get a really big laugh.
Yeah.
So during those points, we would like start a slow shift, and I think the whole idea was just sort of like people wouldn't really notice, and they'd look up, and you'd be in like a different space, you know.
Which is like film. You should cut on the action in film. That's the
thing.
If someone does thing and moves, gets up, that's when you cut. And you're
exactly.
You're changing light states on the action. Yeah. Yeah, because I've never seen my lighting states in a live way. I only see it on recordings, and that's always different. Yeah. And so when you've toured all over the place, I take it you'd already, because we went. Did you come with us in Europe? I know you were in UK and America. Were you in Europe with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. So other places. I take it you'd already been to most of those places before with other bands, other music.
Most of the big ones, but there were a couple places when we did like Central and Eastern Europe. I'd never been to those places before.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'd never done like Zagreb, and I'd never been to Estonia before.
Yeah, Latvia, Lithuania, all those places. Yeah, great to get there.
Yeah, but you toured South America, didn't you? I think, who was that with?
I've done South America with Paul McCartney.
Right, yeah, so that's still on our list. That was really interesting hearing about your touring over there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I should say to everyone, I'm just doing a shout out to the world that tickets are available for my show tonight at 7 p.m. London time. I will be performing when I get this finished. As you can see, I'm dog-tired, but I will try and revitalize myself, because I'll hopefully finish this summertime, I don't know, at 6:15 or something, and then get on stage at 7. But yes, eddieizzard.com for tickets for tonight's show, and last night was interesting, so they're getting in more than interesting. There we go. I had to do that, Haley, sorry.
That's all good. Eddie, are you doing, is it like a new show you're working on?
It's a best-of show, so it's all the pieces from before, but because I just wander about my mind. Other stuff, particularly Dung Beetles, has come out, and I now have material on Dung Beetles, which needs to be. They just seem really odd, and surely, I mean, how much time can you spend with dung? Their entire lives are dung. It's what did I say? Dung finger. That's it. That dung finger.
That's new.
Instead of gold finger, because it is. Dung is the gold of Dung Beetles. They look for dung. We found dung. Get over here. Jerry, Simon, dung. Oh, it's everywhere, you idiot. Oh, yeah, so it is.
Yeah, Haley, we need to work on a lighting stage for Dung Beetles. Just
okay, I'll keep going on that one.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Well, we're going to say thank you and farewell to you, because I'm going to talk to Tim, my physio. Great to see you. Hope you
really
have...
nice to see you both. I hope to see you in real life soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Indeed. Lovely to see you, Haley.
Okay, good luck, Eddie. Bye, Sarah.
Good luck, America, and good luck, Haley. Cheers. Oh, and welcome. We're going to talk to physio Tim. Dave, tell me things about Tim. Is he lined up or is miles away and we're nowhere?
We'll be about 2 minutes. We'll just get
2 minutes, that's good. I can do it 2 minutes.
Doing the whole marathon today?
Well, this is my 6th marathon in the 6 days.
Great work.
Cheers.
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
Sorry?
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
Pain is weakness leaving the body. I'll have to think about that one. That sounds clever, but... Cheers. Pain just seems like pain, actually. Oh.
I think I can see Tim lining up, so I'm sure we'll hear from Tim shortly. I'll let Dave let us know.
Oh, just about an hour to go. And then it gets better. Stopping is gorgeous. My right ankle's doing something weird. Oh. Oh. Struggling.
Just to keep you updated, we've got Tim, we're just waiting on Rachel.
Okay.
We'll get them to you soon as.
You could bring Tim on first and then bring Rachel on second, couldn't you? When she's ready? Do we have to have them both at the same time? Dave?
We're just going to sort that for you now.
Okay. Oh, Christ, really?
Okay, passing you through to the second.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Hello.
How you doing? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Well, no, that's not
Give
good.
me a...
I exist.
Yesterday we were at a true. What are we at today?
Out of 10? Out of 10? 2 out of 10? Are you talking about out of 10?
Yeah, out of 10. You were saying, yeah.
Yeah, I'm about 2. I'm about 2.
Okay. But just tired, nothing else.
No, the right ankle's being a little bit weird. I think it's
okay. Inside or outside?
On the top of.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, we'll have a chat about that. That probably not do the laces up quite so tight.
Okay, yeah, it could be that.
Yeah, it's probably just rubbing against the tendons at the front there. Are you using the double layered socks?
No, not at the moment.
Are you not? Okay.
Not at the moment, but I can.
Yeah, it might be.
But I thought that was more. But that's for blisters, isn't it?
Well, at the front as well, because of double layer, it will protect the front. If there's a bit of friction at the front of your ankle, it'll help that as well.
On the top of my ankle or the front of my ankle?
Well, yeah, the kind of where the. I'm presuming you mean where the tongue of the shoe is going across.
Yeah, just on the right-hand side. It's just a little bit talking to me.
Yeah. So put a bit of the Percutane on that tomorrow, and then put the double layered sock on.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. And who have you had on today?
Oh, loads of people.
Excellent. Good.
Yes,
any amazing moments?
Well, yeah, that's too hard for me. It's too hard for me to ask about the recent past. My brain is not equipped for that. You could ask me questions. Yeah, have you been following what's happening in America?
I have. It's almost there. Looking good.
Yeah. Have you? What? There's still one Senate seat to be called, I think.
Yeah. Apparently they're close, and they think he's going to have enough votes to actually not have to have a recount. He's going to go above the 0.5%.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I think he's 17,000 ahead at the moment.
Wow.
So yeah, that'd be a pivotal day in the history of America for sure.
It'll help make humanity great again.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're trying to do around the world.
All those red hats go in the bin.
Sorry? Well,
I
think, you know, I'm quite happy to make America great, but I think I want to make every single country in the world great. And,
absolutely.
And that means humanity, so that's how we work. So I'm very positive on America. I write on my Twitter thing that I think like an American. I think, you know, let's go do it, build it. But my country's better than your country. My dad's bigger than your dad. All that stuff, all that nationalism, that's no good. That's not for this century. We did that in the last century. It didn't work. So,
yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, that leads me into our guest today, who we've got is a lovely lady called Rel Lindley, who I was fortunate to come across by helping out 5 Talents charity that she works with, but also through another company called Impact Marathon, who run marathons around the world, helping charities raise money for themselves. And Martin and I went out, I'm pretty certain, I'm going to have to check with Rel in a minute, but I think it was 2016, 2017, and we ran 2 marathons, or one year, one the other, in Kericho in Kenya, on a tea plantation, which was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had, and it's one of my favourite places in the world, looking over the Rift Valley. And really, she's going to tell you lots and lots of tales now, and tell you about her work that she's done all over the world, but empowering, exactly as you say, to make people in disadvantaged areas of the world, empower them to look after themselves by doing microfinancing projects.
Yes.
So,
I think I think microfinancing is a brilliant idea, such a simple idea. And as someone who did accounting and financial management, I do love it. And it's very empowered. A lot of women are involved in it as well, I believe.
That was it. Well, I won't explain because Rel is perfect. She's very good at explaining. So, Rel, welcome here. Thanks for coming on. And I will leave you to explain to Eddie the finer details of microfinancing that you do.
Oh, thank you, Tim. How are you doing, Eddie?
I'm fine. Now, can you? How do you say your first name?
Well, it's officially Rachel, but people call me Rel, R-E-L. But
well, see, Tim kept saying Rel, and I've got a screen in front of me that says Rachel. I thought, hang on, does he keep cutting out in the middle? Okay.
No, he's just using the short form.
So, Rel, yes, tell me of all the things you do, particularly microfinancing, because I think it's a wonderful idea. It's been
but tell me first how you're doing. How's it going today?
Oh, these are all miserable. It's great.
Which country are you meant to be in?
I am virtually running in the Republic of Cyprus, in Nicosia, the city of Nicosia in Cyprus. I was there on the 6th of, I don't know if you can see behind me, there's a screen, and there's images going on from Nicosia here. So I ran it on the 6th of February, and now I'm running it again on the 6th of January this year. So, but the body is struggling.
Yeah. Do you find normally it gets worse before it gets better? Do you know what your trajectory is going to be like?
Well, on these marathons, it just gets worse. But on the multiples, it does. You get stronger. I do remember in South Africa, was it Polsmore prison? I was the one where Nelson Mandela was released from, and there's a statue outside with his hand, holding his hand up in the air, where he said Amandla, which was power. And so he famously was released for that in 1990. And I sprinted the last bit up to that. I felt very positive. I don't know, something was going on, so I did a sprint finish of a marathon. That's about marathon. Oh, there must be about 21, 22. So I do know I get stronger, but some bits are some bits are just tough. And this is not great because it's, there's nothing to look at. I need to talk to people like yourself.
Yeah.
Because it's just a grind of and that kind of stuff. But yeah. So now you tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm just going to tell you about some of the work that we do. I want to talk about running as well, because running is very cool, but you're probably sick of it, having been doing it for several hours. But so 5 Talents, the best way I can explain what we do, it does tell the stories of some of our members.
Yep.
So one of my favourites is a woman called Amira, who lives in South Sudan. She lost everything in one of the conflicts there in the Civil War, so she lost her home, her husband, her land, and therefore her livelihood. She ended up in an IDP camp just outside Juba, so she'd lost absolutely everything. But she joined one of our savings groups, so she was doing a bit of day labour, just working in other people's fields to get a bit of money. So in the savings group, she was able to save a little bit of money, Eventually, she borrowed from the group and invested in selling coffee in the market. So she now imports coffee from Uganda and sells it in the market in Juba. And with the proceeds, all 4 of her kids are able to go to school again. So she's completely rebuilt her life from Africa. But I think the really cool thing about it is we think we're providing financial services, we think we're providing business skills training and savings and loans. But actually the thing people often talk about most is the solidarity, the support from the group. And so because she had lost absolutely everything, it really needed a group of friends to support her, to walk with her. Right. And that's what through the group. So I think we often find the biggest impact is kind of the empowerment and the solidarity from having people to talk to about what's going on, as well as, of course, the access to skills and low capital and savings.
Yes, and no, that's a wonderful, uplifting story, and that's great that that's happening. Can you tell me how microfinancing started? I don't think it was that long ago that microfinance began, was it?
So the pioneer of it is often cited as Mohammed Yunus, who founded the Grameen Bank, and he won the Nobel Prize with his bank for microcredit in, I think, 2005. The UN declared the year of microcredit, and lots of NGOs started doing it. And basically making small loans to people has been going on forever, but it shot to fame as a way to do international development better. So rather than providing handouts all the time, which is not very sustainable, giving loans to people helps them start businesses and therefore helps them sustain themselves. But the downside to it all was there was a spate of over-indebtedness. Too many NGOs and some profit-making institutions started making loans and people became over-indebted. And in Andhra Pradesh, even very sadly, a group of women committed suicide because they'd become so over-indebted. They were borrowing from one place to repay another, to repay another, to repay another. So they weren't actually investing in businesses anymore. So the sector has shifted a bit, and what we now do, and lots of other NGOs do as well, is what we call savings-led microfinance. So we don't provide any loan capital anymore. All we do is help communities save their own money, and then they make loans from their own money to one another. Right. So we help them form a group, teach them how to write a constitution, elect their leaders, save their money safely, and that's often a big step, because if you're earning very, very little, it's really hard to save. People think they can't save, but they realise they can, and they take all the decisions. So the group is completely their own. All we do is provide the training to help it get going, and then they decide who to make loans to. They set the interest rate, and because they know each other, they know who's going to set up a decent business and work at it. And if someone can't repay, under the old system, the microcredit system, if the institution makes a loan, the institution wants you to repay it, so they would come along and confiscate the one asset you had, which might be a bike or a cow, or the iron sheets on your roof. Whereas under this system, because it's the group's money, the group knows that if someone's not been able to work in their business that month because they've had to go to hospital or the family's had an emergency, they just give you a grace period. But then again, if they know that you've been slacking, they will follow up with you. So the whole thing is designed to be owned and led by the group, not by us. We're just setting it going and then get out the way.
Right. And a lot of women are involved in doing microfinance, I believe, yeah? More than men.
Yeah. Sorry, say again?
Is it more than men? Because I heard that it was all women-led.
Loads more.
Yeah, that's
it's about 80% women in our programmes.
That's fantastic. Now, one, that is fantastic. It shows something, and it's finance, which in centuries go by, they'd say women are not allowed to touch the money and all this kind of rubbish.
Yeah.
How has that happened? What is happening there? Are people coming in and trying to encourage women to do it, or I get the impression it's more just being women-led from themselves? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, it is. So a lot of our members are, they're often single parents. Maybe the husband went off to the nearest city to find some work and then never came back, or perhaps was killed in one of the conflicts. So often it is the women who are trying to feed the family, bring up the children. In some cultures, nomadic cultures, the men will go off with the cattle and the women are at home having to feed the children but have no income to feed them with. Right. And born of necessity, the women would say, all right, we need to do something, what are we going to do? Let's form ourselves together and get on with it. There are quite a few stats about the women using the money better as well. I don't want to stereotype, but there are some stats to back it up on, if a man takes a loan, he'll go to the pub. If a woman takes a loan, she'll actually invest it in a business to support the family. Yeah, I mean, that applies all across the world. It seems a little bit stereotypical, but there have been so many
families down there again, the centuries you'd hear, if the mother got hold of the money, then it was there, and if the father did, it would just disappear. And that would be in Britain as well as anywhere in Europe.
Yeah, totally. Totally. I think one of the things you see when you go and visit these places is just how similar we all are, really.
Yes.
Like you talk to a group of people who have far fewer opportunities than we have because of the place they've been born, the conflicts they've been born into, the poverty they've been born into, but what they want in life is pretty much the same as anybody else.
Well, I bang on about this. I've had people attack me for saying this, but it is. I said cats and dogs and shops and get some food and if you can get some bit of clothing and live a life, enjoy yourself, and if you can, some work so you can get some money, come in, improve your situation. It is a human thing. I go back to the Second World War and say what happened there was not a German problem, it was a human problem. Extreme right-wing people who lie and tell to encourage their country to do bad things. It happened back then, and it can happen again. And something's happening right at this moment. It's just extreme right-wing, weird, that behaviour that we're better than you, it just will not make this humanity work in this century. And I think, I'm saying this is our 21st century, it's a coming of age of humanity this century. So I'm putting it forward to the world that this century we've got to try and make it work for all citizens of the world. 7.8 billion, it's a huge ask, but if we don't ask, we don't get. So I'm going to keep asking it.
Yeah, totally. I'm very, very cool aim. But I find it as well, like when you travel to some of these places, you find we can learn so much from those cultures where people actually are valuing their neighbours and looking after each other better, I think, than we do.
Yes. Yeah, we can love forever. This is the thing. I love to be linking up. This is a time of separation, but I'm saying the rest of us should make even stronger contacts. What can we learn from you? What can you learn from us? Let's be very open about it. That's the way we go forward. Everyone can learn from everyone else. It's just there's no country, there's no people that have got all the best ideas. It just doesn't work that way. We're all human beings.
Okay. So where have you been where you learned most, do you reckon?
Oh, I'm a politician, so I would never say, this one place was the best place. But no, I learned from everything. If I was more immersed, because like in Paris I've been quite immersed because I've been played there many times. I've lived there for entire chunks of time, we've done improvised gigs, so I'm much more got into the culture, into the infrastructure, and Berlin as well, and Spain started to do that, so that's where I get the most interchange backs. I've played 45 countries, but sometimes you are getting in there and playing the country and you can't really quite take on the whole of the culture because you're not there long enough. It's great to get there, make connections. Hopefully the audience will say, this person was here and maybe I could do some comedy like that or whatever. But I was born in Yemen, the city of Aden in Yemen, a West Asian country. So I feel, we are all children of the world, and that's what we need to understand rather than this retreat into isolationism that some politicians are into.
Yep, could not agree more.
Rachel, how many countries do you actually work in or work out of currently?
8. So mostly East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, DR Congo, Burundi, South Sudan, but then also Bolivia and Myanmar, which are geographically slightly outliers.
And how do you decide which countries you're going to go and base the projects in?
So these days we wait to be invited because it's really important to us that we're not doing it to other people. We need to actually know that they want these projects, so we wait till someone invites us. And pragmatically, it's a lot easier for us to expand in the countries where we already work. So in DR Congo, for example, it's absolutely massive. We work in one little corner of it. Now we've got experienced trainers there. They could much more easily go on and train other communities in the region rather than starting in a brand new country.
Okay, so if I'm a woman sort of like tending to the sheep up in the highlands of Peru, how would I find out that Five Talents existed?
So if you're a woman tending to your sheep in Peru, you probably wouldn't, honestly, realistically. until you met some of your neighbours in the market who'd already joined a group, and then you might hear about it. But until there was a group nearby, you probably wouldn't hear about it. We found recently some of our communities hadn't heard of coronavirus because they're really remote and isolated, and you think, how is that possible given that we all can't stop hearing about it? But in some of the really remote communities, news doesn't travel if you can't read and write. You don't get radio or TV or newspapers.
So it's kind of like a word of mouth thing. You don't actively kind of advertise it or anything.
We don't. No, we don't, because it's the real hard work is done by the people themselves. The communities themselves have to save, form their own groups, lead their own groups, make all their learning decisions, set up their businesses. So they've got to really, really want to do it. We do a lot of outreach, so our existing trainers will go to communities and talk about it, but we don't actively market it.
Okay.
That's demand.
And if I was in a community where the microfinancing existed, what criteria do I have to fulfil? Do I just come along and say, hey, I want $100, or how does that work?
Okay, so you've got to join the group first, and the group's got to allow you to join. So you've got to be introduced by a neighbour, someone who knows you and can vouch for you, because you're going to be trusted with other people's money. And then you've got to save for 6 months, so everybody in the group saves for 6 months first, and that's what builds up the pot of money that becomes the loan capital that gets lent around. And you've also got to go through some of the training that Five Talents delivers, which is all about, first of all, how to manage your money, and often even starting with literacy and numeracy, as we go on to do business skills trainings, but you can't do business skills trainings if people can't read and write and count, so we often start with literacy and numeracy, and then money management, and then business skills training. And after all that, you can say to your group, I want $100 because I've got 3 pigs and I want to buy a cow as well, or I've got 3 pigs but they've just got sick, I need to buy a bike so I can do bicycle taxi services, or set up a little tea stall or whatever, and the group will say yes or no.
Okay. And is your function within the microfinancing group a parental one which is long term, or do you ultimately let them look after it themselves?
No, we let them look after it ourselves. So the idea is that we would support the group, or our local trainers would support the group for 2 or 3 years, and then the group should be completely self-sufficient and we should move on, our trainer should move on to form a new group somewhere else. So again, it's supposed to be sustainable rather than a charity project that lasts for 12 months and then falls over. It's supposed to be something that the community owns, that it carries on sustainably.
And we did, as we were saying earlier, we did 2 wonderful marathons on the tea plantation in Caricho, which was an amazing experience. Have you done marathons elsewhere, or are they the only 2 you've done so far?
Not yet, we've only done Kenya so far. I think one of the attractions of Kenya was, first of all, we've got about 8 different projects there, so it's easy to take people to see the projects. And second, it was the chance to run with the Kenyans, which was really, really cool, as you'll remember.
Yeah. Yeah, so Eddie, one of the things that we ended up doing on the marathon was actually went to the Caricho running track, which is kind of only second really, or probably equal to the running track at ITED, which is where a lot of the world record holders, marathon runners, train. And so we did a whole training session with the Kenyan marathon runners, which was just extraordinary. I'm terrible. Martin would remember. Can you remember the name of, is it Bernadette? She'd just broken the world record at, I think, 5,000 metres, and she was training there, and she was, that was a pretty special moment as well to do that. So, but explain to Eddie a little bit the issues that we had with that, because there was an election going on at the time, wasn't it?
Oh, it was bonkers. So it was the Kenyan election year, what was it, 2017, I think? The election was in the summer, and our marathon was in October, so we thought that's fine, by October, everything will be calm again. But the election was so fraught that they did a re-election in October, the very week that we were due to be there. So there was quite a lot of concern about conflict erupting. And that raises a whole set of moral questions for us as well, because we were talking about what's our evacuation plan for our supporters, and you realise normal people don't have evacuation plans, that's where they live. The people that we were going to go and visit, that's how they live, they don't have a chance to evacuate. Or to stay in a nice hotel with hot showers and all the rest of it. So there's a whole set of issues around that, I think. But in the end, the election violence was not the thing that threw us off the election. There wasn't any where we were, but one of the tea plantations that we were supposed to be running on, there was a workers' strike there, so we had to relocate to a whole new course within about 24 hours notice.
Crazy. Different pressures.
Yeah.
I've got a list of things in front of me, Rachel, that I'm going to call you Rachel because I only just met you. A trustee of Mazuri UK and secretary of Song in the City Charitable Trust. Are those things that you have talked about linking, or are those other different things going in different places?
They're just different things that I do on the side for fun. So Maji Missouri is an amazing Kenyan charity, which is what got me into this line of work. It's probably the place I learned most about who I am and what I want to do. So it's a little tiny Kenyan charity that was set up by an amazing woman called Wanjiku. She was a social worker at the University of Nairobi, a social worker lecturer at the University of Nairobi. She was sending her students off on placements, and she sent some of them on placements to Mathare Valley, which is one of the informal slum settlements, and none of them would go back. After they'd been once, they wouldn't go back again. So she went down into the slum village to find out why they wouldn't go back. She got talking to a group of women who were all prostitutes because that's the only way they had to feed their children. She went back the next week to see them again, and none of them were there. They'd been arrested for prostitution. So she went to the prison, she paid bail to get them out, took them back to their homes, and one of them said to her, "Thank you for paying bail for us, but the first thing I have to do now is find a man to sleep with so I can get some money to feed my children." So she, as a result of that, started a little microfinance project. She lent the women some money so they could set up a tea stall and earn some money that way. And then she found that the children of these women were being left unsupervised in the slums while they were running the tea stall. And you can imagine the kind of things that were happening to the children. So she set up a little nursery school for the children of these women. And then it grew from there. So now there's the nursery school, the microfinance project, and there's a teenagers and a youth group project as well. And there's also a centre outside the informal settlement for disabled children who were being stigmatised as well. So we went to visit that on our Kenyan marathon trip. We went to visit it, and I'll tell you about it. It's just incredible to see so many children crammed into a tiny school, having a meal. Going to school is the only way they could get a meal for the day, but also having hopes and dreams for the future, and the fact that the mothers were able to work in a tea stall rather than as prostitutes, and the children were able to get an education and then hopefully go off and do whatever they wanted to do with their lives. I came back to the UK and did a master's in development, and began working with Fine Tenants. It's just such an incredible little charity.
Great. Yeah, that's
amazing. I remember the amazing thing, Rachel, was when we went into the youth club on the Sunday, and they had all been practicing, playing different instruments, singing different songs, and it was just the most amazing, intense kind of hour that we had with them, where it just is so inspiring and so wonderful to see all of them, as you say, in abject poverty, and you kind of think, what have they got to be happy about? And yet they were just exuberant in terms of their enthusiasm and their amazing abilities and skills that they had. It was, really wonderful moment.
Yeah. One of the things that keeps me up at night is the fact that everybody has potential, and some people never get the opportunity to fulfil it. So anything we can do to help other people fulfil their natural potential, their natural dreams, has got to be something worth doing.
I have many lines and sayings, as Tim will probably know, and one of them is, we can all do more than we think we can do. And that just is true. That just is true. And if we can just get people the opportunities, but opportunity above all, because I think some people, there's a political view that, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that's the thing. But if someone's coming from a more secure financial background, a wealthier financial background, they can get loans, they can borrow. It's much easier to start things, fail at things, and keep going till they get something going. Rupert Murdoch, famously, I think, his father was a millionaire. His father pulled himself up by his bootstraps, and Rupert Murdoch has made, of course, billions upon billions, but he started off as a millionaire. So it's different to someone starting off with nothing, and a lot of people you're dealing with have nothing, just really nothing. They just really have to just get up into start from a very difficult place. So that is great that you're doing that. And the Secretary of Song of the City Charitable Trust, what is?
Yeah, so it's just a charity set up by one of my friends, a guy called Gavin Roberts, who's a musician. His strapline is taking classical music out of its comfort zone. So they do projects like they do one called Creative Madness, which is working with mental health patients, helping them compose and then perform songs that has a kind of clinical healing component as well. So I'm just involved with that because he's my friend and he asked me to get involved because I've got a charity law background. But it's great, it's really cool. It's been hard, obviously, recently for musicians everywhere.
Yes, it has been hellish. Anyone creative and people in the events industry who are trying to help to put them on, being just very heavy, very tough. Sorry, carry on, Tim.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, what makes up that orchestra? What the musicians, what their background?
A lot of them are singers. A lot of them are singers. My friend Gavin is a pianist, and a lot of them are singers. So it's about writing the poems, I guess, themselves, and then creating the music to go with it.
Okay.
A bit like Five Talents, a lot of the benefit, I think, comes from people working together in a group, having a chance to share and talk. A lot of our work in South Sudan and Burundi has a trauma reconciliation, trauma healing component. And what we found is that because the women come together every week to save their money, they get comfortable talking about other stuff, so they can talk about FGM or domestic violence or things that happen to them in the war, and because they've got this group setting.
Absolutely. And it reminds me of pre-Christmas, there was a whole thing of like a dementia choir that they were covering on the BBC, and the benefits of people with dementia singing together, and the abilities, people who had kind of almost been written off, but then put them in front of a piano and they suddenly were completely remembered how to play amazing songs. Yeah, it was just brilliant. And the hysterical thing about it was that a couple of them were interviewed, and they'd been practicing singing in the dementia choir for several months, but they said, and we've only just met. This is brilliant.
The brain is amazing, isn't it?
I think music is amazing. How it can heal and how it can bring back skills which people apparently have forgotten. Awesome.
Have you been to Eastern Africa, Eddie? Have you travelled and run around there?
No, I haven't run, but with UNICEF I have been, and also a travel program I have been to Cameroon, which is obviously Western Africa, but to Djibouti in Eastern Africa. I went there, and because it was tracking the genome of my family and the out of Africa journey from people with climate change. I think we're talking about 90,000 years ago, 70,000 years ago, as they moved out of Eastern Africa through Babel Mendab, the Gate of Tears, across when water was low, to get across to Yemen, bizarrely where I was born. That's where human beings went, the Homo sapiens who were Homo sapiens all black, were the sapiens and the white-skinned ones were the Neanderthals. So a very interesting thing there. But anyway, I was tracking that. So Djibouti is the only one I've been to. Oh, and Ethiopia. I've been to Ethiopia.
Sorry, and where? Sorry, Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, yes. I just.
Yeah, I'd love to go there.
For a short while. Very thin air, Addis Ababa, and
yeah. I've been at the airport far too many times, but I've never actually been out into the country. I'd love to.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm losing it.
What's your running doing at the moment, Rachel? You're a keen runner.
Yeah, well, I was due to do an ultra at the end of January, but obviously it's been cancelled, which is probably quite good because I hadn't really done enough training. But I've got one lined up for May, and one for June, and one for November. So yeah, quite a lot going on. Maybe Yorkshire Marathon in October as well.
Okay. And how often are you away now? How often are you out of the country and on the ground, as it were?
Like, normally 3 times a year, but 2020 was the first time in a decade that I've not been at all. So obviously we weren't able to travel. So I'm really looking forward to going back when we can travel.
Okay, and so would you be out there for very long? Or so what my point is,
No.
can you train when you're out there?
I do. So the trips are normally 2 weeks. Normally try and go to 2 different countries in one just to save money and aeroplane fuel. But because we work through local partners, I'm not doing any of the work. My work is in the UK. It's all local trainers who speak the languages and live in the communities who do the actual training. So we just go to visit, do some monitoring and evaluation, get some impact data, sometimes take donors. So it's usually fairly short trips. And I do tend to run because, I like running. I can't not run. If it's somewhere new, be a little bit careful because I'm out on my own as a single woman in somewhere I don't know. I find, you can find a route. People might stare and laugh, but that's all. I wouldn't not run. I don't think I could not run when I'm travelling. And you spend so long, as you know, you spend so long on bumpy roads in a vehicle. You'd be 3 hours in a vehicle to get to the group, and then you sit at the group meeting and they sing and dance and give speeches, and you're there about 4 hours, but you've got to sit down the whole time because you're a guest. And then 3 hours back. So if I don't get some exercise in the morning, then it sends me a bit bonkers.
And you studied English Lit at Cambridge?
I did. Yes, I did.
Tell us about that. That's slightly different tack. But now English Lit, I'm intimidated by literature and fine art, maybe anything artistic that you don't aren't immersed in, I suppose, is the thing that gets you. That's what I've worked. This is what I'm trying to examine, why I'm intimidated when I'm a confident person. And literature, I'm dyslexic, very slow to read books. Shakespeare at school was often taught, what does this passage mean? What does this mean? You go, I don't know. And therefore you were bad at it. But if you knew that they were talking in Elizabethan, and if you'd studied it long enough in words, anyway, you are obviously someone who loved it at school. Otherwise, unless you were bad and you went to Cambridge to study something you hated, tell us about your relationship with literature.
No, I loved it. I really loved it. People kept telling me you need to be a teacher or a librarian. I didn't want to do either of those. But I did choose a subject I loved, and it didn't put me off. It took me about 2 years after I graduated to stop feeling like I needed to hold a pencil when I was reading a book, because you get in that mode if you've got to underline all the important things and analyse it. So you possibly risk losing the joy of reading for pleasure, I think.
Oh, right, okay. But you must have, were you trained to do that, or were you at school already? When did you pick up the pencil? Because the idea that I'm going to pick up a pencil with a book is a bloody nightmare to me, but it just makes me slow down. How did that happen?
I think it was at university, because you just had to read so much. Like, we did a term on Shakespeare, and you had to read 2 or 3 Shakespeare plays in a week. So you didn't have time to read them twice. You had to read them really quite quickly and just pull out the stuff that you knew you were going to have to write about in an essay. I think, reading for pleasure maybe isn't what you do English Lit for, but reading to get more out of... It's about analysis, isn't it? It's about seeing with different eyes and learning about different perspectives. It's the same kind of thing I get when I travel. I think if you read a book, you're putting yourself in different people's shoes. If you travel, you're doing the same thing. You're getting an insight on someone else's life.
And what college were you at Cambridge?
Pembroke.
Pembroke. And did you ever go to the Cambridge Footlights? Ever?
Do you know, I don't think I did. I certainly went to the ATC a few times, but I don't think I went to see Footlights, I'm afraid.
What's the ATC?
The theatre, which must be where the Footlights people perform, I think.
No, I think they have their own place. I think they're that rich that they have their own building. And I was going to go to Cambridge just to get into the Footlights, you see. That was my plan. And I didn't know what to read because everything bored me. I was bored with exams after I was 16. I just thought I'd done exams. I could pass them if I learned stuff and regurgitate it, but this is not what I want to do. But so I did go and visit St. John's. Is it St. John's College, Cambridge? Yeah, I went up there, but it was going to be a ton of work and I wasn't working. But the Footlights, my heroes, Monty Python, half of them had been through it. And so you never went. Okay, that wasn't your scene. You would have gone and seen the theatre things. Yes, that makes more sense.
Yeah. I didn't really want to go.
Rachel, was Pembroke, is that female only?
No, it was mixed. I think they only let women in like 30 years ago, like most of the colleges, but it was mixed when I was there.
Because there are two, aren't there, which are just female only still, aren't they?
I think so. I think they still are. Or maybe they're not anymore, honestly. I don't know. I haven't been back for quite a long time.
I think they might be, because Georgia is much at Emmanuel. So she's been philosophy at Emmanuel, so we've had a look around all the colleges. It's a fabulous place. It's like a collection of buildings all in one place.
Yeah. It's a great place to live.
She's loving it, but she's slightly she's slightly miffed at the moment because of course she now can't go back. When she was due to go back, she can't go back. She's a little annoyed, so she's having to do all her studies online here, but hey ho.
What year is she in?
The other thing I was going to say, Eddie, about she's just started her second.
Yeah, Tim, Karen. You're cutting out.
Is it me or is that?
I don't know.
Is that me or Rel that's cutting out?
To us,
Oh, sure.
or to me, I feel like you're cutting out, but you might be hesitating in speaking.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, no. So the other thing, Rel, the Kenya Marathon, the second Kenya Marathon, is the only marathon that I've never finished.
Me too. I know.
So we were. I think I was about 23 miles in, and it's quite a brutal marathon because it is literally completely off-road on a tea plantation. And this storm arrived almost. It was biblical, wasn't it? It was out of absolutely nowhere, and these hailstones, literally, they were bigger than golf balls, weren't they? They were absolutely monumental. And we thought, oh, well, it'll pass. And after half an hour, when everybody was getting hypothermia, and it was literally, it was like, I don't know, like half a foot of hail just sitting on the ground, and we had to call it off. We had to just bail out of the whole thing. It was, yeah.
Oh gosh.
I think that's the most extreme marathon that I've ever done. That's for sure. So. And I always feel for that poor Chinese girl that we lost her. She was the only person we couldn't find, and she'd found like a dunny toilet that was made of corrugated iron, and hid herself in there. And she was so frightened of the toilet seat that she just squatted above it. So, and I think she was in there for like 40 minutes. But not only did she have to do a sustained squat for 40 minutes, having run 23 miles of a marathon, she actually had to sustain all of these hailstones pounding the top of an iron dunny. So, yeah, she's probably still recovering now.
Yeah, I think I would be. When I ran my double marathon in South Africa, I had to have I was so anxious at the beginning, I had to stop for a poo, basically, for number twos after 1 hour, which I had not done at any of the other marathons. And I just had to evacuate my innards because I was just, there was too much riding on it. It was rough. So how many marathons have you done, Rachel?
Probably about 10 or 15, I would say.
Oh, wow, okay. Have you done a double?
No, I haven't. I've done a couple of 50 milers.
Oh, wow, that's more than double. Oh, that's almost just
no, not quite. Never gone further than 50 miles. So, would you recommend it?
No, it was a nightmare. It was, but it was a great achievement, but it was a bloody nightmare. And
was it comrades you were doing?
Well, essentially, I was doing a salute to comrades. It was after having run 25 marathons in 26 days, on my 27th, I had to do a double marathon to catch up, so it was 27 and 27. And so it was just raw. There was 5 minutes out of 11 hours and 5 minutes. 5 of the minutes were elation, where I thought, I can do this. And the other 11 hours were just bloody hell. A bit like this. Not much fun, but the end point, well, not even the end point, but after the end point, the next, we had a meal afterwards, didn't we, Tim, back at the hotel?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but we were all absolutely finished.
Yeah, we came back at different times.
We should have had a proper knees up, but I think everyone was just
no, we couldn't do that, but we had this wonderful final breaking of bread the next day. So it was the day after the 28th day, and we sat down at a very long table on a very lovely Johannesburg summer's, well, what was it, May Day? No, it was a sunny day. And we all we knew this was the last time we'd meet. And if you've worked together for 27 days, and the weird thing is that every time we were running the marathon, we were working. We went out celebrating, cruising. All it was work, run, film, edit, feed, all this stuff, then stop in the evening and eat, rest, think, then sleep, up again. So never a celebration. You couldn't really celebrate except that last meal, and that was what, an hour and a half, and then we haven't seen those guys again since then. It was such an emotional thing to do.
Yeah.
I loved it.
And that's it's a little bit like the project. Well, not the project, but like the marathon. You spend a very intense week with people, seeing some amazing things, and then you kind of bomb blast at the end of it. So same sort of deal. But there was very. Sorry, that's right.
I find you transcend the normal taboos and boundaries a lot more quickly when you're either running or travelling to the projects like we were in Kenya, because everyone's stuck together going through some quite hard stuff, and you end up talking about everything under the sun that you would never normally talk to someone you only met 24 hours ago about.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, running, because of the endorphins and the anandamides and all the different chemicals that we've talked, Eddie and I have talked about many times, I think it loosens. It's like it disinhibits you, and I think there's a kindred spirit. And there's this whole thing about when you talk to people. So apparently, partners have their best conversations when they're in the car, because when you're talking side on, it's much less confrontational than if you're facing. And that's the same thing when you're running side by side. So I think you quite often have conversations when you're running, which you wouldn't necessarily have if you were sitting on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So we need to turn that out to the world. Just repeat that. So basically, if you have a partner and you're having a tough time, get in the car and have your tough conversations there. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Or go running together.
Go to the fun fair and have a dodging ride. Yeah, anything where you're side by side.
Yeah. That's a very good and interesting fact.
Yeah. And I get some wonderful things. I mean, you get to my age, and the whole thing of personal bests and the whole thing of trying to achieve the things that you did in the past, unless you're going into veteran status, or you start just sort of shifting the goals, so you say, okay, well, now I'm just going to run from in the 50s, so I'm going to get my personal best in my 50 years, or my 10 years. And but I love now just helping people achieve their goal. And Keith would have was that. It was a half marathon he ran, wasn't it? And I ran with him for his first ever half marathon, and I can't remember how old he was. It was something like 75 or something.
Something like that, 76 maybe. Yeah.
And for me, that again, there are moments in all of the projects and things that you do. For me, that was the key thing on that particular day. And then I was so ridiculous. Why I then decided I was going to try and finish the marathon, having done 4 hours for a half marathon, and I ran the third lap of the 4 in a ridiculous time, and then completely blew a gasket on the last lap, and just it wasn't pretty at the end, not pretty at all. So
we've all done that.
Yeah, but brilliant, and I love. I mean, I think we've talked about this, Ed. I absolutely love Kenya. Kath, my wife, was born in Kenya. Her father was an agronomist, which is a person who specialises in setting up tropical agriculture, and he particularly specialised in sugarcane. So he set up a place up in not far from where we were, just north of Lake Nakuru, a place called Mumias, and he set it up from scratch. And so we went back to visit. And I think I remember saying to you, Rachel, or I certainly said it to Nick Kershaw, one of my favourite views in the world, and still to this day, is the Rift Valley. And as you go down into the Rift Valley, and where you have all those curio shops on the side as you go down the road, you go to the one that's just at the very end, before you get to the Italian chapel on the right-hand side. The view is just, for me, it's transformative. It's just one of the most stunning, beautiful views, but only to be superseded by the view that we got from that tea plantation. And that was a private tea plantation.
Totally.
We'd never have been able to go onto that tea plantation. Yeah. And the view of that, there was about a 2K part of the run, which we just ran down the edge of and that was just stunning, just amazing.
Yeah. It was a 4-lap course, isn't it? And I normally hate lapped courses, so I like to go from A to B. I like to feel like I've got somewhere. And with this one, because you got that view every single lap, I think I could have done it 8 times. Well, maybe not 8 times. I could have done it 5 times at least.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, Martin and I very often we reminisce fondly of those 2 Kenyan marathons.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, the other thing was weird is when we trained on the track, I experienced my first ever effects of altitude. So I've experienced altitude where you kind of get out of breath. But when we were doing the speed sessions, remember they split us into 3 groups, so you did slow, medium, fast. And I kind of foolishly put myself in the fast group because I was the hero. But as soon as I went above a certain pace, I got a headache. And then if I stayed back, the headache went away. And so if I ran fast again, the headache came back on. And it was really weird. It was like turning the light switch on and off. And so I had to just kind of work at the medium pace because, and I guess it must have just been low oxygen levels or whatever. Although I have had that once before. The first time I went to Kenya, I was about, 1990, so I would have been 27. And I was playing a young lad who was 16, and he was a friend of mine. I went to visit a friend. It was his son. And I played squash back then. And I remember going onto the squash court and playing squash at about 10,000 feet. It was quite high. It was up in, I can't remember what the name of the hills were. But I'd only been in the country 10 days, so I hadn't acclimatized. And I went blind. I got anoxic blindness from not enough oxygen in my optical nerve. And for some reason I didn't panic. For some reason I just thought, this is interesting. And he said, are you okay? And I said, I'm fine, apart from that I can't see. And so I just sat down in there, and slowly but surely my oxygen levels raised again and my eyesight came back. And then the cheeky bugger said, okay, shall we carry on?
I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could go blind from oxygen shortages.
I didn't know about it either until that event. And then one of the doctors alluded to me about the issues. Africa hasn't been kind to me. I've had malaria, I've had tick-bite fever. Yeah, it's if you're going to get it, I get it in Africa. But I still love it. I still love Africa. It's still an amazing place.
So you were going there before we went, yeah?
Yeah, so I first went to Kenya in 1990, and I went to Zimbabwe at the same time. And then I went back in 94 to Kenya, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, and that was with CAF. And then we went back, I've been back to South Africa multiple times, and then obviously I've been back to Kenya twice with Rails projects. So.
And said, Kath's, your partner Kath's, her father, what was it that he did?
So it's called agronomy. So it's like agriculture, but agronomy is a particular thing where he specialised it's in soil types. So you have to have this particular type of soil to grow particular types of crops effectively. And he specialised in sugarcane. But he was an extraordinary individual in himself because he was all over the world. He Sri Lanka and Trinidad and Tobago. He was in Kenya. Kath was born. They then moved to Swaziland, and all of that was tropical agriculture. But he then, bizarrely, when Kath was seven, probably about 9. When Kath was 9, he worked for Booker Tate. That were the people that employed him. They then, in their wisdom, decided that they were having problems with a salmon farm up in the Outer Hebrides, and they decided to. They sent him to the Outer Hebrides to run a salmon farm. And because he was where he was very, very modest individual, very bright and fantastic to talk to. Yeah, but he didn't spare his. He didn't offer his words easily. He had to kind of want to talk to you to tell his story. And but whenever he went to, so a bit like Rel, like you were saying about going into your projects, he would go in, he would learn the local language, and he would get to know the politics of the area first, and then he would then slowly introduce himself into it. And he made the salmon farm, he turned it around and made it a huge success, and they became really pivotal people in South Lewis, which is where they were based before they came back here. So,
wow.
Yeah, fascinating stories.
No,
but I love it.
That's brilliant, because I did accounting and financial management at uni, as you probably know too, and Rachel, you may not know, but that's what I was studying with economics and maths. And so I understand business, but when we can use our business brains to make microfinancing, to make different and diverse businesses work, which are positive and, you know, as opposed to, I don't know, armaments, you know, not making armaments or cigarettes, which is not positive. I think that's great. I love that part of humanity, the individual spirit. I remember talking to someone on a kibbutz in Israel, and he said, this is a socialist kibbutz, and everyone gets paid the same, but the couple who live in this place, they work their backsides off, and the couple who live in this place just do the standard. And he said, I think this isn't quite right, and I feel that, you know, if you work hard and you risk your money, you should be able to win big. And some people, if they do a business idea and it works, then they will win big. But if you'd say, I'm going to do a salary job, and you should have a good job, decent pension, and that's how that works, and if you refuse to work at all, that's not part of being part of humanity. So that's how I analyze it out. I was just curious as there's certain things that work perfectly in a social way, you know, fire service, the NHS, ambulance service, but when it comes down to business ability, now this is not charities, of course, this is I've gone off on a slight tact here, but I do find that I love people setting things up. It's creative. It's above all, I love creativity and people setting things up and using their enterprise. And what you did, Rachel, because you obviously you came out with a degree. Was it a very good degree you got, Rachel? How high was your degree?
How high was my degree? It's a long time since I've been asked that. Yeah, I got a good degree, but I got more from my 6 months in Kenya than I did from 3 years at Cambridge.
No, I understand that, but what did you get? Did you get the toppity or the 2-1, which are both good, or was it 2-2?
No, I got a first.
You got a first. There you go. So therefore, you're an expert in all that stuff. You and your pencil, you know that stuff, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite lead to a job often if you can be brilliant at English literature, unless you're going to be a writer, I suppose. But still, you had a great time and you learned more in 6 months than 3 years. Yes, I think life, University of Life? Yes, the University of Life, that's the one I've spent the most time in.
Yeah.
And that's one of your most endearing features as well, Rails. You do the most amazing work, you do the most amazing things, and yet you're so humble. You're like, no, I'm not really doing anything special, but you're actually doing something absolutely amazing. So, yeah, you should be very proud.
Well, I'm very lucky to have a job I love, and the chance to travel and learn from amazing people all over the world, honestly. I go to DR Congo and sit in a village with a group of women who speak a few words of English, and that's their fourth language, and they've never gone past primary school. And you think, bloody hell, that's me with my whatever degree. They know so much more than me, and they can teach me so much. So it's a huge privilege, I think, to be able to travel and learn like that.
And it brings up an interesting point. So I was in Israel for 6 months when I was 20, and again an amazing experience. But I totally get what he's saying in terms of it has a very socialist sort of attitude in terms of that it provides for everybody equally. On the kibbutz I was on, I wasn't aware of the fact that people have the ability to earn more. That potentially could have been there. I don't know.
No, Tim, to interrupt. Sorry,
yeah.
That did not happen in his kibbutz, but he was thinking maybe it should.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, so if we look at where you are, where you're setting up the microfinance, this is great for the people that have the initiative and have the ability to be able to kind of get into that system. What's the welfare system like? What for the people that literally don't have anything and have no ability? Is there any kind of support for them?
not provided by the states generally, but there is provided by the community quite often. So the welfare network is at community level. So in the village, people in the community will look after those who are destitute. Not always, obviously, because humans aren't always wonderful. But in our groups, for example, it does bother me sometimes that the very poorest people won't be able to join, because if you're completely destitute, you can't earn any money, so you have nothing to save. But generally the group set up a little welfare fund themselves, so alongside the savings that they contribute every month or week and the loan repayments, they'll put a tiny amount into a separate pot, and they can use that if one of them has an emergency or to help people in the community. So it's all done at a local level. I think because often the state is a failed state, it's broken.
And so would that mean that their hospital facility would literally just be like a field hospital, like a first aid? So in terms of things like COVID, people are just going to die.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Yeah. Except that there's some fascinating articles I've been reading about why COVID hasn't affected some of these countries as badly as it has UK and US, and some of it I think is health related, so there's much less diabetes and obesity, the average age is much younger, people don't travel about as much, but also the states have potentially handled it better than, it's not hard to have handled it better than ours, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, anyway. Some of the states have handled it a lot better. They have locked down and they have imposed curfews and restrictions. That came at a cost though, because in the places we work, if you can't work, you can't eat, because there is no welfare state, there was no furlough scheme or anything. But I think there's quite a lot of arrogance that we know best. We've got a great health system. We have got a great health system. We're really lucky to have that, but we still haven't handled COVID particularly well. And some places with much worse healthcare systems have potentially handled it much better.
Yeah, well, that's what I think. We've got to learn from the previous lockdowns, and maybe we still haven't learned in our country from that. It's when politics gets in the way of saving lives, that's when it gets really weird. Just one question I want to go back to. You said you're the CEO of 5 talents. Are the 5 talents the 5 things you teach them? Is that microfinancing, business training? What are the 5?
So there used to be 5 of us who worked for the charity. There's now 6, but when there were 5, we used to say we're talents.
Right.
But the name actually comes from a story in the Bible where the master goes on a journey and leaves his 3 servants. He gives one of them 1 talent, which was a bag of money, one of them 2 talents, and one of them 5 talents. And the one who got 5 talents went off and made 5 more. The one who got 2 talents went off and made 2 more, and the one who got 1 talent didn't do anything with it at all. So the moral of the story is use the talents that you have. So that's, it's all about everybody has talents. I believe that really strongly. Everyone has talents, just not everyone has the opportunity to use them. So it's about giving people the support group, the skills, the opportunity to use their talents.
Well, the guy in the Bible, I think he was nuts. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because why not just give them equal amounts each, and then maybe the story wouldn't work. That would be more interesting, a story where everyone got 2. One of them ate his talents, one of them put them on lucky number 5, and one of them invested in electric cars, which a billion years later paid off.
That would be very cool. That
would be.
There's quite an interesting debate over whether microfinance is capitalist or not, because you could argue it's very capitalist. It's about introducing, market economies, but you could also argue it's about getting capital to the people who've never had any before. So in that sense, it's, I think,
well, hang on.
social.
Here's the thing: definitions have changed. Capitalism is a bad thing. I feel capitalism. I feel whether you define it in the dictionary, however you want it, it's people with a lot of money using that money, usually to push back on other people's rights or their wages or whatever. It's a bad thing, capitalism. But trade and finance, good thing. We know this. Humanity is built on trade, commerce, finance, that kind of thing. But the capitalism, whether they want it or not, it's turned into the trickle-down effect. And who came up with the trickle-down effect? It should be the flow-down effect. Why is it called trickle? Why is it supposed to be coins and crumbs coming out of it? That's not a good effect. So, I'm someone. I like business, but I'm not a capitalist. I'm a creativist. Because if you're a capitalist, you want to make things to make money, and then you pile up the money, and you die on it, and you go nowhere because there's nowhere that you do go. But if you're creativists, you want to make money to make things. That's what I like doing. I like making things happen, building things, touring things, comedy, drama, films, and then if you make money out of that, then you can put that into making more things, different things, bigger things, smaller things.
And that's kind of the way that I look at it, is that capitalism works when the people that make the money then reinvest in the society and the structure, and other people increasing business, increasing opportunity. I think where it gets confusing is when capitalism becomes materialism. So when people just start amassing cash just for the sake of it, that's, for me, that's materialism rather than capitalism.
Yep. And I've got to say, so I've got another 8 minutes to run. So if people are listening, do buy tickets for my show, because the money goes to charity. This is why I'm pouring it out to the Make Humanity Great Again. It's on at 7 p.m. London time, which you can adjust accordingly using your brains or looking on your iPhone. But yes, they are available at eddieizzard.com, and we will be running for about 7 minutes more, and then
Did you show a clip of the one last night, Ed? Was that done today?
I believe so, but to be honest, Tim, as you know, if I get off this thing, I'm not checking what's on the screen, and if I'm on this thing, then I'm on the screen. So I presume we did, but last night was quite fun. Apparently, I thought it was okay, but I had 3 reports that it was the best one yet.
Well, I have to say, it did have me laughing, which is that's saying something.
Yeah, and I'm basically talking into a bin. There's no one there, but it is easier if I hear the very protected and withdrawn crew. There's 2 of them right at the back. I think it's Zach and Chris. If they laugh at something, I think, okay, that's in the right area. Sarah's off to the side. But
how does it feel then performing without an audience? It must like.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm afraid my ego is too. I've done too many gigs, and I'm too. What I try and do is, I try and talk about things that are interesting. Like I had this piece on human sacrifice. Why did we used to say the weather is bad, the crops have failed, the gods obviously hate us, so we're going to kill Steve? We all okay with that? Sounds like a good idea. We'll kill him in a horrible way, and that'll be fair. And then what? And they go, what's going to happen then? Well, the crops will pick up, and that's a direct correlate. You got figures on that? Figures are hazy. You know, it's just weird. We used to do that all around the world without talking to each other. It's such a bonkers thing, but we did it, and so I like examining that, and I can talk about that and the comedy of that, and little scenes of things like that. Dung beetles, why are they collecting so much dung? Some of them bury it, some of them roll it. Maybe they smoke it after they've rolled it. I don't know. Some of them live in it, and they all eat it, and they have babies in there. More dung beetles. It just, apparently they do help them. They get dung from one place to another. But it's just, who would create that? If there is a god, he must have been smoking the biggest doobie in the world, going, I want beetles to move dung. Apparently, they can bury up to 250 times their body weight in dung a day. That is just such an odd, and they're never going to go to Cambridge. They're never going to go to Sheffield Uni. They're never going to get a degree in accounting or in English lit. They're just going to move dung around and live in it. It just, that's weird. Let's hope there isn't reincarnation.
Eddie, I actually have a prop for this. I don't know if you can actually see this.
What's that, dung beetle? Move.
Yeah, so I've got cousins in Zimbabwe that sent me a dung beetle with dung in a perspex thing paperweight.
Is it still alive?
I don't think so. It's been there a long time. So that's the cousins from Zimbabwe. That's what they kind of think of me.
Does it look attractive, or does he look like he had a good life?
He's quite big. Yeah, he's big, and he's got a big lump of dung under his back legs. So it's.
Hopefully it was roadkill, or did they shoot it with a gun? They go, bam!
I don't think it would look quite so good as it does if it's being shot with a gun. So.
No. Probably got run over by a bigger dung beetle with more dung.
Hopefully it came to the end of its life peacefully.
Tonight I'm going to do I'm going to do dung beetle news. Today in dung beetle news, a dung was run over by another dung beetle who had more dung. Thank you. There's people waving through the window. I got 3.5 minutes to go. Oh, the end is great. The end is joyous. 3.5 minutes. I like to stop.
This is, we're talking about the drug. This is your dopamine reward, Eddie. This is the bit that you just get flooded with dopamine. This is like the physical version of eating a donut.
Yeah. Yes.
The donut is it's the dopamine bomb of the world. The donut.
To everyone watching, thank you for running with me on Zwift. Thank you. We've got 59 runners running nearby me. Thank you, everyone. That is brilliant. It really helps me. From Greece, I'll be in Greece tomorrow. I'll be in Athens. If you've got photos of Athens, write Athens on the photos and put them online with Make Humanity Great Again. That would be great so that we can put them up streaming behind us. And then what's after Athens? Sarah's here.
I think Sofia next. Let me check.
Sofia, Bulgaria.
Yep.
And then it's Bucharest, I think.
It is Bucharest.
Bucharest, Romania, and then Budapest, Hungary. There we go. And write the names of your cities when you put the photos online. Just put hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. And we'll pick them up and shove them on the thing. Thank you, you guys. Tim, you have any more questions to ask me about stuff?
Just generally about the project. I don't think so. I think we're good.
About anything, about life in general, about chickens.
Life in general. Well, I was going to ask Rachel, what have you got? What are your plans for the next events? Have you got anything planned?
We'll be doing virtual events, but then we're hoping to do another Kenya marathon in September if we're allowed to. That'll be amazing, taking another group of 30 or 40 people out to Kenya and run a marathon there again and visit all the projects. Hoping to go to DL Congo with some supporters as well, maybe in July if we're allowed. And then we'll be doing some of our virtual events in the UK. We do breakfast events, evening Q&A, things with drinks. We get speakers along. Sometimes we get our partners from Kenya or Tanzania or wherever to dial in and answer questions live, which is something we've learned you can actually do, which I don't think we did before last year, but now everything's on Zoom. Rather than flying them over to the UK to give talks, we can dial them in via Zoom, which is cool. So,
is the marathon through? Are you doing that in combination with Impact Marathon again?
Yeah, with Nick again. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to take the comms here to say, please do donate to at eddieizzard.com. eddieizzard.com, there's a donate button there. You can pay in US dollars, in euros, or in pounds, or you can do a text. It's on the screen now if you have a UK phone to 70810. Just write 10 or 20. The numbers all down there. Thanks everyone on Zwift. I'll be back tomorrow, 12 noon, London time. And what else? Oh, I don't know. I'm at 42:12, 42:13. When I get to 42 kilometers, 8.18. That's when I can stop. And then joyous. Thanks, Rachel and Tim. Talking to you. Last 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. The numbers don't quite look right in front of me. 0.817. I've got a lot of confetti, and that's 42.18. That's me out. Thank you, everyone.
Well done, Eddie. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Good work, Ed.
Oh. All right. Yes, go to eddieizzard.com if you'd like to do that. That would be wonderful. And buy tickets. I'll be on in 45 minutes to your show. Who came up with this idea? I don't know. Mr. Grimley, I think. Who's Mr. Grimley? Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.